I'd like to take this opportunity to, I understand this show is broadcast all over the island. That means England, Scotland. But we'll be playing around here for next few weeks. May 5th, we'll be at the London Hammersmith Odeon Theater. For all of you who can make it, come on down and see us. This next song was recorded on a farm in Missouri. It's also on the album It'll Shine When It Shines.
You I ain't playing that song. I'll explain later. What time is it? It's 2022 time! Happy 2022, Podience. It's Chance Bartels, the host of the Nostalgic Podblast. I have a guest on hold that I'm excited to get to in just a moment. I appreciate you being patient, guest. I want to know, did you have a good holiday season now that it's over with? I sort of was playing Dodgebot Ball with that opening music. I'll explain why I chose that song in a bit. It ties into something we're going to talk about that's current, yet nostalgic in terms of pop culture. Happy 2022. You know, I miss Dick Clark hosting New Year's Rockin' Eve on ABC, which is now owned by Walt Disney. But man, wasn't it sad post-stroke when they would put the great Dick Clark out there? It made me sad. It made me really sad. But I remember Dick Clark from when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, when I was in my 20s, before the terrible stroke. What a great tradition that was. And now you've got This is American Idol, Ryan Seacrest, who took over. And he's from Atlanta, where I'm at right now. Hey, did you take Monday off after the holidays? Man, that's an awesome day to take off when all the school buses and cars are back on the streets. I love to take that day off and just sleep in while everyone else is stuck in traffic and are back to being stressed out. Well, there's no stress here. On your nostalgic Podblast, nothing but pure chill here. And I'm playing catch up again because I was busy being lazy during the holidays, D-A-Z-E, days. And a lot has happened since the last Podblast 2 weeks ago, but I don't want to keep our guest waiting any longer. He's been on before, but we had some audio problems. This is a Hanna Barbera artist, an Emmy Award winner. This is Mr. James Walker. Are you there, James?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, loud and clear. Thank you for having good audio, Mr. James Tim Walker. What's happening? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to all your fans and cartoon fans out there.
I don't have any fans. These are nostalgia fans. They're not fans of mine, but thank you for saying that.
All right. Well, yeah, 2020, 2022. Unbelievable.
Happy 2022. How are things in sunny Southern California? What's the weather like? Same as always?
Well, it's been raining for about 4 days, 4 or 5 days here. It stopped yesterday, and we got quite a bit of water, which was good because we needed it really bad. The snowpack is really full up in the Sierras, and that's where we get our water from. And so that's good. And of course, LA needed the water too. So
no.
But it's a bombing. It's a bombing 64.
Nice, 64. And I guess it's, as I'm live, it's 9:07 in the East, 6:07 your time in Los Angeles and Hollywood area where you're at. So I couldn't have been more wrong. You've had a lot of rain. I haven't kept up with the weather report across the country. That's interesting, but no mudslides, I hope.
No mudslides. But if you watched the Rose Bowl game yesterday, you see how beautifully clear it was out in Pasadena, and the mountains behind and the snow on the mountains and stuff is gorgeous, just gorgeous.
That's great. Now, I'm in Georgia, so the Georgia Bulldogs are in the championship against Alabama. Man, I hope they can finally beat those guys, the Crimson Tide, but we'll see for the national title.
What I saw, I think Georgia's the team to go with because I think they're a little bit better than Alabama.
They've got the eye of the tiger. A little nostalgic reference there, a little cliche, but I think it's true. So we'll see January 10th. I can't wait. Monday, January 10th. But
I'm a big college football fan.
Well, I didn't know that. See, that's something new. Cool. Listen, the first time I interviewed you, the audio was really bad at my end, and I apologize. So I'm going to ask you some of the same questions that I asked you before for the benefit of our audience, as I call the listeners and viewers. So question one, when did you realize you had a gift as an artist? And did you receive any formal art training?
Well, I told you I saw cartoons at my grandparents' house when I was about 4 years old, and I was hooked, man. I just want to know, how do you do that? What is it? How do they make that? I want to do that. And so I started drawing. I'd like to say I started that day, but probably within a month I started. And I just wouldn't put the pencils down. I was going to be an animator. I was going to work in animation no matter what. And I drew my whole life. When I got to high school, I would draw on the back of the test papers because I didn't care. I'm not going to be a doctor, or a lawyer, or an Indian chief. I'm going to be an animator, and I don't care about this other stuff. I don't care what kind of grade they get. Well, they must have. I guess they needed the money. The school needed the money because they kept me in. I should have failed out, but I didn't. I went to Chenard Art School, which was where all the Disney greats went. All the guys who. You've heard the expression "the 9 old men" from Disney's. The animators, they call them the 9 old men.
Right.
Okay. Well, the guys that taught them were the guys that went to Chenard and all that. And those were like Fred Moore, Norm Ferguson, Ham Lusk, and those Bill Titla, those guys. Anyway, I went 3 years at Chenard Art School, and then it became Cal Arts, California Institute of the Arts, and I graduated from the first graduation class of Cal Arts. I think it was 70 or 71, and that was my art training. I don't know. I guess if you start young enough and start drawing, you're going to get good no matter what. If you keep doing it over and over and over and over and over. So I did it, and my first job, I was 16 years old. It was 1964, and I worked on the opening titles of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea, Richard Basehart, that TV show.
By Irwin Allen. What a great break. That's so cool.
Yeah, it was the radar screen in the ship. It was the opening titles and the radar screen would animate around it. I had to make sure that white line was there's a little white dot in the middle of the cell. I had to make sure that white line was in that dot so it didn't flicker, a light flicker or anything when they filmed it. And that was my introduction to it, and then it's been steadily going downhill ever since.
Yeah, the sonar effect. Now, that was back in '64 when Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea began in September 1964 on ABC. So,
yeah.
If you started in '71, was that like an intern situation, or were you paid to do that, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I was paid, but I was like a gopher at the studio, and a small studio. And I was paid like a weekly salary, so I just knew it was the first professional thing I ever worked on, so I call that the year I started.
Well, let me ask you, how did you get to draw that sonar effect in the opening credits of Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea? I mean, like, was someone sick? Was it a lucky break? Were you in the right place at the right time?
No. I didn't animate it. I did assistant work on it. So there was an animator and the layout guy and all those guys that put it all together. And then I did the grunt, the in-between things, the physical, laying the tape down based on a chart that the guy showed me how to read and everything. So I was low man on the totem pole.
So you taught me in our first interview a term I'd never heard, an in-betweener, which is what you were when you got started in professional animation.
That's the first position you get if you're lucky enough to get into the business, an in-betweener. And you fill in the in-between drawings. The animator does the extreme drawings. And then the assistant animator does the breakdown drawing, which is the drawing in between the two extremes. And then the in-betweener fills in all the in-betweens that are between those. It's just technical stuff, but it's like an animator might draw, and let's say Fred Flintstone is sitting down and he's going to stand up. So let's say the first drawing number one is Fred sitting down. Sitting. Okay. Now if you're going to go up, you go down first in anticipation, and then you go up. You go the opposite way first, then you go the way you want to go. So the animator might draw drawing number one, Fred sitting. And then drawing number 5 might be him crouching down in an anticipation to stand. And then drawing number 7 might be halfway up to the stand. And then drawing number 10 might be all the way to stand. So he would put a chart down, and he'd say, a chart would be it looks like a railroad track almost. And drawing 1 has got a line next to it, and drawing 5 has a line next to it, and drawing 2, 3, and 4 are right in the middle of those drawings. So the in-betweener puts those drawings in. Drawing number 3 would be right in the middle, then drawing number 2 would be right in the middle between drawing number 1 and number 3, and drawing number 4 would be right in the middle between drawing number 3 and number 5. And then he would say, now since you're moving fast, so you put 1 drawing in between the middle of 5 and 7, that's number 6, and then you slow in to your stoppage, so you got 7, and you 8, 9, and 10 going into, I would say you probably go into drawing 12, so you probably put 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, in between slowing into the final pose. But
wow.
It's technical stuff, but it's very simple once you realize it.
I can't imagine. You lived your dream. You're retired now. You get a nice pension, and you went on to win Emmy Awards. You worked with Disney. You worked at all the major studios. But I want to ask you, please inform the listeners in our audience, what artwork or project are you most proud of that you did as an animator?
Well, I was a animation director on Batman the Animated Series. I thought that was a great looking show. Samurai Jack was a brilliant show. I was just one of the many people who worked on it. I did sheet timing, which was directing. But there were a lot of more talented people that worked on it than I did. But I was lucky enough to work on it, so I picked that as one. And Tailspin and Darkwing Duck I liked at Disney, on the Disney afternoon. Not many features, because I didn't really work on many features. I didn't like working on features because it took so long, and you work on stuff, and somebody would want to change this and that, and then you have to go back into it. I like the quick turnover. I like to just keep moving on to other things. I loved working on the Flintstones. Although I did not work on the first season. I was a kid when the first season came on. I worked on like the Bedrock Cops and the Pebbles and Bam Bam show and stuff like that. I've always done different Flintstone things.
I meant to, that's the one I liked, the Pebbles and Bam Bam when they're teenagers.
Yeah. I just found some drawings of that the other day I had here.
That is so cool. And you've told the story before, just real briefly. I don't want to be too repetitive here, but when you were a kid, you actually, on your bike, would sort of stalk Hanna Barbera Studios, and you would go through the trash can, and you found some cells. And remind everyone who yelled at you and what they said to you when you were a kid digging out art cells from the trash can out back.
I was literally in the trash can. It was one of those square dumpster type trash cans with 2 rooms. I was literally in the trash can. There's cells all over the place with backgrounds and everything. And I was taking the cells out and putting them in my knapsack. And Mr. Barbera came out. It was a Saturday. And he shoots me in the trash can and he goes, "Get out of that trash can, you knothead." And I didn't know who he was at the time, but I mean, this was one of my heroes because I grew up with Huck and Yogi and Quick Draw and Rough and Ready and those characters and the Flintstones. I love those characters. They're more nostalgic to me than the great Disney stuff or Tom and Jerry stuff or Bugs Bunny stuff. But I have a special love for that stuff too because I've worked with a lot of guys that did that stuff. And we're animators on that stuff, and that stuff is gold, absolute gold, so good. And I was lucky enough to get to work for some of those guys and get to know some of those guys. So I have a deep love for that stuff. But the Hanna-Barbera stuff is the nostalgic stuff to me. Because of watching what I was doing. Anyway.
Well, hey, can I ask you real quick? I want to jump in before you jump off to another topic. What did you do with those art cells? What became of those cells?
I'm going to tell you something. If I had a nickel, every time I've been asked that question, I couldn't buy you and me a cup of coffee anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you. I must have had, this is no exaggeration, I must have had, 40,000 cells, 50,000 cells at one time. And, I loved getting them. I got them for free. They really made me want to get into the business. And I love getting the drawings, too. I have a lot of drawings still that I kept. But the cells, I'm one of 3 kids, 3 boys, and my other brothers are bringing in all kinds of stuff. And I'm bringing this stuff in, and my parents are saying, "Where are we going to put all this stuff? Well,
don't tell me.
I'd stack it on shelves behind in my bedroom and stuff. And after a while, the paint was, if you put cells on top of cells on top of cells, the paint starts to stick to the cell underneath it. And then you pull it apart, and it would crack off. So I just, eventually either I gave them away, I gave them to friends. My parents threw a bunch of them away.
Oh.
Well, you couldn't. There's nothing you could do. There'd be paint. There would be paint chips all over the carpet.
So they would disintegrate then. There was no way to preserve them in those days?
Well, you could preserve them, but you have to keep them in a really clean place. And you can only stack 2 or 3 on top of each other at a time. And you have to. You couldn't have shelf all that stuff. You wouldn't have. I mean, like the studio couldn't save all that stuff because they'd run out of. They'd have to rent storage, and they'd run out of budget money for the films because they'd be storing so much stuff. But I look at it this way. I had it when I was a young, impressionable kid. I enjoyed it. I loved it. It made me want to get into business. It gave me a career, $1 million career. I have no regrets. I'm looking right now at a cell of Fred Flintstone at a pool table, and it's from the 7th episode of the very first season. It's the original cell and background frames on my wall. I'm looking at Tom and Jerry from a cartoon called Heavenly Puss, 1949 MGM, with Tom and Jerry as the conductor of the train, handing Tom a ticket to heaven. I'm looking at a drawing of Huckleberry Hound, a painting of Huckleberry Hound, I've got a lot of really keen stuff. I mean, I haven't.
Do you have any Jetsons?
I had them. I had the buildings. I had the one where George gets shrunk down and he's real tiny and he's taking a bath in the sink. And I had the houses. I had the interiors, the sky, the space background. I had cells. I had Johnny Quest. I had all of them. And it was just that.
Space Ghost?
Very little Space Ghost, because by the time Space Ghost came along, I was starting getting a little older, and I wasn't quite doing it as much. But I did work on the second version of Space Ghost that came out. I think it was in the late 70s or early 80s, somewhere in there. It was the second version of Space Ghost. I worked on that.
And folks, I mean, people need to understand, you work with like the big greats of animation, like Ralph Bakshi, right? I mean, big time directors.
Oh yeah. I worked with Ralph. I knew Tex Avery. I knew Bob Clampett.
Tex Avery, the artist who drew my favorite, Droopy the dog, MGM.
Oh yeah, Tex Avery. I knew the guys that worked on Droopy. Ed Love was an animator on Droopy. Preston Blair was an animator on Droopy.
Now, did Tex Avery actually draw, or did he direct? Like, did he just tell the artist what to do? How does that work?
Well, he would work on the story with Cal Howard, and they'd come up with, Tex would say, let's do a Western or something, and then Cal Howard would write the story, and Tex just wanted a premise that he could hang a bunch of gags on. That's all he wanted to do was gags. And I've heard him say in interviews from years ago that when he came out to California, when he saw these guys who were animating, he felt that he was not up to their part. He could never compete with these guys. So he went into directing. He became a great director, and he understood timing. He understood how long you hold for something to get the maximum benefit out of it, how fast you can do something and still see it. So Tex was a great guy and a nice guy too, and boy, everybody. I mean, when you hear the old guys talk about who was the greatest director, who started it all, they always say Tex Avery.
And Chuck Jones, maybe?
Yeah, and Bob Clampett. Chuck Jones, I never knew too well. I didn't know him at all, actually. And I like his cartoons. I think he's a great artist. He did beautiful cartoons. But for my bag, I like Bob Clampett's Warner Brothers cartoons.
Very cool. And I was holding up for the camera a moment ago a 16mm print of Deputy Droopy MGM cartoon. I have a bunch of cartoons. I have a lot of Roadrunner, and I have a lot of Bugs Bunny classics. Daffy Duck. I love the early Daffy Ducks when he was really zany, really crazy, and kind of mean.
Oh yeah.
Funny stuff.
You know, some people that I want to mention here that don't get the credit that's due. Is back in those days in the 40s and 50s, the animation was so great. Every person who worked on those films were really great artists, and the really great ones, sometimes, were the assistants and the in-betweeners, because when you think of Jerry the Mouse, how little he was in some of that stuff, and yet you blow it up, you know how big a motion picture screen is, right? You blow it up, you know, I don't know how many hundreds of times, and yet those drawings are still perfect, you know, they're right on. I don't think the assistant animators and the in-betweeners get enough credit. They really worked hard to make that stuff look good. And you had to be a good artist to work on that stuff, or you wouldn't cut it. You just wouldn't cut it. And so what happened, a lot of guys who weren't great artists, they became great animators because they understood the movement, and they understood that you could just rough it out, let an assistant put all the gingerbread on the character, which is like all the buttons and bows and that stuff. Let them worry about that. You just worry about the action. And if you're just worrying about the action, you can become a great animator by doing that, not being tied down to thinking about, you're not thinking about a single drawing, you're thinking about the overall movement of drawing.
Gotcha. That's really exciting stuff. That's cool. So, you know, there's a learning process, and you've talked about this before, but you had a quota system of how many feet that you animate. And you said the boss didn't care what I did all week long as by the end of the week, I had my assignments done, and I'd done my yards, was it, or feet? What is it?
It was 100 feet a week at Hanna Barbera.
100 feet or what?
100 feet of film a week.
100 feet of film per week was your quota.
Right.
And if you exceeded that, what would happen? Would you get a bonus, or would you?
It's bonus money. They give you bonus money for anything over 100 feet. So if you did 120 feet, you get bonus money for 20 feet. If you did 150 feet, you get bonus money for 50 feet. And if you went under, you know, they'd call you up and say, you know, try to get your footage up next time, you know. But it always kind of worked out. If you get tough stuff, then most of the time you get an easy section the next time out or something, because you really couldn't tell what you were going to get. So sometimes you get 2 or 3 hard sections in a row, and you couldn't get the footage out because there was so much going on. But then you get an easy section. They pretty much worked it out for me, I think.
That's great. That's an awesome journey that you've been on as an artist. And wow, do you ever think about coming out of retirement? Have you been approached to do any work by anybody?
Yeah, I have. But you know, when I've been doing, the last thing I did was exposure sheets. Right? And an exposure sheet is the camera instructions and the instructions for the animator of how many drawings to do for every scene he's done, how many drawings it should take for the action to take place, and the cameraman uses it. It's just a technical thing. It's like a ledger sheet. Every frame it's like your notebook paper, your old notebook paper in school. Every line, if you drew lines down it, you had little boxes on all the lines. Every one of those boxes would be a frame of film. So you have to know how much time it takes to do every scene, every bit of action.
Would you hit your bonus often, routinely? Was that? That's cool. So if you're money motivated and you're talented, you can make a nice living if you're efficient.
Well, I used to tell my boss at Warner Brothers when I was just doing sheets, directing sheets, and I get mad about something, I'd go up and swim up and threaten to quit, and I never would because he was a great friend of mine. I'd go, you know, Howard, if I quit, by the time I leave your office and get to the front door of this building, I'll have 10 phone calls of people wanting me to work for them. That's how fast this will go through the industry. I was the fastest and the best TV director in the town. And I don't say that out of pride. I say that out of love for the business. I loved doing what I did. And I worked hard at it. I had a great work ethic. I really did. And I don't know why I got it, but I just did. And for somehow reason I did, and it worked, and I was grateful for it because it's like, you want me to do a real job? I don't want a real job ever. I've never had a real job in my life.
You're listening to James Tim Walker, professional retired animator with Hanna Barbera and many other studios like Walt Disney. Very honored to have you on the show. You've won those awards that I talked about. Were there projects that you wanted to work on, but you never did because you were busy working on something else or for whatever reason?
No, not really. Not really.
Cool.
I just, I enjoyed the TV stuff. I did a few little commercials once in a while, not very many. No national ones or anything. I like the TV stuff. I just didn't care too much about the features because you get stuck with working on something and you get bored. I get bored too easy. I want to turn over and do something else.
Get in a rut.
So
Yeah.
yeah, and let's face it, nothing has been done since the mid '60s that I care that much about. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff that people have done, and a lot of great animators do. And the Disney guys were the second golden age, that did Aladdin and Lion King and all that, all those.
Yeah.
Wonderful animators and great artists. I mean, great artists. But I just don't know that the stories are up to what the first five were the best ones. The Snow White, Pinocchio, Fantasia, Bambi, and Dumbo. You can't beat those things.
Mm-mm.
Those things are golden.
The golden age. Hey, when did you retire? What year?
I retired in 2014.
Oh, wow, relatively recently, and we'll talk about the devastating medical diagnosis that you received. But my question next for you, sir, is how did CGI affect your career? And do you have a disdain for computer-generated imagery and artwork, or do you not have a problem with it?
Well, it didn't affect my career because we were still doing stuff the traditional way by hand when I retired. So they were going to start. They're starting to do computer. They're writing exposure sheets with computers now, which I couldn't do because I'd push a button and then you lose everything, and I'd be a mess. I couldn't do it. So I respect the computer for what it is. I think it's perfect for technical stuff if you're using geometric. Well, early on, if you're using geometric squares and shapes and things, let's say a character's walking down the street in perspective. It's perfect for doing those squares and buildings and things, and because you can, they're like a mechanical drawing type thing. You can do you can't do squash and stretch with the computer. But now the computers are so sophisticated. You can do anything. I mean, I could make a film with my iPhone. Probably I could make a film myself with this iPhone.
Wow, you sure can.
And somebody showed me how to do it. But I'm a traditional old style. I like drawing, painting. I didn't do. I walked into a Borders bookstore in 1999, in Christmas of '99. I had an epiphany. As I walked in, there was a big stack of sketchbooks sitting there. There were just tons of them. They were blowing them out for like $1 a piece. And I stopped in my tracks and I said to myself, "You miserable gob of spit," which is a pet name somebody called me for years. You haven't drawn anything that's been worth a damn in 12 years because you've done so much directing. You see, when there's so much directing going on, there's tons of it all over the place, and there's tons of it that you can make money on. I was making high six figures every year on this stuff, so I didn't have time to draw. I was doing this stuff. I stopped in my tracks and said, "Why are you in this animation business?" Why? Because I love cartoons. I love to draw. Well, you haven't drawn anything in 12 years. What are you going to do about that? Well, I bought a bunch of sketchbooks. I started drawing with my and I kept filling up sketchbooks, and I started I started a 12-step program that week, I think, also, and I've been with that 22 years now. So,
God bless. That's a great milestone. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, sure, my pleasure.
And also, thanks. You sent me some of your original artwork you had scanned professionally, and I was hoping to have some software. My other computer's on the blink. I wanted to show that on camera, but we'll do it in the future. But I want to direct people to the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. I have posted some of your art, and I'm going to post the rest. It's great. And you approached me about 3 weeks ago, and I apologize. You wanted to do a pre-holiday show and interview, and I'm sorry. I got slammed with stuff, and I want to apologize to you publicly.
We need to post Christmas holiday experience.
There you go. We're going to start the new year right.
Yeah, that's right.
And then also, gotta ask you about this. You were diagnosed, unfortunately, with Parkinson's disease in recent years, and you were told.
2008.
And when?
2008.
Yep, and I know that, but just for anyone that missed your previous interview, the audio was so low. I want to make sure people can hear you clearly, which hopefully they can right now. But you were diagnosed with this, and you were basically told you'll never be able to draw again, at least with your right arm.
Right. Yeah, that's right. I was diagnosed, and when I left that doctor's office, I was devastated, man. I was destroyed. absolutely destroyed because, I mean, I got kids, I got mortgages, I got bills. Well, what am I going to do?
California ain't cheap. Where you live,
No, it ain't cheap.
it's like being in Hawaii almost as expensive as Hawaii, the
Yeah,
cost of
that's true.
living.
So I figured, what am I going to do? How am I going to survive this? I was seriously thinking of starting drinking. And instead, I said, you know what? I need help. And I need help right now. And I said, God, I need help. I can't do this. I'm not strong enough to do this. I am not strong enough to do this. I need help. And I'm convinced, and I told you this before, and I'll tell you again, I'm convinced that a power greater than self revealed to my mind what to do, and that was to be of service. That's my second book, Shaken Not Broken, An Artist's Journey Through Hell, 50 watercolors. So I literally taught, he said, be of service to everybody and everything as much as you can, and by the way, you have a left hand. And I taught myself to draw and write left-handed, and I saved a career. A power greater than self did that. I couldn't do that. I started drawing with my left hand. I went back to my boss that day, and I said, yeah, that's all left hand. That's right hand. I went back to my boss that day, and I said, Howard, I can't do anything with my right hand. So I'm going to teach myself to draw and write left-handed. And he says to me, Tim, I'm not paying you for beautiful calligraphy. I'm paying you for what you know. As long as I can read it, you're here. I said, thank you, God, first step in the right direction. And I have not had a drop or a drug of anything since then. I stayed sober. I filled up sketchbook after sketchbook left-handed. And
So you had to teach yourself to draw with your left hand. That's not an easy task. I mean, that's willpower and talent converged right there.
That's me being operated on, that one, pushing the corner.
God. Let me show your tree. You love that tree, that watercolor.
I must have 300 paintings of the tree here. Yeah, that's it. That's the Tree of Wisdom, which is on a mountain behind Warner Brothers. It's the only tree up there, and it's known as the Tree of Wisdom. There's a book up there you can sign if you go up there, and there's all kinds of little things people need. I've never been up there, actually, and the tree I draw doesn't look anything like that at all.
Wow.
That looks like the tree, but the new ones I don't. But so I've worked until 2014 doing exposure sheets and stuff, and then I finally had to quit drawing because the disease was going to my left side. They told me I would go to my left side. So I went to my left side, and I kept drawing with my left hand, and then I went to UCLA to see about getting this procedure called the Deep Brain Stimulant Operation, DBS, and they said that you're not bad enough to get it yet. You should probably try this medication and see how you do on that. Well, I took this medication, and man, the next day I was like, this medication woke me up and shot me through the roof. My guys at my morning meeting, I'm out in the parking lot walking around in a circle backwards. They hadn't seen me walk normal frontward for years, and here I am walking around backwards, running around backwards. So I took the new medication, the carbidopa levodopa, and my neurologist has an office in Fresno and in Los Angeles. She's a wonderful neurologist, and she goes to Stanford University a lot because she knows all the people at Stanford, and the doctors at Stanford are at the forefront, the cutting edge of Parkinson's. And so she went over there one day, and she showed them one of my books, and they couldn't believe it. They said, we want to see this guy. So they arranged for a Zoom meeting. We had a Zoom meeting, and they put me through some tests, and then they did some drawings and things. And they said, well, we want you to come up here. We want to meet you on site. We want to see you. So my wife and I and a friend drove us up, and we went to see them, and they couldn't believe me. They thought that my attitude, I'm going to tell you something. If you're going through anything, here's 99% of it, attitude. Great attitude, man, you can stop stuff in its tracks with a great attitude. You gotta have that attitude.
That's good to hear, because my attitude sucks. I'm a negative son of a bitch. And it's something I struggle with.
Well, I'm going to tell you something that I'll tell you at the end of the show, right in my time. So they loved my attitude. I'm so positive. I was so upbeat and everything. And then I brought some artwork with me, and I was seeing two doctors, and they looked at the artwork and they looked at me, and the one doctor said, "Do you understand the magnitude of what you have accomplished here? You are beating this disease head on by this artwork, doing it. It's so detailed that we can't believe you're doing it. It's nothing more. It's nothing short of a miracle," they said. So they said to me, "We want to do the operation. We will have the operation. We do it. It's a two-stage operation, Friday and a Friday. We've got Friday the 13th open in August." And I mean, chance I had like no time to think. This was like, boom, you're going. That's it. And so it was Friday the 13th for the brain operation. And
Are you superstitious? Were you like, whoa? Were you just went for it?
No.
Part of that good attitude you're talking about.
Yeah. So on the 20th, they put the pacemaker in that they hooked up the electrodes to. Now, in between time, I met a guy who was from New York who didn't know me from Adam, but he came to a meeting I was at, and he says, "My name's Jonathan. I'm here to see Tim." And I go, "I don't know you. I don't know you from Adam." And he says, "Tim, you got to get this operation because I got it last November, and it's a life-changing operation, life-changing." And I said, "Well, okay." And so Jonathan gave me every anxiety, every question, everything I wondered about this operation. He answered. It was like he took me by the hand and led me through the whole thing. I never once thought, Chance, about this as being a 6-hour brain surgery operation. I never thought about it. I said, "I'm going to Stanford. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to be done." And that's what it was. Now, when I get back after I've done all this, I see Jonathan one day. Jonathan says to me, "Tim, that was 6 hours of brain surgery. Are you kidding me? You know how hairy that is, how scary that is?" I go, "Well, Jonathan, I never thought about that. Had I thought about it, I'd been hiding in Stance's closet so nobody could find me because I wouldn't want to do it. But I never thought about it, to be quite honest with you. And it's certainly been life-changing, certainly. I mean, I hold my hands up, and sure these people and I wave them back and forth and go, waving, not shaking. Waving, not shaking. It is literally, they will be able to cut my meds in half in probably another 4 or 5 months. And the meds are what causes the shaking, not the disease. The meds are what causes the shaking. And if I can cut my meds down in half, I'll be much better off. And I would suggest anybody who can get the operation who has this horrible stuff to get it, because it certainly changed my life for the good. And I'm drawn with my right hand again. I've been drawn with my right hand for about a year or so now. And I just finished. I got some. The doctors. I get the nicest letters from the doctors at Stanford. The people in the operating room. I don't know how many surgeons were there, how many nurses, and how many technicians. They wake you up halfway through the surgery, and they say, now move your leg, move your hand. They know what they're doing. They're making placement of electrodes. And then they gave me a piece of paper and a pencil, and they said, "Here, draw something." And I started drawing something, but I couldn't. It was hard to do because I couldn't see my hands, because there was something between me and my hands and the paper. I don't know, light or something. Anyway, I'm sitting there drawing, and all of a sudden I go, "Oh my goodness, it's Dino the dinosaur!" And all the kids, these nurses and doctors that all grew up with these, grew up with those characters, so they got a big laugh out of that. But yeah, I'm working on a new project that I was going to tell you about.
Okay, is this an exclusive?
Yeah, I'm kind of it's just in the weed stages at the moment, but I'll give you just a little update about it. There's some people who want to do a documentary that is kind of in the works. But I'm also working on a coffee table size book of my watercolors.
Excellent.
And the doctors at Stanford will write the forward for me, which I think is a huge plus. And they think I'm the most inspirational person they've ever met. It's amazing. But it's going to be a book about the first 25 my career, what happened, how I faced it, how I beat it by my attitude and my drawing. Now I continue to beat it and be of service to people who have it today and who are having a hard time with it. And then I'm going to put about, 150 to 200 watercolors in it. But I want it to be a big coffee table size book. And it's only going to have, the drunks and the musicians and the little elves and the animals and stuff like that. There won't be any nudes in it. But that's what I'm hoping to do is get this, because I figure one person told me this book sells itself because this book is about hope and inspiration for anybody. And there's so many neurologists. Parkinson's is all over the world. There's so many neurologists all over the world. There's so many people all over the world that have it that could be a very good thing. And then I would donate a certain portion of the proceeds to my friends, the doctors at Stanford, for their study.
You could be a motivational speaker on tour once this thing's all said and done. And we can't name drop. You told me off air some names, some big names. These are big, famous people you're talking about. And now we can talk about Sergio Aragonés. He's a Mad Magazine illustrator. He sent you artwork of inspiration. He's inspired by your story. And you are an awesome follow on Facebook and social media because you're always posting your latest artwork that you do right in the comfort of your own home while you're relaxing. It's great, great stuff. You're really talented.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's like, I'm blessed. I am so blessed down my lungs. I want to say one thing real quickly. I don't know if you're there, Kyle, but I want to have a shout out to my son, Kyle, who's in Missouri, and he was going to listen to this podcast tonight. So I don't know if he's there, but if you're there, Kyle, I love you. I hope you're hearing this.
That's great. In Missouri. That's where your boy is.
Missouri. He's in Bowling Green, Missouri.
That's great. That's awesome. Now, I've asked you this before. Hopefully you have an answer. If not, I'll just move on to another quick question. Is there a song that best describes James Tim Walker?
Best described.
If you had a theme song, it could be anything. It could be something current, a classic song.
Gosh. One of my favorite songs of all time was Silhouettes on the Shade by the Rays. It was released by 1958. To go walk past your house late last night, all the shades are gone and pulled way down tight. Always the dark, for silhouettes on the shade. Yeah, whatever. I've always loved that song. But I love so much. I like the Rolling Stones. I love Roy Orbison. I love the Birds. I love the Yardbirds.
Have you seen the Stones live?
Yes, I have. I saw them in 1972. I saw them in 1965.
Dang.
I saw them in 1970 at Sunset Vine Recording Studios in Hollywood. A friend of mine was working there, and he said to me, "Hey, come on down about 7:30 and come out and visit me and hang around for a while." He wouldn't tell me what was going on. So I went down there, and we're standing around, and the door opens, and in walked in all these beautiful blonde-haired, Amazonian blonde-haired, blue-eyed Norwegian gals, and all these little towhead kids running around, blonde kids. And right after that, I walked in the Rolling Stones.
Wow, in their prime.
They're doing the Let It Bleed album. And, man, they were in their prime. I can't tell you what they play. They just said nothing to the wall.
I was talking about the girls, not the Stones. I'm just kidding.
Oh, yeah.
No, but that's when Charlie Watts, we'll talk about later in the show after our interview, because he sadly passed away this past year. And the Stones were just here in Atlanta, but there's nothing like vintage Rolling Stones. I'll shut up and let you finish your story. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Look, so I just melted into the background, and I don't know what they played. I couldn't tell you what they played. I couldn't tell you what the song was or what they rehearsed or whatever.
I understand.
Here's a little funny story about my son Kyle. One day I was talking with him from Missouri, and he says to me, "Hey, Dad, have you ever heard Playing with Fire?" And I said, "What, by the Rolling Stones?" "Yeah, that's a great song." He said, "Kyle, I lived it. I was 17 years old when it came out." I about fell on the floor when he said Playing with Fire.
That's incredible. Can I ask you, I've got to ask you a very serious question.
Yeah.
Is early prevention a key in getting a handle on Parkinson's if someone's diagnosed, and what are some of the early warning signs that you need to get checked out by a doctor?
Weakness in your limbs. Like the biggest thing I had was I would be sitting at my desk and I couldn't reach and grab my pencil. I mean, I'd say to my right hand, okay, now you need to reach over there and grab your pencil. And I'd try to grab it, and it would fall on my hand.
So you can't grasp an object. So someone that's not an artist, they could be grabbing like a pool ball, in billiards, and if they can't grab it, that's a warning sign right there.
Try to drop it. A lot of times they get off balance and fall or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't know that early warning does anything, but you've got to exercise. You've got to exercise and use your limbs. And if you don't use it, it's going to go dormant, and you're never going to get it back. Then you've got to walk. You've got to use your arms. Like I worked out. I worked out with a trainer for 8 years, going on 8 years, and then just recently I got some back problems where the L1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all pinched up, and the sciatic nerve is pinched, and it's just like, oh man, it's painful. But that's from 15 years of sitting a long way at a desk in animation. I never paid attention to whether they told me how to sit. And
that's tough. And being in recovery, you don't want to like pop a pain pill. You don't want Oxycontin, like Rush Limbaugh, who we'll talk about later in the show. Anyway.
Oh, no.
Man.
So I don't do that stuff. I put my faith in a power greater than myself.
There you go. The higher power.
That's right. The higher power. I mean, you have to put your faith in something, man, because there's nothing. I don't know, the craziness I see going on in this world. I don't know.
I'm holding up your book. Congratulations on your new book, the Coffee Table book.
Yeah, I'll keep you posted on that. I'm hopefully getting some book agents lined up or something, and some people are. See what happens.
There's been some good coverage of you on CBS this morning in recent years. I can't wait to see you in major media telling your story.
Oh man, yeah, it'll be fun. Let me just end it with this. A friend of mine, you were saying about earlier on tonight. You were saying something about the world or whatever. A friend of mine said to me the other day. He was talking and he said, "It's the end of the world as we know it." The REM song.
Yeah, from Athens, Georgia. Right, we're going to talk about Michael Stipe later. Yeah, it's his birthday coming up.
Couldn't get it out of his mind. Everything is screwed up in the world, and couldn't get it out of his mind. And so he says. So I went up to him and I said, "You know what? Change it to this. What a Wonderful World." Louis Armstrong. That's a better song. He goes, "You're right, Tim. That's it. That's it." So I give him a little piece of where he followed. I don't know.
James Tim Walker. No bull, you're a true inspiration, and I'm happy to call you a friend, and I hope to meet you face to face one day.
I'm honored to call you my friend, and you will meet me face to face. I'll insist that you drive out here, pick me up, and drive me back to Atlanta so you can meet me in Atlanta.
I'm gonna fly out there, brother. All right. Well, man, and not to be corny, but like for the holiday season, I hardly had a drink. I don't know if you inspired that or what, but I had so much going on. And I honestly don't think I have a drinking problem, but for what it's worth, I know you probably are like all about personal responsibility, right? And
well, yeah,
I didn't even really party that much this holiday season, which is weird for me.
I partied for years and I didn't pay any attention to it, but now when I see what the consequences are, I try to tell my kids and all that, you know what? Think about what you're doing before you do it. And what are the consequences if somebody gets hurt? And man, it's just not worth it. It's a beautiful world out there. It's a wonderful world out there. If you just stop and look at it. I pulled into a coffee shop last night with my wife. There was a guy in front of us who had a van loaded to the gills with everything. He was living out of that van. And this guy says to me, I got out of the car and I said, "Hey, do you need us to back up a little bit so you have some more room?" He goes, "No, I'm good." And he says, "Look at that sunrise over there. Or sunset." I looked over and I said, "Man, that's painted with a finger. That's God's finger painting." And he said, "Hallelujah, brother. That was right, man." This guy had nothing, but yet he saw all the beauty in the world, man. He saw it all. It was just great. It was a nothing coincidence that I bumped into this guy. So there you have it. That's it.
Well said, James Tim Walker. And people can find your book and I can't keep me posted on this new book, this new coffee table book. I'm really excited in this project. I can't talk about the names associated with it, but I can't wait. I'm really happy for you. You're a nice, nice man. You deserve nothing but the best in life.
Thank you, Chance. You too, buddy.
All right. Well, I will talk with you soon. Thanks for calling in and being a guest on the Nostalgic Podblast, James Tim Walker.
Have a safe, healthy New Year.
You as well. Thank you. Later. James Tim Walker. He reached out to me, and I felt bad, man, because I had so much going on. He wanted to do this pre-holidays, as you heard, but I'm glad that we got it done right here in 2022. And I owe him some video feed. I need to get some video going where I can show his artwork. This is the 21st century, and I just have a one-camera process right now. If you're listening at fistfulofradio.com, this is on video, but it's just one camera, and I hold up his artwork from his book, just kind of winging it on the video side in lieu of some software, which is free and easy to get. Like I said, my other computer's on the blitz, but on the blank, but the Nostalgic Podblast is on YouTube and in our wonderful group on Facebook, The Nostalgic, with a C, Podblast. Item. We're going to move on with the show and talk about some nostalgia, and we're going to remember some of the lost talent of 2021 this past year, and we're going to celebrate the birthdays like we normally do. I'm going to try not to have a 6-hour show. I had some complaints to talk about. No names, but I have some complaints I want to talk about, and I'm going to adjust the show accordingly to cater to the audience and anyone out there that enjoys the show. But first, this is truly an awesome time to be a nerd, a geek, a spaz, a dork, a fan person, or a parent's basement dweller, whatever you are. Say what you will about Disney taking over everything that geeksters deem cool, but they absolutely produce excellent movie and TV streaming products that almost always delivers the goose pimps, as in pimples. Case in point, the Book of Boba Fett, which dropped recently on Disney Plus, and man, did the writer Jon Favreau nail it again. And right at the start of the Book of Boba Fett, there's an instant piece of nostalgia as we learn, finally, how the space bounty hunter supreme Boba Fett escaped being slowly digested over 1,000 years by the Sarlacc pit creature we first saw way back in 1983 at the Battle of the Barge in Return of the Jedi. For decades, there were two main matters that old school Star Wars fans took issue with in terms of Return of the Jedi. The original title, by the way, was Revenge of the Jedi, but that's another story. George Lucas decided that the Jedi are good and they don't turn to the dark side, and revenge is a trait or quality served by the dark side. So anyway, Return of the Jedi. Here are the two things that fans back then that are old school, meaning old like me, took issue with. One, the Ewoks. Those furry, fun-sized Chewbacca types. And the second thing that people took issue with Return of the Jedi was the very brief appearance and the seemingly demise of Boba Fett at the base of Jabba the Hutt's sand barge in the Battle of the Barge. Well, at long last, here in the Book of Boba Fett, 39 years later, we see exactly how Boba Fett survived towards the start of the first episode of the Book of Boba Fett. So I'm not spoiling anything. I'm not going to spoil it. Don't worry. Don't freak out on me or curse me, because this happens right at the beginning of the first episode. We see the Sarlacc pit flashback, and it's pretty effing awesome. And you also see other nostalgic characters from Tatooine that we saw in Return of the Jedi. And there's some new characters. In fact, this created some internet buzz. There was a surprise. An actress from a big hit 1983 movie, the same year as Return of the Jedi, made an appearance in the first episode of the Book of Boba Fett. Actress Jennifer Beals, the 58-year-old star of Flashdance. I have a phone call. Let me see. They hung up. The 58-year-old star of Flashdance which was released by Paramount Pictures back on tax day, Friday, April 15th, 1983. By the way, Flashdance back then cost $7 million, but it made a whopping $201.5 million. They didn't even make a sequel. I don't understand. By the way, if you want to call in, the number is 770-438-1050. If you saw the new Matrix movie, call in. I want to hear what you thought about it. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. The fourth in the Matrix series of movies. So anyway, Jennifer Beals is back in the Book of Boba Fett, and she plays a character named Twi'lek. She plays a Twi'lek. That's a race, a space race. And her character is Garsa Fwip, who owns a cantina and a casino, a space casino in Mos Espa called The Sanctuary. And earlier this month, Jennifer Beals spoke with Variety, and she revealed she didn't actually know that the Star Wars project she was in was going to be called The Book of Boba Fett. Here's a quote from Jennifer Beals. "Are you kidding me? I mean, I knew about the character, but this is how good they are at the lockdown of secrets. Even when I first stepped onto set, I didn't realize I was in the Book of Boba Fett," she said. "I just knew that I was getting to be a part of this story." She added, "As it happened, I didn't know about The Mandalorian really either. My older brother called me and said, 'I'm going to watch The Mandalorian with my kids.' And I said, 'Oh, tell me about The Mandalorian.' And he started telling me about the show and how great it was. And I walked into the house and the phone rang, and that was the offer for the Book of Boba Fett. So that night I started watching. I was gobsmacked. It was just so beautiful with the cinematic and the heart-centered at the same time. It was so beautiful with so cinematic and heart-centered at the same time." That's a quote, folks. Yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I kind of understand what she's trying to say there, but that's kind of awkward phraseology there. Is that a word, phraseology? Even though she didn't know the name of the show, she was well aware that it was Star Wars. And Jennifer Beals admitted, quote, "I wanted to tell everybody, and I couldn't tell anyone." So during the end credits, oh, this is awesome. The audience is shown remarkable, what I assume is production artwork of what we saw in the first episode. Man, John Favreau rocks. It just was really, really well done. One of my buddies was a little underwhelmed by it. I won't mention names, Jeff, but I thought it was really, really cool. And again, I don't want to give anything away, but there's a hell of a lot of action in it. There's some new weapons that are introduced, and I highly recommend The Book of Boba Fett, streaming now on Disney+. Item. Moving on. Complaint department. Our pal Al Hardy complained offline to me in terms of the video of this nostalgic podblast. If you're listening on fistfulofradio.com, it's on video on YouTube in the Nostalgic, with a C, Podblast YouTube channel, and in the Facebook group, The Nostalgic Podblast, and other places. But our pal Al Hardy complained offline to me that, quote, "Your video's pretty bad. All you do is read." To that I say, Al, my friend, hogwash. It's called being prepared. If most radio shows or podcasts had the guts to go on camera, you'd see them reading as well. And let's face it, most DJs just read crap that's written by someone else or by a corporation. But this is an audio show primarily for God's sakes, for goodness sakes. And besides, I write much of what I'm saying and what I'm reading myself, which is more than can be said for most people. In terms of video, I really have no interest in being a video show with flashy graphics and camera tricks. Some shows use video to polish a turd or a boring show with dull delivery that has little value or content. And I'm not being hubris. There's no hubris intended here, okay? I'm not much to look at. I shouldn't be on video the way I look. But my point is, this is an audio show, and I just happen to do it on a one camera. Anyway, you know, and the thing I don't like is when you see like a fake video on YouTube where somebody's kid fake seeing Star Wars for the first time with brilliant commentary like, "Oh, wow, I didn't see that coming." And that's so fake. Yeah, right. Right. That's the first time you've seen Star Wars. Like your parents or parent didn't put you up to that. I'm not stupid. I kid, I joke. This is bad acting on my part. But I mean, seriously though, there's so many fake videos, but you know what? They get millions of views, and I don't know how real those views are. But I mean, people either there's a lot of creeps out there that want to watch a young chick watch a movie for the first time, or there's a lot of stupid people that fall for it. But I just do not believe a lot of these watching for the first time videos on YouTube. Anyway, another complaint I received, and this is from a listener, is that the Podblast is too long. And that's a fair point. But I need content for a radio outlet that I run that I mention all the time called fistfulofradio.com, which you can listen to from any device from any place. And I debut a new Podblast every Monday night at 7 o'clock, except for during the holidays. I took about 2 weeks off. So anyway, the length of this program has sometimes, been as long as 6 hours, which is obnoxious, which is admittedly is nutsy cuckoo since no one has the time to listen for 6 hours. Over 3 hours is excessive. And I'm lucky if someone listens for 30 minutes, as I've said before. And I do get carried away with my clips. But that's because this is a time capsule not governed by a corporate clock. And many of the clips I play, the clips are what make this show. Many of the clips I play will one day vanish from existence for one reason or another, so I like to document this content right here on the Podblast. And what I do with podcasts and shows that are too long for one session to listen to is I pause the show and restart it later. Now, a fatal flaw in terms of understanding the audience is assuming that everyone else engages in the same behavior that I do. So not everyone is going to start a show, stop it, restart it at their leisure, a 6-hour show. It just doesn't work that way. So I'm going to listen to this person. And in 2022, now that it's the new year, I may do a live show Sundays and Thursdays at 7 right here and chop the show in half. So I have content for Fistful of Radio for the evenings and overnights, which is where this airs on fistfulofradio.com. Saturdays and Sundays at 2 p.m. and overnight every night, and then Monday night at 7. And sometimes Friday afternoon, like after 1 o'clock. After the good shows have been played during the week, then I play my stuff as pretty much as filler. But where am I now in my script here? Script sounds phony. Oh, another complaint and another thing I want to explain. This, and I promise I'm going to cut back and chop that show in half so it's not like a Jerry Lewis telethon every week. That's just ridiculous. But again, it's the clips. The clips are the thing with this show, in my opinion. By the way, people post a lot of good stuff in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, which I do like a lot and I enjoy it. However, I had to turn on post approval a couple of months ago, meaning I must approve of every post before it's published. It's not because I'm a dictator. Let me explain. I had to do this because a windbag kept obsessively and obnoxiously posting plugs to his low signal powered small town local radio show on my group. So one bad apple made me had to turn on post approval so I can deny this individual's annoying repetitive posts, which mostly are about Star Trek. It got old, so fast. And I eventually just blocked him, but he kept creating new Facebook handles to infiltrate my group. Anyway, I like to have a clean page. And have you noticed that sometimes you'll see in Facebook groups a notice that, quote, this content is not available. It's kind of like the old high school yearbooks or grammar school yearbooks, photo not available. Well, that's what it says on Facebook. This content is not available. And the problem is people attempting to post don't realize that only they can see what they're sharing and no one else can see it. That's the only reason I don't approve of a post. Don't think I'm a dictator dickhead. That's not the case. I might be a dickhead, but I'm not a dictator. And there's one member of the group who posts nothing but video of Sylvester Stallone. And that's okay. I love Sly Stallone, but 90% of the time, the video they shared after a few days becomes unavailable and no one can see it. And what happens is, since it's shared content, the original person who posted it may have changed the privacy settings from public to only friends on Facebook, in which case all shared posts become unviewable to most except the original poster and the person who shared it in their inner circle of Facebook friends. And so I just want to explain that. So if you post something and it's not approved, it's because literally it says post not available. And if I delete a post that's been approved and published, it's because it's no longer public. And maybe you see it. I had this issue with Al many times. He's like, well, I seen that post. I'm like, I know, but trust me. I did a screenshot, texted to him. No one can see it but you. Trust me. Trust your teammate, your former teammate. Now, again, if no one else can see the post, I delete it. And it's just, I like a clean group. I just want to explain that. Now, we're back to nostalgia. This is our show, and I do listen to valid complaints, so keep the feedback coming. And that's enough of me being on the defense. Let's talk nostalgia. By the way, oh man, have you ever lost a key on your laptop, MacBook, or tablet? I'm holding up for the camera, the D key. D for dickhead me. It came loose on my, I'm using an HP laptop at the moment, and it's only a couple years old, and I do key pretty hard on my keyboard. When I worked at Cumulus Media, people would make jokes all the time about me keying, well, chances here, just boom, 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 on the keyboard. And I try to key lightly, but I just can't help myself. These hands are just so powerful, so strong. But anyway, I don't know if anyone out there can help me out. Is there a way to glue this? I guess I'll contact the Geek Squad or something. I want to somehow reattach the D key. I can still type D, but it's very cumbersome. Anyway, item. Comic book trivia time. This is something I saw on Facebook today, actually. I'll be brief because not everyone digs comic books. I'm going to talk about Marvel Comics really quickly, and then I'm going to talk about something that's streaming on Disney+. But in December 1969, and we're going to play taglines, by the way, later on, and we're talking movie taglines again, and I got some good ones. I only have 7 this time, 7 taglines in our tagline game where I mention the tagline and you try to guess the movie in this case. But now it's comic book trivia time. In December 1969, X-Men issue number 66 hit newsstands for sale. And that would be the very last new X-Men comic book until 5 years and 6 months later, on June 10th, 1975, of the regular title X-Men, issue 94, which had an all-new, all-different X-Men team, including Wolverine and Storm and these new characters. When it was first introduced in 1963 by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, it was a different team. You had Angel, Iceman, Cyclops, the guy from the movies who has like the visor. He was an original X-Man. Anyway, and he survived the purge of the older characters and continued on in the new X-Men. Anyway, they were all introduced in giant-sized X-Men issue 1, which hit on April Fool's Day, 1975, across America. And Jeff Logan wrote in a Facebook group about Marvel Comics 1961 to 1986. He says, curious if anyone knows the story of the decision to run reprints after X-Men's quote-unquote cancellation. There didn't seem to be any indication they were going to do so, but yet they ran reprints for 5 years. And actually it was 5 years, 6 months to be exact. Well, someone wrote in, Brian Cronin covered this in one of his articles. This is very brief. The X-Men book was canceled with issue 66, but luckily, when the sales reports came in on the Neil Adams issues, that's an artist, Neil Adams. He was very sophisticated. I've talked about him before. Jack Kirby was an incredible artist, as was Steve Ditko. That was a guy, Steve Ditko drew Spider-Man from the beginning, Amazing Fantasy 15, and the early Amazing Spider-Man issues 1 through 38. Jack Kirby, of course, drew Thor, the Fantastic Four. He was a great team. Steve Ditko and Jack Kirby was a great team with Stan Lee, whom we'll talk about later in the show briefly. I'm going to play some interesting audio from Stan Lee. So, one of their creations, of course, was the X-Men. And Neil Adams, I think, took the artwork to another level. It's not that Jack Kirby was bad by any means. He's an awesome artist. But I think, he left Marvel around 1970, went to DC, the competition, and then came back in the mid-70s, and just his work looked dated. But Neil Adams took over the X-Men, I think, in issue 55, 56. I think X-Men issue 56 for about, 10 issues or so. 9 or 10 issues, and his art is beautiful. Neil Adams is one of my favorite artists in all of comic book history. He's just a thrilling artist. So the sales figures came in from the Neil Adams issues, and they bumped up. So they didn't cancel X-Men like they were going to do. Instead, they ran reprints going back to the Jack Kirby issues. And starting with issue number 67. By the way, that was a 7-month gap of no X-Men monthly comics between issue 66 and 67. So anyway, with issue 67 through issue 93, they reprinted the X-Men's first battle, starting with Juggernaut. So basically, it was canceled for seven months, and then it turned out that the sales from the last new issues by Neil Adams drawing it had gone up enough that they decided to bring it back as a reprint series. So there you have it. And a lot of people, they're younger collectors. If you go to Instagram, there are people that are very young that are making a killing selling comic books, and they don't understand the history. They don't know these are reprints. I always have to correct them when there's a live auction or a live Instagram sale. They present the reprint books, issue 67 to 93 of X-Men, as if they're all new. And I don't think even the covers were new. I think a couple of them had new covers, but they were reprinted covers too. That's the only saving grace of a reprint comic book, is if it has all new art on the cover. Anyway, moving on. Now to some modern day pop culture news. Item. The Hawkeye finale finally dropped a few weeks ago on Disney Plus, and in my opinion, it was not good. And Marvel Studios is almost perfect from an educated Marvel fan brat perspective. I'm a fan brat. However, I have a few complaints about the finale specifically. And here's about 5 complaints, okay? 1, the quote-unquote funny Broadway bit from the first episode was back in the final episode, and it was way too long. It was corny and very out of place, cheesy. Now, some would argue that's the point. Okay, fine. But we got it in the premiere episode, where Hawkeye, the real character, is in Broadway in front of a Broadway act, and he has to step outside to get some fresh air because he's just disgusted. It's the Avengers on stage, and it's really hammy and campy and dumb. And that was the point. So we got it in the first episode. There was no need to bring that back. Now, I think what they were doing was giving a hand up to some of the Broadway actors who at the time were out of work because of at the time when Hawkeye was shot, the COVID-19 outbreak mandated shutdowns in New York and Broadway was inactive. So these actors were likely given this opportunity to help them out. Now that's commendable. So that's cool. That really must be the only explanation for Marvel doing this twice. Did it need to be done twice? No, it does not. In my opinion, I think that was lame. Again, we got it the first time. Complaint number 2. As I said before, the CGI special effects imagery was pretty bad and cartoon-like in Hawkeye. It looked rushed and very fake, especially a dog with a CGI missing eye. I mean, the CGI in this thing looked 3 times worse than the CGI in Forrest Gump, and that movie was made 28 years ago. This is a big complaint, number 3. Okay, at Rockefeller Center in New York City, at one point in the finale, the huge Christmas tree comes crashing down onto the ice skating rink during an anticlimactic, anti-epic fight. And the thing that I took issue with was the police don't show up for a long time until almost the end credits. So, I mean, it just seems like an eternity. You mean to tell me that in a post 9/11 New York City, the police would not be immediately dispatched in our social media world of high tech? Please. That was so unrealistic and just stupid. Complaint number 4. Refresh my video game in the background. Got Frogger going on in the background. Atari 5200. Complaint number 4. A major character, the underworld boss, the Kingpin, is totally wasted in Hawkeye. Here's some of the background on Kingpin really quickly. He was first seen in comic book form in The Amazing Spider-Man issue number 50, which was sold on newsstands beginning on Tuesday, April 11th, 1967, published by Marvel Comics. And Kingpin is the top underworld crime boss in the Marvel Universe. He's a villain to both Spider-Man and the blind lawyer turned superhero Daredevil. Matt Murdock is his alter ego, as I'm sure you know if you saw the Netflix show. Or the movie. You know who played Daredevil with Jennifer Garner, his future wife? I think that's how they met. She was doing A-list, and she also played Elektra in the early Daredevil movies in the early 2000s. Ben Affleck. Anyway, so why is Kingpin here in Hawkeye? Now, granted, Marvel Studios does mix it up, featuring the characters appearing in non-traditional productions to mix it up and have different villains taking on different heroes. But to have the big villain seemingly killed off and taken out by a non-powered 22-year-old young woman is a waste and frankly a joke. I didn't like it. Here's my fifth and final complaint about the finale of Hawkeye. There were awful Christmas scenes at the very end that felt very non-genuine. It just didn't feel real. Unlike most of the Marvel productions, it was very out of place for me. I love the new Spider-Man movie, No Way Home. Marvel's back on track, and they seldom fumble or falter. Okay, I sound like a real ass saying this, but these are my real feelings. Being a fan brat of Marvel, an educated fan brat, I think Hawkeye just missed the mark. I think it was the worst streaming series of the lot so far on Disney Plus, and it really set, I think, the Marvel streaming shows on Disney Plus back a bit. I'd almost rather drink baboon ass sweat than watch that shit again. Excuse my language. I'm kidding. I'm trying to be funny. When I try to be funny, I'm never funny. I've been told. Anyway, item. Let's move on. Boy, I'm really going to look like an ass tonight. Item. On The Price is Right, there is a model who I really like, who someone in wardrobe should tell never to dress in blue jeans. She just does not look good in jeans. Talking about Rachel Reynolds, who's an awesome model, and she's been on The Price is Right since 2003 under Bob Barker. I shouldn't say that about her because she's a Southern girl, which I like. Originally from Louisiana, and she attended Louisiana State University and was a member of the track team. Okay, I'm officially an asshole for saying this and other stuff I say on this show, but she's obviously a lovely lady, so shame on me for saying that, but she just doesn't look right in jeans. She looks big. She looks thick. She looks much better in a skirt or a dress, but who am I? I'm nobody, and she's on The Price is Right, so... Item. Let's move on quickly because I sound like a real dick. Disney does not yet own Doctor Who, which I call Dr. Y. I can't stand that crap at Doctor Who. It's so fake. And I know I'm not going to make friends saying that in pop culture land. Disney also does not own the movie Grease or the music from Grease. They don't own the Flintstones, the Simpsons, or Marvin the Martian. And now, the next item, it's time for Al's Movie Corner starring Al Hardy. Nah, not really. I'm not going to do another impression of him. I think I was a little hard on the old guy last time. The Matrix Resurrections, fourth in the series, apparently is awful. Now, full disclosure, I have not seen it, so I'm ignorant to it. So I'm just going by people I trust who have seen it, and they say it's a pile of dog poop. I hear it's got a lot of woke stuff in it that will irritate a lot of people, and it was confusing. Now, on the good side, our friend Al Hardy saw it, and he said Neil Patrick Harris was incredible. His acting was incredible, according to Al, which I can believe that. Al does appreciate good acting, so that's on the good side. I hear that he was great. Need to judge it for myself and report back to you. And it's streaming. It's also in theaters, but it's on HBO Max if you want to check out the new Matrix movie. Now, moving on in the show, it's time for our usual segment. And I've got some interesting stuff about this I want to play for you, but let me get to the music part of it here. Yeah.
This is Jeopardy!
I love that hyperactive 1980s theme to Jeopardy. I think they ran it until 1991, that version of the theme. But I have an update. Make sure you can hear this music in the background without overpowering my loud-ass voice like that could happen. All right. Last time I talked about the winner of the first annual Jeopardy Tournament of Professors that I really enjoyed. Mayim was hosting that. How he resembled, the winner did, actor, comedian, and banjo player Steve Martin. Well, that contestant went on to win the grand prize of 100 big ones. That's $100,000. $100,000. His name's Sam Buttrey. But reportedly, Jeopardy has invited the real Steve Martin to appear on Jeopardy after his doppelganger, that means double, won the tournament. Here's an article published by Entertainment Weekly on December 21st, 2021. Of course, we're well into 2022 by now. Excuse me. But I want to read a little bit of this to you. Let's see who wrote this article. Tyler Aquilina. We'll take doppelgangers for $600. Some Jeopardy viewers took notice, as I did. You're copying me. They're all copying me. I'm just kidding. How paranoid is that? He looks a little like Steve Martin. Anyway, I've talked about that for weeks now. Some Jeopardy viewers took notice of recent Professor's Tournament champion Sam Buttry's resemblance to comedy legend Steve Martin, who responded with a cheeky tweet acknowledging their physical similarities. Quote, "It's so great to split the prize money with Sam," unquote. The Only Murders in the Building star wrote on Twitter after Buttry won the show's first ever tournament for college professors. The associate professor at the Naval Postgraduate School took home $100K in prize money after the 2-day final. Broadcast Thursday and Friday. He'll also return to the show to compete in the next Tournament of Champions. So, anyway, I just thought that's really all that needs to be said. I will not read any more of that article. Now, also in Jeopardy news, in the regular gameplay, Amy Schneider has won almost $1 million. $1 million bucks. What a season this is. There's been so many high winners since this season started. There was a lot of drama with the executive producer we talked about, the former executive producer, Mike Richards, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's been a lot of behind-the-scenes crap, but amongst that, there have been some real champions. I think it's worth noting, no judgments here, that Schneider is a transgender, yet the media is categorizing Amy Schneider as the, quote, winningest female contestant in Jeopardy history, which I find unfair to women who were born that way. I'm not getting political here, and I'm not judging. Believe me, I'm not judging. Where I shop, my groceries, I'd still shop. I should have it delivered. There's a transgender that I'm friendly with. There's no toe tapping in the men's room or ladies' room, but I'm just saying. There's a New York Times article I want to share with you that, it's kind of weird. Hang on, let me restart the music because I'm being long-winded in my Jeopardy segment here. I want to have this music accompanying the background. Okay, headline. Amy Schneider wins the most consecutive Jeopardy games of any female contestant. Female. Say transgender. Nothing wrong with that. You should say the first transgender contestant has broken all sorts of records. It would not just be lumped in with females. Anyway, after breaking the record this week, Ms. Schneider, an engineering manager from California, won another game, stretching her total to 22 in a row. This article's from December 30th, 2021, by the way. When Amy Schneider was an 8th grader in Dayton, Ohio, her first name's Clay, her fellow students voted her the most likely to appear on Jeopardy. They underestimated her. On Wednesday, Ms. Schneider, 42 years old, an engineering manager from Oakland, California, became the first woman in the show's history to a transgender to achieve 21 consecutive wins, surpassing Julia Collins, who had set the record of 20 wins back in 2014. Quote, "I never dreamed of matching Julia's streak," Ms. Schneider wrote on Twitter. Quote, "It's hard to say how I felt. Proud, dazed, happy, numb, all those things." In an interview on Thursday, Ms. Schneider said that when she was not concentrating on the answers, she was thinking about whether she might beat Miss Collins' record. So there was focus there. Quote, "I could pretend that I didn't have my eye on the various leaderboards at that point, but I was definitely aware," she said. Quote, "I knew what was at stake," unquote. The episodes were filmed back in September and October 2021, but Ms. Schneider did not make her television debut until November 17th, 2021. After each episode, she goes on Twitter to write colorful play-by-play accounts of her wins or to post updates about her cat named Meep, M-E-E-P, Meep. This week, when she notched her 20th win, she described how she had nearly missed her chance to tie Ms. Collins' record when one of her fellow contestants, Josette Curtis, began gaining on her. Ms. Schneider holds the number 4 spot overall on the list of Jeopardy contestants with consecutive wins. Number 1 on that list is Ken Jennings, who is hosting Ms. Schneider, by the way. Now a Jeopardy co-host. I just said that, who won 74 consecutive games back in 2004 with 22 straight wins. Ms. Schneider is 10 wins away from the number 3 spot held by James Holzhauer, the professional sports bettor in Las Vegas, Nevada, who dominated the show in 2019. At number 2 is contestant Matt Amodio, a PhD student in computer science at Yale University, who won 38 consecutive games this year. Almost done, folks. We'll move on to another story. One more sentence or two. So Amy Schneider has won. This is very impressive. As we're alive now, Amy Schneider has won $831,600 on the show so far. That's $831,600 on the show so far. So she's closing in on $1 million. Female or transgender, whichever you want to classify Schneider as, this person is far smarter than you or I where trivia is concerned. Good luck to Ms. Schneider on hitting the $1 million mark and beyond. Item. Let's see what I have here. Last week I posed this question. Nope. I'm going to skip that in the interest of time. And let me kill the music too. Jeopardy. Oh, yes, this is kind of interesting, I think. This goes hand in hand with Jeopardy. As experienced audience listeners know, along with watching Jeopardy, I'm also a wheel watcher of Wheel of Fortune. Hang on a second. I got to cue something up for you guys. Doing this live is kind of a bear. Okay, there it is. All right. So I watch Wheel also. I watch Wheel and then Jeopardy. Here in Atlanta, it's on WXIA 11 Alive, an NBC affiliate, back-to-back, starting at 7 p.m. with Wheel of Fortune, and then Jeopardy's on right after that. And I watch it every night. I DVR it and watch it when I can. So I have a rare gripe about Wheel of Fortune. And again, I think Pat and Vanna are classic. I love that they're still doing the show, and they've mused that they're nearing the end of the run in the next couple, 3 years. We'll see. I mean, Pat Sajak just turned 75, but he's very spry and very youthful. But here is a minor gripe. Last year, Wheel of Fortune host and consulting producer Pat Sajak's attractive 27-year-old daughter Maggie became the social media ambassador for Wheel of Fortune, and that's fine. But here's the complaint. She hardly ever posts anything. And she urges you at the end of Wheel of Fortune, it says, follow me on Instagram. Want more Wheel? Follow me on Instagram. Okay. And I had to unfollow because she didn't post anything. And when she does post, it's a bunch of glamorous selfies on the set or at the studio door around back. In fact, now this was kind of irritating. There was a tease, okay, in the televised 2021-2022 season premiere that Maggie would post on Instagram a video explaining why her 75-year-old dad, Pat Sajak, no longer does the final spin of the giant wheel towards the end of the show. He would always do the final spin. And that's, after the 3 toss-ups and the final puzzle. And then you hear that ding, ding, which means they're running out of time. And then there's a final spin, and Pat would always spin it. Well, they said, follow Maggie on Instagram. She's going to post a video explaining why Pat no longer spins the wheel. Now, we can guess why he doesn't. He had like a blockage and had some surgeries, and he's not getting any younger, but no such social media post was ever made. Not that I could find anyway. So minor gripe. I say, at least be good at social media and post something about the show instead of a bunch of selfies or amongst the selfies, would you? That's all I got to say about that. Oh, by the way, Pat Sajak's salary is reportedly $15 million a year. Now, I can't tell if that's back then or now from my research. And Vanna White's rumored salary on Wheel of Fortune is $10 million, or was $10 million a year. Holy shnikes. Just dropped my board there. Let me just read this. This is kind of interesting in my research that I found. It's unclear what they earn for hosting Celebrity Wheel of Fortune on ABC, owned by Disney, Sunday nights at 8 p.m. Now, what this breaks down to is that Vanna gets $34,722 per show. And Pat, let's see, his $15 million a year is broken down to $52,083 per show. So Pat has an estimated net worth of $70 million in Bitcoin. Just kidding. It's U.S. dollars, allegedly. Anyway, $70 million just for hosting a game show. What a life. And then they tape like, I think 5, maybe sometimes more than that shows a day. So you have all that free time where you work like one day a week or maybe less than that. And then you have the summer off, the summer hiatus or spring hiatus, as it were, because they tape ahead. So Vanna is getting $34,722 per show. Just, wow, Vanna, keep pressing them letters. Those letters. That's incredible. And the reason I played the song Jackie Blue at the very top of today's show was because the co-founder and bass guitarist Michael Soup, as in Superman, S-U-P-E is how he spells it, Michael Soup Granda of the Ozark Mountain Daredevils was a contestant recently on Wheel of Fortune. And he told a tale. Pat Zajic asked him, why do you want to be called Soup? His name tag said Soup, S-U-P-E, Soup, like Superman. And then he went on to say, it has something to do with tequila and me wearing a Superman cape. And Pat goes, that's okay. We don't need to know anymore. Family show, family show. And I always like that name Soup. I remember in Superman 3, I'm digressing here, that's what Richard Pryor's character, Gus Gorman, called Superman. He goes, hey, Soup. Called him Soup. Anyway, I don't know if that has something to do with it. That movie came out back in 83. So anyway, getting back to this band, and he has a big beard, and that was him talking at the very beginning of the Nostalgic Podblast today. You'll hear that gentleman, Michael Soup Granda, talking when he was a young man in 1975, I think it was, performing Jackie Blue. That was one of the big hits of his band that he co-founded, the Ozark Mountain Daredevils. Their other big hit was in 1974, a track titled If You Want to Get to Heaven. And those were that and Jackie Blue were in 75 were their biggest hits on the charts. The band was formed in 1972 in Springfield, Missouri. Now, also another Wheel of Fortune story that's recent. Audi stepped up in a PR move to help out a contestant. And I don't know if I agree with this. And I'm an Audi driver and an Audi lover. Porsche Audi, however you want to say it. Wheel of Fortune contestant Charlene Rubush of Nevada missed her chance at winning an Audi Q3 car earlier this week after pausing briefly while offering the correct answer. They don't even say it's in the bonus round. Obviously the bonus round, but guys, whoever wrote this article, spell it out. I'll fill in the gaps for you. So it was during the bonus round of Wheel of Fortune, this lady paused. I watched it. I saw it. She paused, and I'll play some audio of it real quickly, while offering the correct answer. And technically, under the game show's rules, you can't do that. I'll play it for you. You have to say the whole puzzle answer before the time runs out. The 10 seconds expires. That's just in the rule book. But when executives with Audi heard about the incident, they rode to the rescue and gave her a new Q3. Rubush had progressed to the bonus round on Monday. Oh, they finally said bonus round on Monday, in which she was asked to solve a 4-word puzzle. She beat the 10-second timer and correctly guessed the phrase, choosing the right word. But host Pat, that was the solution to the puzzle, choosing the right word, ironically. I'm going to play it. This is not accurate what they're writing here. But host Pat Zajic then told Rubush she lost because of a 5-second pause between uttering the words right and word in choosing the right word. No, she said part of it at the end. I'll play it for you in a minute, in just a second. Quote, this is what Pat said. This one's tough because you said all the right words, including the word, but as you know, it's got to be more or less continuous, Zajic told Rubush. We'll allow for a little pause, but not for 4 or 5 seconds. Zajic told her that she did a good job guessing the phrase, but we can't give you the prize. A visibly disheartened Rubush. She really wasn't that. This is BS. She wasn't really that emotional. It says, a visibly disheartened Rubush walked away with $16,500 in cash instead. However, a 2021 Q3 model starts at about $34,000 according to Audi. So it's kind of a lower end model, but it's still, it's not cheap, but it's not like, an A-class vehicle. Anyway, would I take it? Yeah, but anyway, Wheel of Fortune fans watching the episode immediately protested, saying that Rubush had been robbed. Video snippets of the show were soon posted on social media as people vented their disapproval. Quote, this is a Twitter quote. Come on, Wheel of Fortune. The woman literally chose the right word, tweeted Alex Jacob, who won the Tournament of Champions on Jeopardy in 2015. Quote, give her the car. Seth Weinstein, a pianist, meaning playing the piano, not someone that plays with their penis, a pianist, just to be clear, it sounds different, a piano player in Massachusetts said Robush, you say Rubush, I say Robush, whatever. Rubush's case shows that television producers need to apply the same rules across all the game shows. See, I agree. And that's what they do. She effed up. She stumbled. I'm going to play it in a second. These people are having ass backwards. Quote, I like games to have strict rules, but I judge this as a win, Weinstein said, citing Jeopardy. What the fart? What the fart? This is so poorly written. Citing the Jeopardy rule on a daily double. It's another show, Jack. Jeopardy's another show than Wheel of Fortune, even though it's both created by the late, great Merv Griffin and Merv Griffin Enterprises. All right, let me just read this. I like games to have strict rules, but I judge this as a win, Weinstein says, citing Jeopardy. On a daily double, you can say what is immediately and then fill in the rest just before the buzzer. Why not the equivalent here? Different show. The Twitter hashtag give her the Q3 started gaining momentum as this week progressed. Then Audi stepped in. Good PR. Smart move on Audi's part. The company announced on Wednesday it would give Robush the same model car she attempted to win on Wheel of Fortune. That's got to piss off a lot of people. Now, they can't go after Jeopardy and Sony, who owns Jeopardy, because obviously it's a third party that's giving away the car. Here's what Audi said. You're a winner in our eyes, Charlene, the company tweeted. Now let's get you a prize. Time to give her the Q3. That was tweeted on December 22nd, 2021. Audi confirmed the car giveaway in a statement to Newsweek magazine, saying the car will be gifted to Rubush. I wonder if she had to pay taxes. Usually, my understanding is a contestant, when they win on a game show, they have to pay the tax and title and fees for that vehicle. I wonder if that was the case in this instance. Things that make you go, Oh, crap, I'm starting to lose my voice again. Wheel of Fortune has been on the air since 1975. That's when Chuck Woolery hosted it. Did you know that? Before Pat Sajak took it over, it was Susan Stafford turning the letters and Chuck Woolery, long before 2 and 2, when he gained big-time fame on, what was that damn show? Love Connection. But Chuck Woolery was the host, and he got greedy. Allegedly, he wanted more in contract negotiations, Chuck Woolery did, and he walked away. And then Pat Sajak, who was a weatherman, stepped in. He was well-known in Los Angeles on a major television station doing the weather. So Wheel of Fortune has been there since 1975, is owned by Sony Pictures Television. Didn't return a request for comment. It's unclear if the game show will continue enforcing its rule on pausing between words. I'll play it for you. This is not being presented accurately. Wheel of Fortune fans in April also rallied against another of the show's rules when a different contestant lost a crossword puzzle. Okay, in the crossword, you can't add anything. You can't. There's four or five words, and you can't say and. You can't say like red, tile, floor, and ceiling. If you say and, bankrupt, you get nothing. People do it all the time. They screw up, and Pat warns them, don't add anything, don't say anything, just say what's up there when they try to solve the puzzle. So people bitched and complained on Twitter, and thankfully Wheel of Fortune didn't give in to the bitching because someone used the word and in listing a group of words in his response to the crossword puzzle, which isn't allowed. Fans have called on the show to eliminate the rule, Entertainment Weekly reported. How stupid. Now I'm going to finally play the audio of this. This is from courtesy of Entertainment Weekly in Canada. Boy, I sound like an hard-ass tonight. I apologize. I'm just a little wired from this coffee. Here we go.
Fortune viewers called for action when contestant Charlene Rubush missed out on winning a brand new car over a very small technicality.
Oh, this is too funny. Okay, yeah. So Charlene made it all the way to the bonus round with $16,500 before being faced with the puzzle in What Are You Doing category. She appeared to have solved the phrase to win a brand new Audi Q3, only to be told she paused too long between the words of her answer.
Play the clip.
All right. What are you doing is the category. You have 10 seconds to try to talk it out. Good luck.
Choosing the right card.
No.
Choosing the right word.
You know, this one's tough because you said all the right words, including the word, but as you know, it's got to be more or less continuous. We'll allow for a little pause, but not 4 or 5 seconds. I'm sorry, you did a good job in getting it, but we can't give you the prize, and it was the Audi. Oh man.
What the?
Oh, cue the outrage of viewers online. One user wrote this. Audi, can you please give this contestant the car she deserves? She won on Wheel of Fortune, and Pat denied her. Oh, using his name. I am no longer a wheel watcher because of this.
Leave it to the lovely
What a
people
bunch of
over at
pussies.
Audi who took notice of the viral moment and decided to step in and make her holidays a little more bright. Audi retweeted the clip, writing, "You're a winner in our eyes, Charlene. Now let's get you a prize. Time to give her the
I read
Q3."
bad.
Yeah, it's a Christmas miracle. I love this because viewers are not happy. So do you think Wheel of Fortune's going to say or do something now?
They have to. Maybe they'll give her a car. Listen, he even said you can take a pause, but you can't take a few second more pause. So the rules must be so strict that Pat knew right away that she didn't win. But
Yeah, they might get challenged or even sued by former contestants. Come on.
come on, like if she said, what was the choosing the right word? If she said choosing the right word, would she have won it, right? But she solved the problem, so I'm glad that Audi stepped in and gave her the car. It's amazing. But
I think that's wonderful, and I think that's just good, PR for
Wonderful.
them. Like
Yeah.
everyone was
a
actually
good look.
calling out to kind of fix what Wheel of Fortune did. So some people are saying, I'm glad she got her car after all. Kimberly's saying that. Vanessa's just saying, yikes, that's tough. Yazzy's saying, is that a known rule?
Yeah.
And BB's saying, no way
Rule?
that happened. And that time
Oh my
rule
God.
is a joke. It must be a rule that we just don't see used a lot because
Yes.
you either like
I've
kind of
seen
get
it a
right away
lot.
or it takes it. So this was kind of one of
You're
those
not a
really
wheel
tricky
watcher,
things.
lady.
Pat
Toots.
didn't do anything wrong.
Oh,
He was
Pat's
just
in trouble.
following
Wrong.
the
But like even Charlene kind of knew it. She was like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
She
I
kind of,
know.
I almost feel like she knew the rules. But I don't think that should be a rule. If you get
Because of a bunch of twits tweeting. Unbelievable.
words
Rules are
in
rules.
in the right order, then you should be able to get it.
Right,
Or
but you
rules
have
are
to
meant
have
to
a
be
limit or
broken,
people
I
could
guess,
be up
depending
there
on
for,
your
like,
point of
Yeah,
view.
but you had that, what is it, 10 seconds, whatever
Yeah.
it is, right? You had that time to solve it, so
True. Oh, right. So when you start, that was
you
the
had
rule.
that
Yeah.
gap of that time.
Okay, play it back. I'm not going to rewind the tape. You heard it. You can play it back if you choose to. And listen carefully. She's supposed to say the entire solution to the puzzle within the 10 seconds. You can't say part of it and restart. Like she stumbled and then restarted and said part of it here, part of it there. It's got to be continuous.
She
the
solved
rule.
it. Anyways, happy holidays,
These
Charlene.
people don't get it.
Pat, I don't know, Pat. Maybe
Pat's like, I'm just following the rules.
just following the rules.
But I'm glad she got a car.
Oh my God. No. All right. Finally, the moment I can take a break, take a coffee break. I got to get some more coffee. Time to get serious. Very serious. As promised, we're going to remember. I'm very serious. I sound like I'm being like this is a joke. It's not a damn joke. We're going to remember major talents that we lost in 2021 in chronological order. I'm going to play some music. That sounds like a joke. I'm not joking. Hang on. Before I get to that, I want to acknowledge people in Facebook land. Wesley's checking in from Ackworth. Hello, Wesley. Jason, let's see. Jason Wood. Let's see. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about. You should Jason Wood says you should give out your phone number to call more often. Okay, 770-438-1050. 770-438-1050. But don't call just yet. I want to go get some coffee. I'm going to play a clip of my first person in actually in the order they passed away, starting in January 2021. And Wesley, I don't want to out him. Never mind. I mentioned some viewer feedback I got, but no names. Oh, geez, I just screwed up. All right, but I'm glad you're out there, Wesley. You're one of my favorite audience members. All right, so let's get serious and talk about the lost souls, sincerely. And we got some heavy hitters. It's not too long a list. Let's go. Trying to get some coffee and then I'll take some calls if anybody wants to call in. Very serious, man. I'm not making a damn joke. I'm really not. I'm not. Here's a great interview with one of the best interviewers of all time, David Letterman. Let's listen while I get some coffee. I'm not on drugs. The coffee, man. I swear on my life. I swear on my life.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back. Great. I think the best way to introduce our next guest is to let the videotape tell the story. It's April 1974, Atlanta Stadium, and something historic is about to happen. Recently voted into baseball's Hall of Fame, here's Mr. Hank Aaron. Hank? Pleasure to meet you. That's exciting to see that. I guess you've seen it several times by now.
You get little goose pimples on
Yeah.
it.
Did you get a phone call from the White House after that, or?
Believe it or not, I did. Well, you know, the funniest thing about that day, that night, after I hit the home run, I went back to left field, and I was standing in my position to catch a fly ball, and Donald Davis, and our traveling secretary, was running down left field line. He was telling me the president was on telephone. And I said, well, fine, Donald. I said, but what do you want me to do, stop the ball game? I said, just put the president on hold, and I'll be right with him. and sure enough, right after the inning, I went running up the steps, and of course, the president was on telephone, and he was inviting myself and my wife to be his guest at the White House.
This would be President
Nixon. Right. You said it. But anyhow, I answered the telephone. He said, Henry, I said, I would like for you to be my guest at the White House. I said, what, fine, Mr. President. I said, thank you very much. I said, when do you want me to be your guest? He said, as soon as possible. Hell, I didn't get there quick enough.
Yeah. Didn't make it quickly enough. How do you stack up with some of these guys who were your peers, Pete Rose, physically? Now, you've retired 5-6 years ago.
Well, I don't make as quite as much money as Pete. My cap stayed on my head, of course.
Now, what's that? Now, some ball players, Willie Mays, one of the greatest, would lose his cap. Roberto Clemente, another fine ball player, one of the greatest, lost his cap. You didn't have that problem, Hank. What's...
Well, I think one reason they always gave me one that fit. I gave them the right size. But no, I think, you know, really, I just played the game the way it was supposed to be played. You know, if you'll notice, and I'm sure a lot of people around the country have seen Joe DiMaggio play baseball, and who was truly one of the greatest stars that ever played the game. He did things the way it was supposed to be done. I made a few mistakes. I was not flashy, but you know,
well,
why should I run after fly ball when it's 20 rows in the stand? You know, I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
See, what you're implying here, what I'm hearing a little bit of is you're saying some of these guys may have been hot dogs, just a little there.
Well, I'm going to leave that alone. You said it.
Well, no, I don't want Pete Rose coming looking for me. But now, who's between the two, you and Pete, who would be, let's just, for example, pick a skill here, the better runner, the quicker, the faster?
Oh, no question about it. I was a better runner than Pete. No, and I don't mean that to try to downgrade Pete because he is truly one of the great ball players in this country. But,
Not sure. Not sure what happened over there.
But, you know, I could run the bases pretty well.
You know, I got to tell you this, and everybody tells you this. I wasn't in Atlanta when you parked 7:15, but I was in Cincinnati when you knocked out 7:14, and that was the one that tied the record. And for me, it was a huge thrill, and I don't know, I just had to get that in. Now, one of those things, I started talking, I realized I didn't have much to say, and I felt like, well, I'll finish it up. I think I'm faster than Pete Rose too. Now. Let's see, what else? You, during that time, a lot of pressure on you, I guess, huh?
Well, I did have a lot of pressure on me. It was about 2.5 years, you know, constantly being harassed by the press. The same questions. Why didn't you hit a home run tonight? Even if I would go 4 for 4, why didn't you hit a home run? Why did you take this pitch? It was pressure because if you've never played the game of baseball, people don't realize that you just can't walk up to the plate and hit a home run anytime you want to, you know.
Now, I was under the impression that you said that night in Atlanta you felt like you were going to do it. You wanted to get it over with, right?
I felt like I wanted to get it over with. I was happy that I got it over with for 2 reasons. One, for my teammates, and the other ones was because of the fact that I wanted to go back and start playing baseball the way I know how to play it.
Yeah. Now, let's get up to present. Recently, you were voted into the Hall of Fame at your earliest opportunity of eligibility, and this happens regardless of who the player is. You were not a unanimous vote. 9 writers decided Henry Aaron wasn't quite ready to go into the Hall of Fame. Now,
they were asleep.
But they do that with everybody. Now, what is the deal on that?
Well, I don't know, you know, but I'm going to give you my reason for that is because I think that, you know, even before those 9 writers did not vote for me, I was called on the telephone by several sports writers that told me that, you know, Joe DiMaggio was not a unanimous choice. Willie Mays was not a unanimous choice.
Babe Ruth was not.
Babe Ruth,
Ty Cobb was not.
And you can go on and on and on. Well, you know, I'm not saying that I should have been a unanimous choice, but I think that if they're going to start saying that simply because those other guys were not a unanimous choice, I think that's wrong. You know, every ball player should be judged on his own merit and how he produced and what he did on the field rather than talking about other players.
Did you ever have any difficulty with umpires? Ever get fights, kicked dirt on them, tossed out of games?
Oh, I felt like kicking dirt on a few of them, but never had in a fight. Never got kicked out of a ball game.
What are the regulations? What can you do to an umpire? You can't kick dirt on them, can you? Or can you?
No, you can't spit in their face.
No.
And you got
You folks at home may want to take these down.
And you have to make sure that you brush your teeth.
We're going to pause here. No, we're not going to pause here. We're going to say goodbye. Thank you. I'm new at the job. Hank, it was a pleasure. I've been a big
Second
fan
night.
of yours for years. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Aaron.
I'm going to hear what music Paul Schaefer played him out with. He's walking out in the hallway and everyone's cheering him on.
Hank Aaron, Al Albert, WNBC.
Act like it's a game.
In a long and illustrious career, was that the toughest interview you've ever gone through?
That was really tough, but I enjoyed it.
Did he throw you any curves?
Believe it or not, he threw me probably one of the best curveballs I've ever seen, but I enjoyed it. I thought he was a great interview.
How would you rate that? A single, double, triple, or a home run?
I would have to rate it as a home run.
Yes, he's being known as a slugger around here right now.
I thought David did a terrific job. It was great.
Would you place him in the same league as a Carson and the others?
Well, I've never been interviewed by Johnny Carson, but I would have to say that as far as I'm concerned, David is on top.
Never been interviewed. I guess that's why he's being called Scoop Letterman. Hank Aaron, thank you very much. Hank Aaron coming through once again. Al Albert, back to you, David.
Thank you very much. Al Albert, NBC Sports, and Hank Aaron. Coming up, Irving Caesar. We'll be right back.
Rest in peace to the great Hank Aaron. Continuing on, in January 2021, on January 23rd, we lost a great broadcaster, Larry King. Larry was born in New York City, New York, as Lawrence Harvey Zeiger on November 19th, 1933. He passed away 87 years of age. And over his career, Larry King hosted over 50,000 interviews. Rest in peace, Larry King. No clip. Oh, I do want to tell a story about Larry briefly. I've mentioned this before, but in 1988, I'm old. I'm giving my age away here. I was a teenager. I called into Larry King's nationally syndicated show at the time and made it on the air. And I have that somewhere. I'm going to find it. I know I saved it. And he loved my name, Chance. And he kept going on and on. Oh, that's a neat name. Is that your real name? Is that on your birth certificate? Yes, sir. Wow, what did you want to talk about? Anyway, I can't remember what I talked about, but it's on tape. I can convert it digitally. I need to find that. And he wound up naming one of his children, his boys, Chance. To this day, my mom and pop think he named it after me because he kept going on and on. I'd never heard the name Chance before. And this is before Chance the rapper. Milky Chance. There's another band out now, brand new band. Milky Chance. Anyway, I digress, but this is about Larry King, and that was a big loss. But see, these people, these talents live forever on celluloid, film, video, and digitally. Moving on in our list of those we lost in January 2021, Cloris Leachman, who was born April 30th, 1926 in Des Moines, Iowa. She passed away January 27th, 2021 at the age of 94. That's an awesome long life. And she, of course, was in the original Twilight Zone episode from season 3 titled It's a Good Life, with Bill Mooney, the kid with the power, wishing him away into the cornfield when they act up. She played Anthony's mother. And, of course, she was in Rhoda, and before that, introduced The Mary Tyler Moore Show. That's where she won her Emmy Award, her first. Funny lady, major talent. Next on our list, Hal Holbrook. Passed away January 23rd, 2021 at the age of 95. And I remember him from Creep Show as the frustrated husband of a character, a mean witch of a woman played by Adrienne Barbeau, and he shoots her in the head, fantasizing. It's called The Crate. The Crate. The Crate. C-R-A-T-E, The Crate. And a monster devours his wife as he laughs. No more abuse will his character sustain under that witch of a woman. Continuing with Hal Holbrook, Evening Shade was a great sitcom starring Burt Reynolds, Mary Lou Henner, who has a photographic memory, and many others in the casts. It was a hell of a good sitcom. You don't see much anymore. Antenna TV was playing it for a while, but you don't see it anymore. It was very funny. It lasted, I think it started in 1990. Great show. Now, let's get serious again. Cicely Tyson passed away on January 28th, 2021. She was 96 years of age. She was born back on December 19th, 1924. She played Miss Jane Pittman. Required viewing when I was growing up in school in a television movie which she won awards for, playing Miss Jane Pittman, who drank from the white water fountain. Based on a true story, of course. And I loved her in Bustin' Loose with Richard Pryor. I can't play a clip because I'll tear up on camera. And I'm being very serious. That movie just touches my heart. If you haven't seen it, and there's a story behind that. Richard Pryor, poor Richard Pryor, he'd burned his face up freebasing cocaine, running down the street on fire. He set himself on fire. It's terrible. While he was in production of Bustin' Loose, so production ceased And then it resumed, and he looked different. You could tell. They tried to, do a makeup job like a Mark Hamill job after Mark Hamill's car wreck. And Cicely Tyson played his love interest in that. And I was always a misfit kid, and it was a story about Richard Pryor's character taking a bus full of misfits to a safe place on a farm across country, I think in Washington State. And he's a criminal. He tries to redeem himself. I just love that movie. And Cicely Tyson, that's one of my favorite roles of hers. Continuing on, here's someone you know, but you don't know. Behind the scenes kind of guy. Seymour Shermack, known as Cy, C-Y, Cy. He was born September 20th, 1929. That's my daddy's birthday. And he passed on January 29th, 2021. And he was an American producer and screenwriter. He's notable for producing the show Chips, starring Eric Estrada, who reportedly was a pain in the ass with ego to his castmates. And Cy Shermack also produced Ironside, a long-running show starring the former Raymond Burr. Not the former Raymond Burr, but the former Perry Mason. Raymond Burr was crippled by a gunshot from someone he had sentenced in the pilot, and he's wheelchair-bound. That's why it's called Ironside. And by the way, Raymond Burr was gay, and that's fine. And Raymond Burr cracked me up in Airplane 2, playing the judge. You know what it's like to fall in love? Yes. Yes, I do. That deadpan delivery. Man, he was one of a kind, but I digress. We're talking about this producer now, Seymour Shermack. And he died of natural causes at his home in nice Honolulu, Hawaii, at the age of 91. Now we move on to February 2021 of lost talents and memorable people. Dustin Diamond, otherwise known as Screech from Saved by the Bell, died February 1st, 2021. Gone at 44 years of age. He had a troubled life after Saved by the Bell, but he's at peace now with his Heavenly Father, our Heavenly Father. Next, born Arthur Christopher Orme Plummer, otherwise known as Christopher Plummer. A great Canadian actor who passed away at age 91 on February 5th, 2021. He was born December 13th, 1929. Of course, he was the co-star of The Sound of Music with Julie Andrews back in 1965. And I know him best as a Klingon in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country. His character loved Shakespeare. To be or not to be. That's what he utters as he's destroyed and killed by a photon torpedo from the USS Enterprise, I think it was. And he also did Knives Out, a mystery movie of late, I think from 2019, which had an all-star cast, including the latest James Bond, who's now retiring from the role, and Jamie Lee Curtis, among others. The former Scream Queen, who we'll talk about later. Oh boy, here's one. A broadcasting legend, Rush Limbaugh. My friends, it is I, Rush Limbaugh. I dare not do an impression. Cigars killed him. Make no mistake. My friends, why do you still smoke cigars? Have you learned nothing? He was born January 12th, 1951, and Rush Limbaugh's cigar finally went out on February 17th, 2021. I'm serious. Whether you like him or hate him, he was a hell of a broadcaster. But cigars killed him. Cancer of the throat. Terrible. Now we move on to March 2020. I just can't imagine him, if he were looking down on people smoking cigars, I don't think he'd be too happy. I really don't. They know not what they do. My friends, it is I, Rush. No, I'm not going to do it. I sound like an ass. I respect all these people I'm talking about here. Moving on to March 2021. Yaphet Kotto, the James Bond villain, Mr. Big in Live and Let Die, the first Roger Moore James Bond movie, which was released by United Artists in the USA on June 27, 1973. He passed away, unfortunately, on March 15, 2021. An African-American actor, and as Mr. Big in Live and Let Die, he was in his first major blockbuster movie. That film cost $7 million to make, but it grossed $161.8 million. When Mr. Kotto passed away, he was 81 years of age. He was born Frederick Samuel Kotto on November 15, 1939, in New York City, New York. His father was raised Jewish, and his mother converted to Judaism. Rest in peace, Mr. Big. George Segal, or Siegel. He passed away on March 23, 2021, at the age of 87. And I do have a clip with the great Tom Snyder, whom I talked with on the air as a caller back on September 20th, 1996. I played the clip talking to Malcolm McDowell, asking Malcolm what it felt like to kill off Captain James T. Kirk in Star Trek Generations. That was my question. I cracked up. Tom Snyder, an incredible broadcaster. Let's listen to a clip of George Segal as I take a little break on the Late Late Show with Tom Snyder from the year 1999. Certainly no party. We're not partying like it's 99 on that. Well, we will, actually, because I take that back, because he was still alive then. And I'll talk about some other roles I really like with him. I'm not going to dwell on each person. I've got to move the show along. I promised I would. I'm trying to change the format up to have this be a less long program. Let's listen to the interview with George Segal by the great Tom Snyder.
In a long career which symbolizes both star power and staying
Just
power,
a little bit of
George Segal has entertained us on stage, in motion pictures,
I
and
call him
currently
Segal.
on TV, where he's one of the stars of the NBC sitcom called Just Shoot Me. He is a favorite guest and friend of this show, and I'm always pleased to welcome Mr. Segal back to our humble abode here at CBS. Thanks for coming on. You know, in doing some research on you, I went to the computer today and typed up George Segal. Do you know that there are two of you?
Yes, I do know.
There's a famous American sculptor who made plaster casts of people, and he also has a lot of entries on the research tool.
Right, and he is shown among other places in the Modern Museum of Art in New York. And before I had any kind of fame or notoriety, it was always pleasant for me to go in and see my name.
Oh, really?
Beautifully done, because they're so clean and simple there.
Yes, plaster casting is that way. Yeah.
Well, plaster casting, yes, that's rock and roll.
Well, that's another
using, yes. But no, he does whole figures.
The entire person, as opposed to specialization.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Now you are now in syndication, as it were, Just Shoot Me, very successful, and I'm told that you went to New Orleans to the programming convention to promote the show and meet the people. What happened during your visit to New Orleans?
Well, I didn't know. It's called NatP.
NatP, right.
Information. And it's a whole other business distributing these things once they go into syndication. We, however, are not in syndication.
Oh, you're not?
Not yet. We were there teasing. David Spade.
They wound up being in
went
syndication.
down, and then we sat in chairs, higher chairs.
Right.
And then people, station managers would come in, and they'd have a number, and there'd be a number on the guy taking the picture. And David doesn't like flashes, so that was great. There was no flashing. And they would stand between us, and we'd have a few words, and they'd take the picture.
Oh, so the idea then would be that the station manager would have his picture taken with the stars, so to speak, you and David Spade.
That's right.
And then if they liked you and got along with you, maybe they would want to buy the show in syndication and run it on their television station.
Yes, but I don't think it depended on our personalities at the time of the show. I think the show has to speak for itself, no matter how charming David.
Well, then what was the reason you went down to New Orleans?
To try and get these people to pick up the show. Which I guess is essentially what you said.
What I said, yeah.
Yeah. Also, it was never clear to me what we were doing. It's a publicity gig, and you just go. But these guys are like super car salesmen. They're very, they're fast talkers. It's a whole. We don't run into those kind of people because they're selling different kinds of products.
Right. Yeah. And you know what else they do a lot at those conventions is they drink a lot.
They do. Well, New Orleans, you have the advantage of all that great food. So there was prodigious eating that went on, kind of nonstop. There's a kind of desperation almost because it's all so good from breakfast on.
True. But it was
And
a
the beer's so good there.
successful trip, right, to New Orleans? Yeah.
It was. I assume other people would have to say that, but for me, it was. Yes, thank you. A successful
Very, very
trip.
good. Now, you know, I was watching the Golden Globes here about a month ago, and you were a nominee, and I was rooting for you because I like you a lot, and you're my pal, and you come here, and you didn't get the Golden Globe, but at least you got a nomination, which they say is sometimes an honor enough, huh?
Well, we got 5, you see, which was set some kind of record for this deal, so that was really nice. Yeah, the nomination is the thing. I say that because I didn't win. Michael J. Fox would probably say it's all in the winning.
Yeah.
He has a point of view.
Yeah. But now you won the Golden Globe in 1964, was it, as the most promising newcomer? Right?
Newcomer. Yes, yes. That was the Golden Globes were in their infancy. I think they did have a show on then. And I had called my friend Buck Henry, who is a writer, to give me. I thought I would have to say a few words as the newcomer of the year, and he said, "Let me think about it." And he called back in about 3 days, and he said, "What about thank you very much?"
That's good. Yes.
Sounded good.
Oh, that Buck has a way with words.
I know he does.
Yeah.
Well, but it's the taste. It's how you use those words. And when I got there, I
Take
was
a
saying
call.
over and over again, "Thank you very much. Thank you very much," because I was a lock.
I think they must take a call here.
Well, it turns out that at the end of the show, there were 5 newcomers. Nobody told me. I remember Topol was one of them. But anyway, there was no stopping at the microphone. They were out of time, and they ran us.
Here are the 5 newcomers of the year.
And they ran us across the stage, yes, to no applause. So
To the phones, let's go.
In 1973, you didn't even get to go.
I don't know why. It's all a haze. You know, remember the early 70s, but I wasn't there. I was at the emergency room.
Right, didn't somebody get hurt?
Yes, there was a lady who worked for us, and I think she twisted her ankle or something, lovely ladies, and I took her to the UCLA emergency ward, and I'm waiting there. You wait a long time, as you know. And somebody next to me said, "Aren't they talking about you?" And there was that little black and white screen that they have in those waiting rooms. And yes, and there it was. And the director and the writer, Mel Frank, took the award. And I was watching.
Oh, for Touch of Class.
For Touch of Class,
Yeah,
yes. Exactly.
with Glenda Jackson.
That's right, exactly. Oh, you kind of do a historical update.
One of my favorite movies was Touch of Class. When the travel agent says, "And what about Mother?" Remember that? That's a very, very funny.
I'll cut the clip, but they don't take a call
Last
soon.
time you were here, we talked a little bit about your love of language. And in reading about you this afternoon, I read that you took French in the early grades, like 6th or 7th grade. You were studying French and speaking it, as a matter of fact.
Well, this is probably a reference. Yes, I did. And I had what I thought was a good accent. Of course, I'd never heard a real French person, so it was just, I guess it was, I'd seen Maurice Chevalier, and that was about it. Excuse me.
Tickle. Yes. Cher Sail Flame.
I walk right into those, don't I?
Yeah. Well, we're French, you see. Cher Sail Flame.
Oui, oui. Ah, oh, yeah, it was the French. Oh, yeah, everything.
Your lips tell me no, but yeah.
Well, if I could just back up a little, because
Sure.
I used to go in.
We have plenty of time.
When I was like 12 or 13 from Great Neck, which is outside of New York, and I would take the Long Island Railroad into 42nd Street. I knew how to get to 33rd I knew just to 42nd. And then I would usually go to the Laugh movie, which had those bendy mirrors that, you know, those
surely.
front.
The House of
that
Mirrors.
made it the Laugh movie, and Hugo's Flea Circus. And I went to a lot of places on 42nd
Excuse
Street.
me?
Hugo's, I think it was Flea Circus. Yeah, they had a Flea Circus. They also had Alberta there, who was a half man, half woman.
Really, which half?
For another 25 cents, I take you back and show you what you want to see. Doesn't sound like a woman to me, but what the hell. Anyway.
Well, did you ever get back to see her?
No, because I was too small.
Too small.
Not you, buddy. So, anyway. Well, there used to be an island, you know, where in New York, at Times Square, where the services, where they have the induction, not the induction booth, but you know, you can go up.
Sign up for the military. Yes,
for the military.
yes. Recruiting booth.
A recruiting booth, exactly. Right. Those things fail me, so it's nice to have you here. So
I won't be here long. You know.
Yeah, but while you're here.
While I'm here.
Okay.
Right.
So there was a fence, and they were.
I remember that little like picket fence thing you.
Yeah, well, it was an iron fence, and a little island that extended from that. It's gone now, and they would have cars parked on either side.
That's right.
But the point is that you were kind of trapped there as you would get inside the cars, and you would edge your way along, and then you'd get out and you'd cross over at like 44th Street.
Correct.
So I was going like across, and then there was this guy in a gray raincoat who came up right in front of me. I didn't have too much experience coming.
I think it might be a hint to cut the clip.
What's going on? Right, exactly. So this guy
exactly.
says to me,
all right, where?
Yeah,
this guy.
TV as we're speaking.
All right, I want to hear one call.
And it's kind of telepathic.
One call, and I'll cut the clip.
Cards come out sometime. Really, it's really
770-438-1050 is the number.
So, Judy, he and his wife sing and play the banjo. He plays
poker
occasionally.
I backed
he
it up
loves
too.
the card game casino, and that's how he relaxes.
Well, see, I'm a card player.
What do you play, Judy?
She must ask, how do you relax?
Poker and horse and any of those kind of games.
Good.
Casino deals, and it is.
Now we got the internet.
How the cards come out.
Yes, it is. Sometimes they're red, sometimes they're black. It's amazing.
Oh, ain't that a deal?
We can play Candy Crush nowadays.
So what else, Judy?
Pass the time.
Where's your favorite place in the world to relax? Like, if you could travel anywhere, where would you go?
Well, the times I've been, I know it's a cliche, but the times, not that often that I've been to Hawaii, I have really relaxed. But I've also relaxed in Martinique and the stuff in the when.
One of the best places on earth.
I mean, high pressure life, right?
Yeah.
You get high from the plants, the natural high.
It is nice to go
Chlorophyll.
to those island paradises and just because there's nothing to do, and the sand and the water and all of that. It's nice. The Mai Tais.
The Mai Tais, exactly.
I'm reading your lips on my TV as we're speaking because they told me to turn the volume down.
Right.
This is so wonderful.
Isn't it, though?
Yeah, it is.
It's almost like it could go on forever, isn't it, Judy?
Yeah,
but
it
can't.
is.
Like my show.
You're such a wonderful person. And, Tom, we're going to miss you.
Okay, Judy, I thank you for
retired,
calling, and thanks for watching our show tonight.
Hey, thank you, dear.
Okay,
this
dear.
This is the highlight of my day.
Okay, well, let's hope tomorrow's better. Good night, Judy.
Thanks.
Bye-bye now. You know...
Watch the color teenies as they fly through the air. I love Tom Snyder. He's just such a warm person with those calls, and he was with me. All right. George Segal, I'll call it Segal since that's what how Tom pronounced it. I loved him in a small role in the 1996 comedy The Cable Guy, which is very underrated. And he played Matthew Broderick's character's dad. And he had a funny line. He goes, "Are you taking the pot?" I just think that's a great understood and underrated comedy by writer-director Ben Stiller, which starred, of course, Jim Carrey. It's got to be streaming somewhere. I think that's a Universal movie. If so, it's probably on, what is the Universal NBC streaming? Peacock. It's probably on Peacock, but I don't know. Moving on. And again, I don't have clips for everybody. In the interest of time, I'm not playing favorites. I'm really not. Besides, I will get to these people on their birthdays or on the anniversary of their, like next year, on the anniversary of their demise. I just rotate. In no particular order. There's no rhyme or reason. I have clips for some and not for others. Again, not playing favorites. So moving on, Jessica Walter, great actress, was born, she passed away March 24th, 2020 at the age of 80, and she's best known for Arrested Development. We'll move on to April 2021 after this call. Let's see if this is a real caller from Delaware. Is this Joe Bud? The Nostalgic Podblast, you're on the air.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. This is Jason from Men Talk.
How you doing, Man Talk? I saw you commenting. I was about to read some of your posts, man. What's up?
Oh, doing all right. Had a little bit of this Omni thing going on.
Oh, yeah.
I've got myself secured in place.
Do you have it?
Yeah, but fortunately it's
short lasting. I'm just about over it now. I'm just a little bit stocked up.
You're not messing with me. You really got the Omicron variant.
Yep.
I'm sorry to hear that, Jason. That's
It's
not
all
good.
right.
You're on the mend, it
It's
sounds
all right.
like. Yeah.
It's better than the Delta variant and all that. I'm telling you.
That's right. And did you know that in the old show Star Trek, whoever named that disease must be a nerd or a Trekker, Trekkie, whatever you want to call it, because there was a planet called Omicron Ceti 3 in a season 1 episode called The Paradise Syndrome, where Spock gets high from spores in a plant and he falls in love with Charles Bronson's real-life wife. They were married till she died, by the way, of cancer. I'm getting really weird and I digress. But Omicron, yeah, that's the name of a planet on Star Trek. Anyway, in the Paradise, in This Side of Paradise, that's the name of the episode. This Side of Paradise, season 1. On Paramount Plus, it's streaming. All the classic Star Treks and all the Star Treks are on Paramount Plus streaming. Go ahead. I apologize, and I hope you get better and feel better real soon.
No, I do. I'm just a little bit stopped up. That's all. I'm mostly over. I just got a few more days.
Is it true what they say? It's like a cold? Are the symptoms like a cold? Is that true, or is it a little bit more severe?
Yeah. It's severe cold.
But not as bad as the flu? I mean, is there a fever involved?
Oh, yeah. I had 102.1.
Well, this is no joke. How do you think you caught it?
Yeah.
Do you know who you were exposed to, or?
No, it could have been at work, but I think I wear a mask everywhere I go. And, they say mask, no mask. I don't care. I'm wearing a mask. I don't, and I changed my mask. You always, you don't want to wear the same one all the time. But my point is, I didn't ever catch, the first two ones, the first two variants. That didn't get the Delta variant or any of that. And I took care of I had to come take care of my mother and my stepfather, and I didn't catch it then, and both of them had it. And my stepfather, I've never seen him not work. He was out of work for 2 weeks.
Wow.
And
that's not that long.
Yeah. Well, for him, when you don't miss 1 day of work, I mean, he was in charge of the Titan missile.
Well, shit, yes, yeah, okay, all right. Is that a secret?
Well, no names are being released, so it doesn't matter.
All right, well,
the point is, he was in charge of that, and I've never seen him miss a day of work, and he went. You can kind of hear it in my voice, can't you?
Yeah, you can. A little bit.
I'm just a little stopped up, that's all now. But I've been dealing with it all week.
Damn. Have you been vaccinated?
No.
Okay. What you're describing, and I'll shut up and let you talk. I just want to quickly say, you hear the cliche, he never missed a day of work in his life. And I always think, how could that be? Is that for real, or is that just a throwaway line on a television show? I guess it's real. I know my grandpa didn't miss a day of work. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Well, that's the old generation. That's the best generation.
That's true. The World War II generation. Yeah, the greatest generation.
Yeah, exactly. That's my grandpa, but he wasn't in there. Though I have several, that's for a whole different show, but my grandfather was a farmer, and if you lay out, you can't let that field be like that. You
got to plow, right. I watched Little House on the Prairie. I know about farming. I'm kidding.
Yes. Yeah.
I sure as hell don't know from experience. I'm a pussy, but that's another story. I'm sorry about the language, folks.
Yeah.
No, man. Well, what kind of medicines are you taking? Were you prescribed anything, or is it all over the counter, or a combination, or what?
Yep, it's okay. Don't worry about it. It's internet.
Say again?
Actually, I'm taking,
You broke up or something.
Robitussin with honey.
Okay. Well, I don't know what it was.
Yeah,
Sometimes you cut out. Your audio is strong, brother. Are you on a landline or a cell phone, or what are you using? You sound really good. Except right then, it just went dead. I think the first... There, now you're back. It's going in and out. Damn, let me shut the F up and let you talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, so anyway, no, I'm taking Robitussin with honey.
Oh, okay. Robitussin with honey, and that's it. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm acetaminophen.
Okay.
Yeah, no, acetaminophen.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. I used to take Robitussin DM before they banned it for kicks. Anyway, that's another story. Shame on me. I paid the price. Go ahead. I mean, it made me puke bad. Right in the middle of the food court. You know Lenox Square Mall, right? If you know, in Atlanta, Georgia, Lenox Square Mall, there's a California Pizza Kitchen. I had just roboed. They call it roboing. And I was peer pressured. It wasn't my idea. And I threw up right under the table in front of everybody trying to enjoy their meal. I digress. It was disgusting at the time. Freaked everybody out. Oh, my God. I heard people say, I mean, okay. You can't hide projectile vomiting in public. You just can't. There's no way. How can people hear your show? Hey, how can people hear your show? The Man Show.
God
dang it. Man, if you play this back, you'll hear you go silent all of a sudden.
Let me take myself off of Bluetooth.
Okay.
Hold on.
Next up, April 2021, people we lost after this call. I'll try to hurry it along in the interest of time.
Okay, I'm back.
You sound great. I don't know what you're using, if you have a headset or what, but the audio's killer from your call.
Yeah, it was a headset. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, how can people hear the Man Show?
No, it's called the Man Talk.
I'm sorry, I did that before. The Man Talk. I'm sorry, Jason.
No, Man Talk.
No show, just Man Talk. Got it. I'm going to write it down.
That's okay, and the phone number is 718.
Man Talk. 718.
Yeah,
I've called in before.
Yeah, I know, Chance, and that's what I mentioned earlier. Thanks for calling in, because they thoroughly enjoyed you calling in and hope you'd call in again.
That's nice.
Yeah,
Say that number again.
We thoroughly enjoyed you.
Thank you. 718. What was the number again?
Oh, yeah, 718.
Okay.
508-9816.
Got it, man. And you're on Saturday night, right?
Yeah, Saturday night, 7 to 9 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah.
Perfect. I'm gonna call in. I got a little slap happy on Saturdays lately, and I will. I appreciate the kind words, and I would like to partake and call in and flap my damn gums even more than I already do. The last Podblast I did, this is sick. It was over 6 hours long. because I was wired on coffee and I just had too much to cover. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
That's too long, man. Nobody gonna listen that long.
Nothing wrong with that, man. I mean, you do a beautiful job.
That's nice of you to say, Jason. I appreciate it. I wish I could agree with you.
Maybe I need to, I don't know, maybe I need to hang up and call back because I think we got a weird connection.
There seems to be a delay or something. It just goes dead, but you sound great. When you come in, it's loud and clear. Yeah, man, I don't know. I guess I'll continue on my list. Let me see. Let me look at some. Is there anything else you wanted to say? God dang it, maybe he hung up. You there? That's Jason, everybody. I'm going to keep the phone close. And I will continue with people we lost. This is serious. I'm not kidding around. It sounds like I'm being some smartass. I'm not. These are talents that I really love and respect. I'm just trying to have it classy here. Born Alan George See, S-E-E, not like the ocean sea, or the candy. Or yes, I guess it is spelled like See's Candies, isn't it? Isn't See's Candies, which is out in California, S-E-E-S? Yes. Gavin MacLeod was born Alan George See, like see with your eye, on February 28th, 1931 in Mount Kisco, New York. Of course, he's best known for portraying Meryl Steubing, the ship's captain, on ABC's The Love Boat. And he played Murray Slaughter before that role on The Mary Tyler Moore Show. 2 back-to-back hit shows. Gavin MacLeod, a Christian television host and author whose career spanned 6 decades. Also appeared on several talk, variety, and religious programs. Rest in peace, Gavin MacLeod. And he was really a dramatic actor at first. In the very violent Peter Gunn, I saw a couple episodes. He was a real thug, his character. No clip, just remembrance. I'll play clips on the anniversary of his birthday, which is in February, right around the corner. February 28th, 1931. And he passed away May 29th, 2021. Moving on, I do have a clip of this guy, Charles Grodin. He was born Charles Sidney Grodin on April 21st, 1935. Charles Grodin, movie star and big personality, noted smartass with David Letterman, among others, passed away on May 18th, 2021. Charles Grodin began his acting career in the 1960s, appearing in TV serials including The Virginian, which was a 90-minute Western show on NBC. After a small part in the movie Rosemary's Baby in 1968, Charles Grodin played the lead in Elaine May's The Heartbreak Kid in 1972. And he had supporting roles in Mike Nichols' Catch-22 in 1970, and in the 1976 remake of King Kong. He got stomped by the beast. He stomped him. And he played Warren Beatty's, I think he was his boss. Remember Heaven Can Wait, the remake from 1978? Loved it. That's an underrated movie. Heaven Can Wait with Warren Beatty, based on a classic film. Charles Grodin was known for his deadpan delivery, and often he was cast as a put-on straight man. Grodin became familiar as a supporting actor in many Hollywood comedies of the era, including Real Life in 1979, Seems Like Old Times in 1980, which I have on 16mm film, which I may put on the auction block. I'm getting rid of all of my features, and not all, I'll keep some like The Empire Strikes Back and Star Wars. All of my features on 16mm film. I'm not trying to make this about me. I'm going to get back to Charles Grodin. Let me pause the serious music because I'm digressing here. I collect 16mm film. I held up a cartoon of Deputy Droopy, a Droopy cartoon on film, and films have become quite valuable, quite rare. And what I'm going to focus on in my collection are TV shows and cartoons, and short features like The Three Stooges or Our Gang, otherwise known as Little Rascals, because those are larger than life. I have a 65 millimeter lens. I can project big as life in my home or outdoors. And I have a 65 millimeter lens that makes it's sharper than HD. It's sharper than 1080p. It's closer to 4K. It's a killer lens that was made in 1987 for the U.S. military in Germany for the troops over there. And I have that in my collection. It's a great accessory. And for features, you need to have, if it's in scope, meaning widescreen, you have to have an anamorphic lens, which I bought in 1995 here in Atlanta from a place called Cinevision. But I digress. This is boring to the layman out there, unless you're a film nut. But the problem with features on 16 millimeter film, now 35 millimeter film is in stereo and Dolby, great sound. But 16 millimeter is mono. So with technology advancing, with streaming and with all the Blu-rays and 4Ks and other stuff I have, I just prefer to watch movies that way, in stereo, in a modern mode, because it's mono, like the sound is mono on features. So I'm keeping my TV shows because you gain more. You lose watching a feature on 16 millimeter film, not 35 millimeter film. That's what movie theaters showed with 35 millimeter. 16 millimeter was for like the airline print, on the airplane back in the day. Schools, colleges, universities, they would strike prints in 16 millimeter, and for rental services. People would rent them, like our friend Al Hardy. He has catalogs from the 70s and stuff. That was before the VHS tape and video store rentals. You would rent a film reel. That's why these prints were made and struck for the rental business and for colleges, universities, et cetera, that I just talked about. So nowadays, I don't want to watch anything in mono, especially a big action movie. I have a bunch of action movies. So anyway, I digress. I don't know how I got on that. Oh, yeah, because it seems like old times. I have that on film. I have another one on film. Charles Grodin did a movie with Farrah Fawcett and Art Carney called Sunburn. It was a Paramount movie from, I think, 1979. Have that on film. I'm going to maybe keep that because it's rare. It's kind of a bad movie, but Farrah Fawcett is smoking hot in it. I have a poster here somewhere I could hold up for the camera and when watching live or after the fact on demand. And she has this one-piece white bathing suit on the poster, and she looks incredible. So, it's a bad movie, bad script, but it's interesting seeing Charles Grodin with Farrah Fawcett as a couple and their lack of chemistry. Total lack of chemistry. But back to Charles Grodin, who passed away, unfortunately, on May 18th, 2021. Among the movies, seems like old times, The Great Muppet Caper in 1981. That was great. And then Ishtar, which was slammed by the critics. Ishtar. He was in Dave in 1993 and Clifford in 1994. And Charles Grodin co-starred in the action comedy, I love this movie, Midnight Run, with Robert De Niro. And in the family film Beethoven, about the dog in 1992, I think it was a St. Bernard dog. And Charles Grodin made frequent appearances, going to play a clip of one of them on Late Night with David Letterman and on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, and he would just play an a-hole. Let's listen to a clip. This is from, I believe, his first appearance on Late Night with David Letterman back in 1982, and then I'm going to play a clip on The Late Show with David Letterman after he moved to CBS, early in the CBS run from March 12th, 1993, after he was a little more, I won't say polished, but a little more experienced jabbing Dave. Let's listen to two quick clips, and then we'll move on to someone else. The great Charles Grodin. Should have had it all queued up for you here. And how I got my films while I pull this clip, getting back to the film story, there was a magazine called The Big Reel, which was a national, in the United States of America, monthly newspaper you could subscribe to, and it had ads of people selling film prints all across the country. So I started collecting in the early 90s films. I just fell in love with them because at conventions, that's how they would show, in the early 90s, they would show old TV shows and movies through a 16 millimeter projector. And I just thought it was really cool. And it's how you could get cool stuff uncut. But I digress. And that was before eBay. Then, of course, eBay. That's where these films came from. Now, here's an interesting clip of David Letterman with Charles Grodin. And this is when Charles Grodin had a talk show on CNBC. Let's listen just to a little bit of it, if I can get it to go. Gosh darn it. I'm having trouble tonight.
Mention one thing that people often ask me, as I'm sure they do you, well, who are your favorite guests? And I always go to you because
Charles Grodin.
The dynamic that you bring to the show, for me, is perfect. You come into the theater and immediately put me on the defensive, and I think the audience also is placed on the defensive. And then we just sort of go from there. And I like that. I mean, it gives the impression that you are prepared, and we know, Lord knows you're a busy man, you're certainly not prepared,
No.
but it creates the impression that you are, just with this little adjustment of your attitude, and I love it.
How much of the bit with Johnny Carson where I don't want to answer a question that you don't have the slightest interest in hearing, how much of that was real and how much was playing?
Totally a joke.
Oh, okay.
It's always I would never do anything like that. I mean, you know me. We know each other some. But, you know, I've certainly been on your show over the years, and I'm nothing like that. It's just that, you know, with 500 people sitting there, you know, if we had an obligation right
in
now
the audience
to get huge laughs, which is what it was on the Tonight Show or David Letterman, it's very hard to come out there and have the kind of easy, amiable conversation, real conversation that you and I have. So you almost have to instantly, what I feel, is get something going. Because I mean, if David had asked me, you know, perfectly good conversational, hopefully fun stuff that you and I are talking about, the demand there is different. It's almost like you have to have the equivalent of jumping through a ring of fire.
Right. There is a motivation to get laughs, to involve the audience.
You're following like a circus with people running through the audience handing out hams or something.
I can't believe
you
he's
know,
gone.
literally.
Both of them are
I mean,
gone.
huge visual stuff. So the only thing I can do is come on, you know, very, very angry about something that just happened backstage. And, of course, with my acting background, everyone thought something bad did happen backstage. And so the people that really got it the best were Johnny and David.
Yeah,
and they knew it was all a joke. But a lot of the audience, including friends of mine, would go, oh, wow, why is he? He's not even like that in life. Why is he so unpleasant? You know, it's all a joke.
This better be good. This is good.
February 24th, 1982. Late Night with David Letterman, Charles Grodin.
How's that, Mr. Grodin? How's that look?
He's in the makeup chair,
Throw some mascara
looking in the
up there,
mirror.
will you, Blondie?
Mascara. I'm sorry, I'm out of mascara.
You're out of mascara?
Sorry. You know your friendliness campaign?
You want
It's
mascara?
So wonderful. It's such a
You're out of
great-
mascara?
Yeah. Helps people get along, like each other.
Is that your coffee cup on my friendly pamphlets?
Yes.
What are you, crazy? It's like a zoo in here. Where's the producer? Where's the producer? What is this late night? Late night. You people ought to be on at 4:45 to 5:15. They're out of mascara in there. They put coffee on my pamphlets. Why don't you work more on producing the show and less on your permanent? Hey, there's not supposed to be anybody in here. Out of here. Clear this green room. Come on, move it, move it. Take these friendly pamphlets. Come on, read these. You can't read, can't you? Come on, old timer, move it. Out of here. Out of here. Come on, come on.
Which way they go, don't we?
That was the setup, obviously, as a tyrant in the makeup room, in the makeup chair.
And once again, our thanks to Mrs. Nelson out there in Loomis, Nebraska. Charles Grodin is a very popular actor whose film credits include The Heartbreak Kid, Real Life, Heaven Can Wait, and Seems Like Old Times. He is also a writer, a producer, a director, a member of the Porkettes, and despite what we say or do on this program, a very nice guy. Please welcome Mr. Charles Grodin. You brought cushions there, huh?
Well, as I see the show on television, you're, look, if I didn't have these cushions, I'd be here, right?
Yeah.
So I have these cushions.
Oh, I see.
You get the feeling you're scolding your guests at the lower level.
Oh, really?
So I feel better like this.
Well, now you look enormous.
Yes, that's the idea.
Heavens, I feel so insecure suddenly.
Yeah, that's how people feel who are on the lower
Are you comfortable
position.
sitting on those?
I'm fine now. Let me just offer one suggestion, you know, of a talk show veteran that I am. Over your left shoulder, if you take a shot just of David here, you'll see a dog. You see
That's
that
right.
dog on
That's
the
right.
wall?
I see the dog.
I suggest you don't have a dog behind you when you're hosting a show.
Really?
It just puts thoughts in people's minds.
Well, that's interesting.
Just
what is the nature of the thoughts placed in your mind?
The show is a dog, or you look at it, or you look at an animal. I mean, these are just the type of thoughts that you could have. or people like to look at animals.
Yeah.
And
You find that?
All right, you get the idea, but I want to play a more modern clip of Charles Grodin. Let's see. Right here. God, people. Let's see. I mean, my friends are like texting me. You know, they don't know that I'm doing this right now. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. This is brief, and then we'll move on to someone else with no clips to hurry it along. Hurrying the show along. I'm trying to accommodate folks out there.
Our first guest is sad and uninterested. He doesn't know where the camera is. He doesn't want to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the star of Beethoven's Second, Charles Grodin. You go around. What is wrong with you? You go
He's behind
around.
the chair he's supposed to sit in. He went behind the chair instead of in front.
$14 million a year.
Dave was getting an early '93, $14 million a year originally in his first contract.
I am sad, disinterested, and I don't want to be here, but I'm really making an effort. Look, they said dress like Dave, lose some weight, and try to be as funny as Dave.
You smoke a pipe, don't you, Charles?
Is this the Ed Sullivan Theater? You know, the last time I was on this stage, I was playing Tony. I was playing Tony in West Side Story
Oh, I didn't
on
realize that,
Broadway.
yeah.
Yes, the original production, and I sang "There's a Place for Us."
Oh, here, let's do a
from
little
West
of that
Side
now.
Story.
Come on, Paul, do you have
You know
it?
it,
Here
Paul?
we go. Dim the lights, bring him down. Here we go. This will be great. Knock us out.
How's it start? No, that's the other "There's a Place for Another There's a Place for Us."
This is the one from West Side Story. Well, you're in this place, so say
No,
anything
not
you
that
want.
West Side Story. The West Side, no, not that. No. I wasn't in. I was in South. It was South Pacific.
Oh, South Pacific.
Where I played Emile DeBeck.
I'm going to wash that man right out of my head.
No. It was Some Enchanted Evening.
Some Enchanted-
Here we go. Some Enchanted Evening.
Not that Some Enchanted Evening.
Yeah, come on. Sing something. You have to sing.
How you doing? Does that look? Well, first of all, I'm so. I mean, you've gotten so big since I've gotten
That's
here.
not true. We've been very lucky.
No, I have to tell you, the first thing that strikes me as sitting here is that because you've been on the cover of everything, you no longer have to sit 5 inches higher than
That
your
was
guests.
never true. That was
no, it
never
was
true.
always
It
true.
was
You're
never
always
true.
up here, Dave. How
No.
are you? You know. But you're not, and I appreciate that.
You know why that's
nice.
true? I'm bigger than most people.
No.
Yes,
no,
I
no.
am.
Now you're the same. Now it's fine. I appreciate it. It's good.
In fact, I think your chair is a little higher than mine to compensate.
Isn't that nice?
How tall a man are you?
I'm 6'3".
No, you're not.
How tall are you?
6'2".
I'm 6'2 and a half. You know, Dave, I want to point out
Let's talk about
here.
the movie.
No,
Let's get
forget
right to
about
the movie.
Forget about the movie for a second, please. You're always pushing movies. You know, when Johnny Carson.
Oh, yeah.
Johnny Carson, when he kept getting raises, and NBC kept getting him up there and up there, he had certain regulars, Terry Gard, Tony Randall, myself, Dabney Coleman.
Yep.
And when he got up there to 10 million, 15 million, 20 million, you know, he'd throw a little something in our way. Are you aware of that?
I don't believe that.
Are you aware of it?
I don't believe that.
Johnny gave me this suit from his line. He did. You may not be aware of it. It's you know, there are certain people that are responsible for your newfound success. Certain of us, the regulars, over a 10-year period, you get up there, you're into how many figures is? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Charles,
5, 6, 7, 8. It's like 9, 10 figures
Charles,
by now.
I think your appearance here tonight speaks to my charity.
I think it speaks to your desperate need for entertainment.
Well, that too. I won't argue with that. You're absolutely right about that. Now, tell me all about the Big Dog movie. Tell me everything. The first one has made you an even bigger screen star
Very
People
big,
recognize you
very
wherever
big
you
day.
go.
You know, you're 14 million to me.
Stop saying that.
Nothing. Nothing. You said it earlier.
I didn't
you
say
said
it.
it's a racket. If you want to get a lot of money, talk show
But that
about
was
it, you're
a
going to teach
joke.
whatever.
It was just a joke, for heaven's sakes.
didn't
We're not under
realize
oath
that.
here. What do you think? This is not the grand jury. We're just trying to have fun.
No, I understand.
Relax. The girls will be here in a minute. So tell us about the movie. I know now you're like a bigger star than ever. You can't go anywhere without being mobbed.
No, I can't. I was mobbed several times today when I tried to go somewhere, so I'm not going to go anywhere.
Hide under the house?
Yeah, no, I was mobbed just from my dressing room coming down here. I barely got here in time for your terrible introduction. Here he is. He's sad. He's disinterested, and he doesn't want to be here.
And then what did you do? You stood up. You baited this audience. You made them think. Not only the audience, you made me think you were going to dazzle everybody with a Broadway tune. And what did you do? You wimped out.
No.
Yes, you did. You wimped out.
That's
we have it.
Wait a minute. Hit him again. No.
Oh! I'll tell you what.
The Ed Sullivan Theater.
After Charles leaves, I will sing Maria. We have to pause for a commercial here while I slap some sense into our first guest, and then we'll be right back. Look at how good we look, huh?
Real good audio there, huh? Sounds great in my headphones. Paul Schaefer and the world's most dangerous band.
Yes, sir. Charles Gordon is here. Brian Adams, Jack Hanna. I want to talk here a little bit about the Beethoven movie, because I know when you made the original one a couple of years ago, it was just a movie. It was going to be a nice movie. You're a very funny man, very appealing actor. So we knew it was going to be quality. What we didn't know was that it was going to go through the roof. And now you've done a sequel. Now, the first one was Beethoven runs away from home, and the family travels around the world trying to find the dog, right?
Right. Don't let me interrupt you. Can I get paid in cash tonight rather than a check?
If you sing.
This is the love theme from Beethoven.
All right. Oh, this will be good.
You know it? Yes. You do? You don't know it, do you? He doesn't know it. He doesn't know it. Forget it. No, he doesn't know it.
What difference does it make?
Put the lights
You're
up.
not going to sing it anyway.
No, I'm not going to sing. I can't sing.
All right, let's get serious and talk about this movie.
Yes. What do you want to know?
Well, tell me all about it. How has it changed your life? What's it like? What's it like
Changed my
working
life
with the dog?
completely, David. You know, I've got, I make $15 million a year. I love working with the dog. I get paid in cash.
Yeah. How has the dog? Is it the same dog from the first movie?
It is the same dog, and it's me again too, and Bonnie Hunt as well.
Yeah, I know Bonnie Hunt. She's very nice.
Yeah.
You worked with her, I know.
Yes.
Yeah, she's like your wife in the film, isn't she?
She is my wife.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
So anyway, that's all true. It's nice out here.
Okay.
It's warm backstage, but it's cool out here.
I better move on.
Did you leave your medication in the dressing room, Charles?
Good place to stop it. Continuing on with those we lost in 2021. That was Charles Grodin, who died May 18th, 2021. Moving on. To June 2021. We lost character actor Ned Beatty. I know him as Otis in Superman the movie and Superman 2. Yes, Mr. Luthor. I'm not making a joke. I sound like I'm making a joke. This is no joke. And of course, the Squeal Like a Pig, Deliverance, a part that haunted him his entire living life. Ned Beatty passed away June 13th, 2021. At the age of 83. Clarence Williams III, who we first met before my time, but TV audiences met in the Mod Squad, one of the early Aaron Spelling Leonard Goldberg shows for 5 seasons. Clarence Williams III was also in Prince's masterpiece Purple Rain, among other projects. With the death of Richard Donner, the director, I did an entire Podblast on the life, a very extensive Podblast, hours long, over 4 hours long, just about Richard Donner and the TV work he did in directing and acting, as well as his features. He passed away on July 5th, 2021, at the age of 91. And Richard Donner's real birth name is Richard Donald Schwartzberg. I wonder if that line in Superman the movie was a joke, because Donner directed Superman the movie and most of Superman 2, where Ned Beatty is trying to name a town on the new coast that the missile will create when California plunges into the ocean, when Lex Luthor's XK-101 rocket hits the coast in his scheme. And he goes, I just want a little Otisburg? Otisburg? Like that. He's retired now, he's still alive. Gene Hackman is Lex Luthor. That's probably not one of his best roles of his career. I'm sure he likes Hoosiers, and well, we'll talk about him another time on his birthday. But rest in peace, Richard Donner. Now let's move on to the music world. Joe Michael Dusty Hill, the bassist for ZZ Top, passed away on July 28th, 2021. Dusty was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a member of ZZ Top in 2004. Hill played with ZZ Top for over 50 years. After his recent death, he was replaced by the band's longtime guitar technician, Elwood Francis, in line with Dusty's wishes. Rest in peace to Dusty. Continuing on, moving on to August 2021. I did an entire hour-long Podblast on this woman who I love. Markie Post, born Marjorie Armstrong Post on November 4th, 1950 in Palo Alto, California. She was 70 years old when she died on August 7th, 2021. And I'm not kidding. She's all these people are great. And I refer you to the Nostalgic Podblast on Markie Post. Had a lot of visual aids in my collection. Still pictures, publicity shots, memorabilia. Loved her in The Fall Guy, and of course, Night Court. Hearts of Fire was good too, opposite John Ritter. She had great chemistry with John Ritter. And on Fall Guy with Doug Barr. I always wished their characters got together on The Fall Guy, starring Lee Majors and Heather Thomas and Douglas Barr and Markie Post and Joanne Flug before Markie Post. She played the bail bondswoman that Colt worked for. Colt Seavers, the Hollywood stuntman and bounty hunter. And I wish the character of Terry Michaels, it was Terry Shannon originally in season 2, and they changed the name to Terry Michaels in season 3 for some reason. But I wish that she and Howie got together. They had some good scenes together, and it implied there was a romance. Anyway, rest in peace to Markie Post. Next, another rocker, the great Charlie Watts, whom I mentioned in my interview with James Tim Walker when I asked him if he ever saw the Rolling Stones live, which he had several times in their heyday. Charlie Watts, the drummer, passed away on August 24th, 2021 at the age of 80. He was born in London, England, and of course, he was the drummer for the Rolling Stones. I do want to play a clip of Charlie Watts on Later with Bob Costas with an interesting fill-in host. And this was in, I want to say, 1990. Let's play this clip for you. Great Charlie Watts. And as I mentioned to James Tim Walker, the Rolling Stones were just here in Atlanta, Georgia. They're on a tour currently. And it's been reported Mick Jagger just roams around town wherever he's at to get the feel for the city.
I'm Matt Lauer sitting in for
Matt
Bob
Lauer.
Costas. And tonight, we will talk with the legendary drummer of the Rolling Stones, Charlie Watts. For over 30 years, he's been the drummer. But I have to tell you, he doesn't like to do interviews. This is one of his very first in-depth interviews.
Rare
Tonight
interview.
we'll talk about life, the Stones, and new music. Now on Later.
I won't go on too long with it, folks. Uh-oh, I might get in trouble with this music. Oh, God, the bots is going to get me. Let me just pause it down a little bit. They're going to mute me anyway. I wish I could play that. God bless America. But robots, or bots as they're known, I played Dodge Bot Ball, as I said at the top of the show, to avoid the bots and the robots that are out there just randomly searching for music. Copyright. So
30 years, I almost have to look down at the page and think it's maybe a typo. Do you ever stop and think, my God, it's been 3 decades?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. But it's, 3 decades just go like that, really. When you're there, when you're looking at it, stretching in front of you, it's forever, isn't it? But it's just, it's something that I've enjoyed, it's something that I've done, It's difficult to explain.
People have used, and I don't think the Stones, matter of fact, I know the Stones didn't originate this, but people have used the term the world's greatest rock and roll band when talking about the Stones. True?
I don't know. That's the sort of thing that critics and all those people, the terms of reference aren't, unfortunately, they're very nice ones, but I don't know. I never think of things like that.
This would be 1992 because the Rolling Stones were formed in 1962.
Do you ever stop to think about the Stones and the place in history they'll occupy as far as rock and roll history, and more importantly, your position and your place? Why not?
I don't like that sort of thing. I don't mind doing it to other people, but for me, it's too close.
But that's interesting. If you're willing to put other people into a slot, can't you at least visualize what slot you think you'll fit into?
No, it's too close. I keep all that away, I'm a collector of things, but I don't collect anything on myself.
Is it for modesty's sake, or is it...
I don't know what it is. It's just what I'm like,
Does it embarrass you when you hear other people talk about the fact that you're legendary?
Yeah.
It does?
Yeah, obviously it's very flattering. It's like saying the greatest rock or whatever you're called is better than being the worst, isn't it? I appreciate the difference in words there. It's nice to be called the greatest than the worst, but yeah, I do get embarrassed. But I'm like that,
I've heard you say, and I've read interviews with you where you say, I'm just lucky I played with a successful band. Otherwise I'd be like a million kids out there. Do you think that's true of drummers in general?
Yeah, no, not in general. I think my type of drummer, a band drummer, I've always seen myself as a member of a band. When I play with bands, I very much play in the band. I'm not a sort of Steve Gadd or a Buddy Rich or something. They are, they're in a book as drummers, and you book them for, that's how great they are. I'm not like that. I'm very much a band member.
If you talk to Keith Richards or Mick Jagger, they say the opposite. They say, thank God for Charlie Watts for 30 years.
Well, they're very kind, aren't they? Kind and generous, I suppose.
The modesty is something that people have talked about for a long time with you, and it is heartfelt. Everyone has said this is not forced modesty, and you're sitting on your hands there, and I can tell that this sort of thing...
I'm sitting on my hands because my wife will say, don't keep touching your face when you're on television. So I do this in interviews to keep, and I get... most drummers have habits. Very bad ones, some of them. But they do things like this, and I often do that.
All right, I'll keep my eye on your hands.
Silly things with your feet you do, which is a nerve. The very nature of playing drums is a nervous twitch, really. All this sort of thing. It's a cross between being an athlete and a totally nervous wreck, really.
Wow, Charlie Watts. Rare interview there. If you want to see the rest of it, it's on YouTube. Just in the interest of time, I'll wrap it up. I was going to play the entire clip, but it's about 12 minutes long. No disrespect intended. And again, as I said before, I'm not playing favorites when it comes to clips for someone and no clips for someone else, like Richard Donner. I did an entire Podblast on him when he passed away. Marky Post did an entire Podblast on her when she passed away. That's loaded with clips and information and anecdotes and fun that you could research at fistfulofradio.com in the archive section, or on YouTube in the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel. Simply Google or Bing search or Yahoo search engine search the Nostalgic with a C at the end, not nostalgia, Nostalgic Podblast. And it's all right there. Apple Podcasts, TuneIn, it's everywhere. Now, moving on. God, we lost so many legends this past year. It's really, really sad. On August 29th, 2021, at the age of 91, that's a good long life, captured forever on video, celluloid, and digitally. We lost Edward Asner, known as Ed Asner. Ed was born on November 15th, 1929 in Kansas City, Missouri. I will play a clip of Ed Asner on, you guessed it, Late Night with David Letterman from May 17th, 1982, almost 40 years ago. This is when Late Night with David Letterman was a brand new late night show that began February 1st, 1982. Yeah, I'm heavy with the David Letterman clips because I loved watching Letterman in late night, especially in the 80s, in the NBC years. I'd record it on VHS because, you know, I was in school, I was a teenager, and I just loved it. So let's listen to just a brief bit of the hilarious and wise-ass and talented Edward Asner, Ed Asner, who was in he was in Roots. Roots! And Rich Man, Poor Man, he did so much work.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the show, and everybody who participated in our bad phone call segment receives one of these lovely, handsome David Letterman late night sponges, ladies and gentlemen. Sure, you can applaud that. And we have a wonderful show for you folks. A little bit later, a report on the shame of the city. And two gentlemen, each of them representing the East, one the East Coast, the other the West Coast. They both work for NBC. We'll talk a little bit more about them later. My first guest is one of the busiest...
Uh-oh. A giant pencil is attacking Dave from behind his fake window to the Jaws theme, obviously, as you can hear by John Williams. Oh, boy. Bots are going to get me now. That was weird. That's huge pencil.
The stupidest thing I've ever been a part of.
Bit visual there.
It's just plain big. Settle down or I'll clear this dump. My first guest is he's probably not coming out after this, and I don't blame him. My first guest is one of the busiest people in Hollywood. As actor, labor leader, and political activist, he's been appearing on television weekly since 1970, but right now happens to be between jobs. Please welcome Mr. Ed Asner. Sorry to subject you to that buffoonery. I had no idea that was back there.
Oh, I was warned.
Oh, doesn't bother you?
Yeah, well, I've seen a lot of that stuff. I worked with Ted Knight.
Oh.
He sadly passed away in 1986, 4 years later.
Things are not dull.
Not dull,
no,
indeed.
I sleep deeply at night, and I don't dream even anymore. I just sleep. Mm-hmm. And when I get up, the challenges are there. They're just, here you, there's challenge.
So life is pretty much, well, you said not dull.
I feel younger than ever.
Yes. I tell you what, let's get right to it here. There's a couple obvious things we ought to talk about. First of all, your show, of course, Lou Grant is gone. Was canceled.
Where?
No, it was canceled, Ed.
When?
I read about it a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, there's another new challenge.
Now, of course, you've talked this over and over again, but what are your feelings about that now?
Oh, I think we got robbed. Yeah, I think that we had good enough ratings to be supported by the network for another year. We had done faithful service. And that the wimps outside created enough pressure and fright and booga booga, and they took us off the air.
The wimps?
Yeah.
Now, who would the wimps be?
Well, you have, let's see, this is New York, right?
This is no wimps in New York, Ed.
Well, there's a congressman here. He's kind of shaky in his seat, so they made him head of this organization. Send in your $5, $10, and $25. and we'll get this commie Ed Asner, and we'll intimidate the sponsors. Unfortunately, the show got canceled about the same day his letter went out. So I don't think he got much money in on that letter. And then there was Kimberly Clark. They withdrew their advertising, and people can't use their Kleenex anymore on the Lou Grant Show. And then there's another outfit in New York called the Caucus of Conservative Consumers, and they were going to boycott all of the advertisers on the Lou Grant Show. And then Jerry Falwell, he falls into that category. He took out ads against me, saying I was anti-Reagan and therefore must be a communist.
But I read this afternoon where he also said that he enjoyed the program.
He did. I guess he wanted to watch what the enemy was doing.
So then generally...
But he also asked for the $5, $10, $25, and $35. People were making more money off us peripherally than you can shake a stick at.
So there was pressure brought on the network and the sponsors, and you also say that people were somehow finding a way to make money at this?
Well, they wanted to continue these programs of pointing out who the commies were. Le Boutillier, and that's an all-American fellow right there.
Now, have people called you a communist because of this?
Yeah, well, he called me everything but the murderer of the 4 nuns in El Salvador. They were just short of that, I think. He's written a book, and it's sold, and I guess he wanted to write again. He wrote about 4 pages on this letter, and I should have brought it to you because it's harem scarum, and it's really whipping it up.
All right, we'll pause here. We're going to ask Mr. Asner a few other questions right after this.
We'll see.
Schaefer, and welcome back to the show. Ed Asner is here, and we're talking about, among other things, is the cancellation of the CBS series Lou Grant. Now, did anybody from the network or the production company come to you when you started taking a more politically active role in things and saying, gee, Lou, we got 100 people employed here. We're all making pretty good dough. The network is getting a little nervous. Can you back off or at least wait till the series has its run?
Nobody from the network ever came to me. Somebody from the... 2 days after the death threat, somebody from the production department came to me and said, gee, you know, it's, with you spouting off like that, the show just doesn't seem quite the same as it was before. And I said, well, it's...
I hate people get political on either side. That are in the entertainment business.
What about the folks, if you're in television...
Everyone has a right to their opinion, just vote.
And you fight for a job. You get a job, you still have no guarantee that it'll last more than a weekend. You had a show that was on the air, what, 4 years, going to its 5th? Or
it was 5.
5 going to 6. And so suddenly, it looks like, because of your politics now, other people are out of work.
Yeah. That's the guilt you have to overcome if you're going to open your mouth. And... I guess in my 2nd or 3rd year, I might have thought of that, or of myself, I don't know, and kept my mouth shut when I may have wanted to speak a little louder. But finally, in the 5th year, I felt that I didn't want to keep my mouth shut anymore. And that's one of the things that tends to intimidate you. The other thing is that I just think it's a crying shame. We were number 17 last year in shows, and this year we took a 5-point drop. And nobody got upset, seemed alarmed, seemed excited. And you would think that they would have said, hey, let's pump it up, let's do a little something, before the wimps can claim they drove it off the air. And
all right, well, I will say in the 60s, Edward Asner, was in a lot of QM productions like The Fugitive and The Invaders, and I would suggest seeing an episode of The Invaders, if you like that sort of stuff, sci-fi, Season 1, called Wall of Crystal. That was the title, and he played an alien. And he came back in Season 2 playing a human, and he played the dad of a character played by Barbara Hershey from Beaches. The movie Beaches is what she's best known for, I suppose, to people that weren't around when The Invaders was on TV, talking about Barbara Hershey. But anyway, rest in peace, Ed Asner. Moving on to September 2021, talked a lot about this guy. I'm going to play a brief clip of Norm Macdonald, who passed away. sadly, in September 2021. He died 61 years of age on September 14th, 2021 of cancer, and he kept that battle private, as most people know by now. But Norm Macdonald's first work in television included writing for such comedies as the sitcom Roseanne and The Dennis Miller Show. In 1993, Norm Macdonald was hired as a writer and cast member on Saturday Night Live, spending a total of 5 seasons on the series, which included anchoring the show's Weekend Update segment for 3.5 seasons. After being fired from Saturday Night Live, Norm Macdonald wrote and starred in the 1998 film Dirty Work, and he headlined his own sitcom titled The Norm Show from 1999 to 2001. Macdonald was also a voice actor, best known for providing voice roles in the Mike Tyson Mysteries, The Orville, which is a Star Trek parody, and Dr. Dolittle films. Let's listen to a brief clip of the funniest exchanges of Norm Macdonald and, of course, David Letterman. And then we'll move on. Try to hurry this along. I've gone a little bit over what I wanted to, and I apologize for the bloated length of this Podblast. I'm trying to trim it down. There we go. Here's Norm Macdonald with David Letterman, one of the best interviewers of all time, in my opinion. And he hosted...
ladies and gentlemen, I don't need to tell you that...
He hosted recently a CBS special. Well, let me get this, back this up. All right, hang on. On CBS, the Kennedy Center Honor Special, which is on Paramount Plus.
Anchorman of the Weekend Update on the wildly successful and popular television program Saturday Night Live. When is that show on, Paul?
It's a Saturday night.
Saturday night
Yeah.
it is? Ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice welcome for Mr. Norm Macdonald. Norm, come on out.
But I want to get famous, that's my big goal.
Really? To
Not
be famous?
enough so that I can't walk down the street,
Right.
like you, where your life is hell, but I want to... I'd like to get famous enough so that if I had, if I ever had problems with my liver or something, I could get another one quick. That kind of...
You want to go to the top of the list?
Yeah.
How is your liver? Everything all right there?
Everything.
Okay, good.
Everything's
good.
fine
Knock
with
on
my
wood,
liver.
thank
But if
God.
I get famous enough, I'm going to hit the booze.
Yeah. And it's nice to know that you have that. It's kind of an insurance policy. Yeah. You must, and I think you're kind of like, you represent solidity. People recognize you from the show a lot, don't they? You're the backbone of the program now.
Well, I kind of, sometimes I get recognized,
That's
a
good.
little bit. I want to become real famous,
Yeah.
Real, like famous.
Yeah.
I want to be like you, famous.
No, I'm not. Like John Goodman. John Goodman, that's a famous guy.
Yeah, John Goodman. But I'd say you're more famous than John Goodman.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, all right.
So I want to get that kind of fame where just, people bug you all the time. And, I'd like maybe a woman show up, figure me for a husband.
Uh-huh.
That kind of thing. That's what I'm looking for.
All right, well, sure.
But I get kind of
I
like...
think I can make that happen.
I tell you, my grandmother loves you.
That's very nice. Give her my best, please.
And she likes when I'm on the show,
Good, good.
And she always says, how's your friend David Letterman doing? Is it for friends? And, no,
Well, I think of you as a friend, in the sense of TV. We're friends. We're TV friends.
We're TV friends.
Don't you think?
Yeah, we sit here and we talk, and then during the commercials, we're uncomfortable, and we...
It's like real friends.
That's right. I have to host a joke contest, where I bring people from the audience
A little
up.
talent show kind of thing.
Yeah, and they tell their jokes.
Yeah.
So they go up and they're hostile towards me. Oh my God. So every guy, it would be like he would use me as like the butt of the joke.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The guy would be going, okay, they have a mic there in their hands.
Oh, that's what you're doing. Thank you, Norm. Thank you. And what would this be? Would this be a phone? Hello?
Sometimes this isn't a mic. Some of my jokes. But I don't know.
I tell you what let's do. Let's you and me, right after the show, get ourselves cleaned up real nice, and we'll go out to dinner with Mia Farrow.
Oh, man, she is the most
Isn't she
beautiful
great?
girl I've
I just
ever
think
seen
the
in
world
my
of her.
life.
Yeah. And a fine actress. Have you seen her act recently?
You know what I saw was Alice. I loved Alice.
Yeah.
God, that was a great movie.
All right. Norm, let's see, is the show, you doing a show this weekend?
Yeah,
Who's the big
Gabriel
host?
Burns.
Yeah, Gabriel Burns, fine actor.
He's great.
Yeah,
He's
yeah,
famous. He
yeah.
could get a liver like that.
There you go. Happy New Year, Norm. You know, when I watch you on the Saturday Night Live program, you do your weekend update thing, you get a tie. You look like $1 million.
Oh, because of my tie?
Yeah, you look like a tie. So I'm just thinking, you come back, put a tie on for us.
Yeah, no. The reason is because my voice is all screwed.
I'm sorry?
I got laryngitis.
Got laryngitis.
I didn't want to have the tie.
And somebody
too.
said it might have been caused by the tie?
No. They said a tie might, my doctor said a tie might hurt it more.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah.
give yourself a little more room to breathe and to talk.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, buddy.
Happy
How
New
are
Year
things
to you.
going?
Oh, man, the greatest.
Yeah?
It's only been a couple of days, but it's been going good.
Do you have plans? Norm, we're only a few days into the new year. Do you have plans?
Yeah.
Anything you'd like
Well,
to see
I
happen?
have,
Any resolutions?
I have my resolutions. I always make resolutions.
That's good.
You know?
Yeah.
And I think that the big mistake people make when they make their resolutions is they overreach, you know? They make resolutions that they can't possibly...
Set their goals too high.
They set their goals too high, yeah. So then they're only setting themselves up for failure. So what I do is I do the opposite. I set my goals low, knowing that I will reach them.
That's
you
right.
know?
And when you do, you check them off.
I check them
You
out.
feel
So
good about yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
So I had 2 this year. One is I'm going to get a haircut. I know. I'll be able to do that. And the second one is I'm going to watch that TV show, Run Away with the Rich and Famous.
Oh, those are your resolutions.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you.
So I know.
Have you, Norm, have you seen a doctor?
About what?
Oh, about anything. You just look like you're a little off your game a bit.
Well, I got the... I got the laryngitis.
Yeah, I know you got the laryngitis. I don't want to tell you how to do your business, but you got a suit on.
I should have a tie.
Would it kill you to wear a tie? You know, just come on, make me feel better.
No, you know what happened is I had a tie, and on the way here, a dirty homeless bum stole it.
No, it didn't happen.
No.
You look like you're in town on a convention and have decided to go nuts.
What? I was in an elevator, you know, in this hotel, and there were these 2 Shriners, you know, and so I guess, I don't know, I thought, do I look like a gay guy or something? Because I'm in this,
What do you want to look like, Norm? What are you trying to look like?
I want to look like a guy that would not be on Cunanan's hit list. So I was.
That's all. Simple as that.
But I'm on this elevator, you know, and there's these 3 Shriner guys, you know, the Shriners, they wear the hats.
Funny hats.
And
sure.
so they were going, hey, how you doing there, fella? You know, so I go, I'm all right. And I'm wearing the suit, you know, because I'm at this hotel. And so then they go, yeah, he goes, hey, they go, later on tonight, we got a party going on up in our room. They go, we got some booze there, some broads, you know. The guy says, you like the broads, don't you? Yeah. So I go, yeah, no, I like the broads. You know, he goes, oh yeah, no, I know, I wasn't saying anything. I just see by your suit there, I thought maybe you were kind of a how do you do.
How do you do? What the hell does that mean?
That's a gay man.
Oh.
I don't know.
How you feeling? You all right? Somebody told me you had the flu or something.
Oh, no, I'm all right. How do you do, by the way?
I'm fine. Fine. You know, are you having a good summer? Are you enjoying your summer?
My summer? It's yeah, I guess. I wasn't expecting that question.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's kind of a peculiar thing to ask a man.
Are you having a good summer?
August. Yeah.
Are you having a good summer?
Yeah, pretty good, yeah.
Yeah,
But
boy, it's hot in here in New York, though.
No, it's nice.
Oh, hot, nice.
Yeah, nicer than spring.
It's a little hot. Is it hot enough for you? I'm sorry.
That's all right. Now, Norm, you go back.
I had a little whiskey backstage.
Oh, did you? It's working wonders. You're getting ready to go back to work, and it's the 23rd season of Saturday Night Live, September 27th.
God, it's time to finish it. I got a lot in my neighborhood. I go to this diner. I eat at the same diner all the time. Right. So I went there, and there was a homeless bum outside there. So I said, instead of giving the guy money, I said, why don't I just treat him to a meal, you know?
It's a very good idea.
Yeah, have him in as my guest into the diner. So I go.
So you and the guy, after this, you go into the diner for like lunch or something?
Yeah, for lunch.
It's a very commendable thing to do.
Yeah, I thought it was nice, you know. So I go in there, sit down with the guy. Turns out the guy, all of a sudden, this unearthly stench fills the place, you know, and almost smelled like urine. That's what to me it smelled like urine. I don't know what it was, but.
You say it almost smelled. Almost, but not quite. So there is a chance maybe it was not urine.
It was coming from the direction of the guy's trousers. So he's eating, and everybody else, we can't even eat because the stench is hitting us, you know?
And again, what does it smell like, Norm?
I think it was urine.
Yeah, okay.
So, I was reading, I read the newspapers, I also read the magazines, you know?
The periodicals.
Yeah, the periodicals.
Yeah.
And I was reading, I don't know if you read the cover of Time magazine, but they got the cover this week is a lady saying, I'm gay.
Yeah, that's Ellen DeGeneres,
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
But that's got to be a slow news week, a lady saying she's gay, that's a big story.
I guess.
Yeah, and, but it's brave of her, though, you know, it's brave, it's brave of her.
It takes a great deal of personal courage.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, I read just this morning that Richard Simmons now, to take it even further, he now is making a statement that he's really, really, really gay.
All right. The great Norm Macdonald passed away in September 2021. Moving on to October 2021, we had this loss. Peter Scolari passed away October 22nd, 2021 at the age of 66. He's best known as Tom Hanks' co-star in Bosom Buddies, which only lasted 2 seasons, but a funny show back in the day. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, the TV version of the movie film series. He played Rick Moranis' character. And then, of course, he was in Newhart, which lasted, I want to say, 8 seasons. He was started in season 2, I believe. Yes, of Newhart. Yeah, I'm right. Yeah, it started in 82, Newhart. Ended in 90, I believe. Yeah, basic math, Chance. That's 8 seasons. In November 2021, we lost Dean Stockwell. He was born Robert Dean Stockwell in Los Angeles, California. People my age know him as Al in Quantum Leap. Dean Stockwell, who was a seasoned character actor beyond and before Quantum Leap, passed away on November 7th, 2021 at the age of 85. And now we go to December 2021. This was widely reported. Michael Nesmith passed away on December 10th, 2021 at the age of 78. Of course, he was a songwriter, actor, producer, and a novelist. He wrote books. He's best known as a member of the pop rock TV band The Monkees and a co-star of the TV series The Monkees from 1966 to 1968. His songwriting credits include Different Drum, which became a hit for Linda Ronstadt, and the Stone Ponies. After the breakup of the Monkees, Michael Nesmith continued his successful songwriting and performing career, first with the seminal country rock group, the First National Band, with whom he had a top 40 hit titled Joanne. And then as a solo artist, he had success. He often played a custom-built Gretsch 12-string electric guitar with the Monkees and afterwards. Nesmith founded Pacific Arts, a multimedia production and distribution company in 1974, through which he helped pioneer the music video format. Michael Nesmith created one of the first American television programs dedicated to music videos titled Pop Clips, like pop songs, Pop, P-O-P, Pop Clips, which aired on Nickelodeon in 1980. Michael Nesmith was asked to help produce and create MTV, music television. But Nesmith had prior commitments with his production company. In 1981, Nesmith won the first Grammy Award for Video of the Year for his hour-long television show titled Elephant Parts. Nesmith was also an executive producer of the film Repo Man in 1984. I did not know that. Moving on, John Madden passed away on December 28th, 2021. He was born on April 10th, 1936. Everyone knows he was an American football coach in the NFL and a sportscaster. He was the head coach of the Oakland Raiders for 10 seasons between 1969 and 1978 and guided them to a championship in Super Bowl 11 in 1977. After retiring from coaching, John Madden served as a color commentator for NFL telecasts until 2009, work for which he won 16 Sports Emmy Awards. From 1988, he lent his name, expertise, and color commentary to John Madden Football, later Madden NFL, video games, and a video game series. He made a lot of money doing that. A ton of money doing that, John Madden did. Madden never had a losing season as a coach, and his overall win percentage is second in NFL history. In recognition of his coaching career, John Madden was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2006. As a broadcaster, John Madden worked for all four major American television networks: CBS from 1979 to 1993, Fox from 1994 to 2001, ABC, now owned by Disney, from 2002 to 2005, and NBC from 2006 to 2008. John Madden also served as a commercial pitchman for various products and retailers. Rest in peace, John Madden. Oh, running out of time, but I guess I will play a little bit of this clip, of course, with David Letterman, one of the greatest interviewers of all time. Say what you will about him, he is awesome as an interviewer. I don't know why anyone would disagree with that. Let's listen to John Madden, and I'll make sure this is brief. I will cut this short if it's too long.
We have a fine program for you folks tonight. Last night, my first guest won an Emmy as Best Sports Analyst Commentator, and before that, he had been the youngest head coach in the history of the NFL and one of the most successful, and the most successful. We're delighted that he's here tonight. Please welcome Mr. John Madden.
John, how are you?
First of all, congratulations on your Emmy last night. And this, I said that wrong the first time. You are the most successful coach in NFL history?
There's a lot of ways they count those things up. Percentage-wise, I think.
Yeah, the highest winning percentage?
I think so, yeah.
Who would be of the
Wisconsin accent.
Don Shula. I think Don Shula would be close. Yeah. Tom Landry, of course.
I love Tom Landry. Dallas Cowboy head coach,
before we get on to other matters, about Herschel Walker. Recently signed for a huge sum of money, didn't complete his senior year at Georgia. Do you have any opinion on that, or?
Yeah, I have three feelings on it. One, I think it was smart for Herschel Walker. You know, you take a kid, he has the opportunity to do it now. He got $5 million for 3 years. There was some talk that it was $16.5 million. It was $5 million. He got $1 million cash up front. And, you know, you never know what's going to happen next year. I mean, he could not take that money and then go out and get injured at Georgia, and he has nothing. By doing this, I think, you know, he had an opportunity. He took advantage of it. So I think it was good for Herschel Walker. I think it was a great coup for the new league, the USFL, because it gave them a lot of credibility.
Yeah, well, yes and no. It did from the standpoint that suddenly they had a world-class football player in their midst, but then the commissioner said, no, we're not going to be tampering with college players before their eligibility, and when he had a chance to act on the decision, he said, well, no, this is kind of a special case. So
I think so. I think they had to do it. You know, there's so many lawsuits now. If you have someone who wants to sign, Herschel Walker wanted to sign, and he wants to sign, and he's ready, you darn near have to sign him. I mean, I think he could have really done the same thing to the National Football League. Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I think it was good for the league because they got him. Now they may say that, you know, we're sorry, we didn't mean to do that, but doggone it, it's done. They do have him.
Yeah.
That was a coup. I don't know necessarily that it's good for college football. I think that once that dam breaks, you know, that's one thing. They take the basketball players out of college before their eligibility's up into the pros. They do it with the baseball players. And the one thing football never had was the player that would go to the pros before his eligibility was finished. And once you crack that thing, it could open wide, and that could be some problems.
Well, it was ugly for me. NBC drafted me right out of junior high, so it was. I feel like that potentially was damaging. We have some photos here of you in action as a coach. Now, are you regarded as a guy who was baiting officials, nasty to them?
I used to talk to. I was always nice to him. You know,
nice to him. All right. Well, here's John Madden being nice to an NFL official. And do you remember the circumstance there?
Probably. It looks like the guy was telling me that someone was in bounds or something, and I was saying he was out of bounds. You never know with those guys. You know, they're nice guys, but I remember once, this could be the time, it wasn't, but up in Denver, we were playing in Denver once, and the only 15-yard penalty I ever had in my life in a regular season game. And what happened was Jack Tatum hit a guy on the sidelines in bounds and knocked him out of bounds, and the referee throws a flag. So I say, you know, that's wrong. I mean, he hit him, it's not a penalty. You know, and then I added a few bleeps. So
well, now, what were the bleeps? Give us an indication of how severe the bleeps might have been.
Severe bleeps. I mean, when you talk about bleeps, we're talking about good, strong bleeps. We're not talking about the type you talk about.
But things have loosened up since then. Is there a chance that you could...
No, it's still too strong, even under a loosened up type of deal.
All right.
So anyway, the official goes and they mark off the 15 yards against us. So then he comes back and said, "Who did you call a bleep?" So I'm still mad. So I said, "Look, there's only one bleep here, and that's you bleep." Yeah. So now he throws the flag on me because I told the truth. I could have said, "My equipment man did it." No. So now they go and they march another 15 yards off us. So, you know, we finally calm down, get the things straightened out. The next pass, Craig Morton goes back to pass. Phil Villapiano, my linebacker, intercepts it, runs it back to the 50. We get the ball. Kenny Stable, our quarterback, goes in, throws a touchdown pass in the first play to Dave Casper. So now we're lining up for the next kickoff, and that same official is on the sideline there, and I walk up to him and I says, "That proves you're a bleep." And he didn't give me another time. That's probably what I was doing then.
We have to go away for a commercial, but we'll be right back. John Madden and I will return. We got all kinds of stuff here tonight.
I better stop now. What a wise man, and I love that talk about Herschel Walker. Maybe it's a premonition about the current National College Football Championship on January 10th, 2022. Who knows? Georgia versus Alabama. It's right around the corner. Now, at last, this sweet lady finally passed away.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. I'm not ashamed to say, I hope it always will stay this way. My hat is off. Won't you stand up and take a bow? Attached it always will stay this way. My hat is off. Won't you stand up and take a bow? Yeah, you. It's when we both get older, with walking canes and hair of gray. Have no fear, even though it's hard to hear. I will stand real close and shout thank you for being a friend. Thank you for being a friend. I want to thank you. Thank you for being a friend. I want to thank you. Thank you for being a friend. I want to thank you. Let me tell you about a friend. Thank you. Thank you for being a friend. I want to thank you. Thank you for being a friend. I want to thank you. Thank you for being a friend. And when we die and float away into the night, the Milky Way, as we ascend, I'll say your name. And once again, thank you for being a friend. Let me reiterate one more time. I want to thank you right now for being a friend. I want to tell you about a time and I'll tell you again. I want to thank you, thank you, thank you for being a
That's right. That's right. Betty White passed away just shy of her 100th birthday. And that performance was by Andrew Gold. Thank you for being a friend. Years before the Golden Girls adopted and adapted that as a TV theme song. But that version you just heard was performed on April 22nd, 1978, live at the Roxy Theater in Los Angeles, California. And I'm playing Dodgebot. Looks like I'm going to get away with that one because it's a live performance. But I love that stanza. Actually, I had a clip from the studio version. I don't dare play it. I think I'll get dinged. But I love that stanza. And when we die and float away. Hang on. And when we die and float away into the night, the Milky Way. Anyway, you heard the real thing. But I love that. So let's talk about Betty White for a second. Go Dogs, Jason Wood says in comments. He's still there. Wesley Millsap says, have to go to bed now. Good night. Good night, Wesley. Thanks for hanging in as long as you could. Miss Betty White. Love of her life was Alan Ludden, the original host of Password and Password Plus. He passed away of stomach cancer in 1981, and she never remarried. And I love Betty White in Hot in Cleveland, which is streaming on Paramount Plus. And if you don't have Paramount Plus, it's free on the TV Land Originals Pluto TV channel. But there's commercials. On Paramount Plus, it's commercial free, and you can choose the episode you want. But that's a very underrated, more recent show. And she was hilarious as a little old pot-smoking woman. But Betty White, sadly, passed away at 99. She was born Betty Marion White in Oak Park, Illinois on January 17th, 1922. She was a pioneer of early television in the golden age with a career spanning 7 decades. Betty White was noted for her vast work in the entertainment industry. She was among the first women to exert control in front of and behind the camera. And she was a flirt, too. And the first woman to produce a sitcom titled Life with Elizabeth, which contributed to her being named honorary mayor of Hollywood in 1955. Betty White is often referred to as the First Lady of Television, a title used for a 2018 documentary detailing her life and career. After making the transition to television from radio, Betty White became a staple panelist of American game shows, including Password with her husband, future husband at the time, Alan Ludden, which began, I believe, in 1962. Password did. She was on Match Game in the I think maybe in the early pre-1973 years, but certainly from 73 until its end in 82 with Gene Rayburn hosting. She was on Tattletales along with her husband, Alan Ludden. To Tell the Truth. I love To Tell the Truth with a real Al Hardy, please stand up. She was on the Hollywood Squares and the $25,000 Pyramid hosted by Dick Clark. She was dubbed the First Lady of Game Shows. Betty White became the first woman to receive the Daytime Emmy Award for Outstanding Game Show Host for the show titled Just Men in 1983. Betty White was also known for appearances on The Bold and the Beautiful, Boston Legal with William Shatner as Denny Crane, and The Carol Burnett Show, as well as Mama's Family. Don't forget Mama's Family. They did a hilarious skit on Family Feud with Richard Dawson. She flirted with Richard Dawson and Gene Rayburn on Match Game. It was great. Her biggest roles include Sue Ann Nivens on the CBS sitcom The Mary Tyler Moore Show from 1973 to 1977, although the show started in 1970. In the 70 to 71 season. She played Rose on the NBC sitcom The Golden Girls from 1985 until 1992. And then she was Elka in Hot in Cleveland from 2010 to 2015. 6 seasons that show lasted. It's great. She gained renewed popularity after her appearance in the 2009 romantic comedy film The Proposal, and was subsequently the subject of a successful Facebook-based campaign to host Saturday Night Live in 2010. How about her Super Bowl commercial? Hungry? Grab a Snicker. She gets tackled. Anyway, she garnered a Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Guest Actress in a Comedy Series for her hosting of Saturday Night Live. And I worked with her and I talked with her. I was just an extra back in 2010, 2011, on a Hallmark Channel movie, The Lost Valentine, which I think was about her lost love, Alan Ludden, and she was remarkable in it. It's a dramatic movie, and I talked with her about her days on Match Game, and she probably thought I was a nut, but she was sweet, and she talked to me, and I'm just glad I had that interaction back then at the state capitol in Atlanta, Georgia, under the Gold Dome. She was very sweet indeed. So I'm glad I had that experience talking with her and watching her all these years on television. I was going to post as a joke because obviously I love her as a performer. So this wouldn't be mean-spirited, but I had rare judgment. I said, don't do it. People magazine issued it's kind of like a Dewey defeats Truman issue, matter like, all right. Harry S. Truman won the presidential election, and the paper said that Dewey had won. Dewey defeats Truman, and that wasn't true. Well, People magazine published a magazine, Betty White turns 100, and so as a joke, I was going to post it just as a way of release from my grief and say, fake news. And then I thought, you know what? People are not going to understand. They're going to think you're an insensitive jerk. Don't do it. I didn't. Anyway, getting back to Betty White, White worked longer in television than anyone else in the medium, earning her a Guinness World Record in 2018. Betty White received 8 Emmy Awards in various categories, 3 American Comedy Awards, 3 Screen Actors Guild Awards, and a Grammy Award. And she, of course, has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame and was a 1995 Television Hall of Fame inductee. And I'm going to play one more clip with Betty White. I'm going to play that and then a quick series of bloopers They're audio friendly from Hot in Cleveland. But first, this is from October 1st, 1985. Of course, it's Betty White on Late Night with David Letterman on NBC. This is right as the Golden Girls was starting. And I think it had just began, and it was so risque. It wasn't Golden Girls. It was so, for its time, they got away with murder on that show because it was older ladies. They got past the censors. Let's listen to a little bit of this clip of Betty White.
We got a great show. Betty White, Mark Gastineau, Johnny Dark, and many, many others. my first guest is a... do we have many, many others? My first guest tonight is a talented and charming human being. She is currently starring in a show on this very network called Golden Girls. Please say hello to Betty White.
Pretty good.
Well, thank you very much. You look good as always.
Well,
you look nice as always. You don't want to say you look good.
No, good.
Look,
I had a chance to be good and I turned it down. But
congratulations. Now this is a big time. This is a hit show, isn't it?
Oh, it is so exciting. We can't be coy about it. We are just all on cloud nine because it suddenly began to take off.
Yeah.
And well, it's just the greatest fun I think any of us has had.
Golden Girls is on every Saturday night. Now, what is the way? Explain to people what it is here. Who are these people? How old are they supposed to be, and where are they living?
These are four ladies who live together in a house in Miami. There's Dorothy, who's a divorcee, and Blanche is a widow who owns the house. That's played by Rue McClanahan. Dorothy is B. Arthur. B. Arthur's mother, Estelle Getty, moved in with us when her retirement home burned down.
Something terrible happened to this woman, didn't it?
That's right. Well, she had a stroke, and it took out her mental censor, so she says everything as she really means it.
Yeah.
No
There's no filter. Everything goes from the brain right out the mouth.
What she really thinks of you, we know people like that. And then I play Rose, who's just a little off-center. She's just a little slow on the pickup. She's about 2 beats behind life.
You're kind of you play, and I mean this in a real good way, you play a stooge, don't you?
Yes, I absolutely do.
But no, I mean...
Right. And whenever, when everything else fails, Dorothy does everything but hit me over the head with a newspaper.
Yeah, but it's very funny. And I know I'm sounding like somebody who talks about television shows all day, but it's a great cast, and it's very funny, and the performances are terrific.
Oh, aren't you, Ellen? We are having such a good time. It shouldn't happen to 4 ladies of our age and weight, but we are really having a good time.
Your age and weight? And how do you get along with B. Arthur? Is she a nice woman?
Oh, well, now, can we really just tell what she really is like? It's not easy, David. It is not easy to work with that woman. She makes my life sheer hell. Oh, I tell you, she is so wonderful. Well,
she's real loud and pushy, isn't she?
I know. She is. She underplays underplaying, but she just... well, all of them. That it's so wonderful to work with pros that when you throw something out, you're
hey, Kim Ponder.
Back and better, and then you throw it back, and they get something back to you. It really is something to play with that kind of a team.
This is silly. We don't want to beat this to death, but congratulations.
Oh, yes, we do.
No. Now tell me about what was this
appreciate
show I have here? This is your biography. This is your professional life condensed into a paragraph. Isn't that?
Is that my life?
It makes you feel insignificant, doesn't it?
It's big.
This is your FBI. Oh, that's a radio show.
That was a radio show. I got that by accident. There was another actress, Betty White, and I showed up, and they said, well, we wanted a blonde lady. The other Betty White. I wasn't blonde at that time. Then I got suddenly struck blonde not too long ago. But there was no time to recast, so that's how that's in.
What part did you play on This Is Your FBI? Were you kicking indoors and stuff, or what?
No, I think I said good morning, sir, or Merry Christmas. Those were the big radio parts I had.
What was the show we were talking about this afternoon you did in Los Angeles? I believe it was a TV show, 5.5 hours a day, 6 days a week.
The Al Jarvis Show for 4 years.
Al Jarvis Show?
Sure, the Make-Believe Ballroom.
And there was a TV show?
TV show.
What time would it come on?
It would come on at like noon, and we'd go till 6:30. And it was it was really Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving. I never spent a Christmas off the air in my life.
5.5 hours?
5.5 hours live, doing commercials, live commercials.
But after the first year, didn't they cut it back to 5 hours?
No, to rest us up. No, matter of fact, Al left after the second year to go over and do a show over at ABC.
An even longer show.
And
They
he
promised Al.
probably, and then Eddie Albert came in for 6 months, and then it was easier to give me the show because I had been there the longest, so I inherited.
Well, what
the
kind of
show.
things would you do? You'd come on, and he'd introduce the cast, then what?
Well, the cast consisted of the two of us.
Yeah.
At first, I was his girl Friday, and anybody that would stick their head in the door, we were on the street, and there was a door that opened, and they'd look in and see what was going on. We'd interview them. And we were the only game in town, so anybody who'd come through town would do our show because it was. Now, which
Was
shows
this a
are you
popular
doing?
show?
Well, we were the only game in town. We gave the race
Yeah,
results,
yeah.
and yeah.
Would
we
you watch
did.
Al take a nap in the afternoon?
And then we had Dr. Ernest Wilson who would come on with a religious message, and he was so thrilled because he'd follow the race results, which got him into all the bars in town, and he got the message across.
We have to do a commercial here, and then we'll be back.
Good. We
have
did 58 of them in one day. How many?
58 commercials?
Live ones.
That's like a month's work for us. I'll tell you what, we'll do one now, and then we'll be right back with Betty White. See the sky cam?
Oh, yes.
See, there it is. There you are.
You are just...
Like working a parade, isn't it?
Yes, and as we say in our show, you look so much better this way. It's so much better. Everything falls. But if you look down this way, it's just awful.
How long you been in town?
Since last night.
And how long you gonna be here?
As soon as we get through here, I'm heading for the airport.
Yeah. Oh, so what did you do last night? Have a lot of fun? Go out?
I went dancing last
Really?
night,
Where?
if you want to know. At Regine's.
Really?
There's no fool like an old fool, and I had a wonderful time.
And company? A big group by yourself?
No, just with an... Well, I don't go there by myself.
I don't
Am I
know.
going to stand up there and dance by myself?
I don't know. I don't
I'd
go
get
in the place.
arrested, wouldn't I?
No, I think people would be happy to have you.
I'll try again.
Now, how late were you there?
I got back to the hotel about 3.
Oh.
Isn't that silly? But I didn't have to get up till 5:30, so
Mr.
that
Big
was
Shot.
okay.
5:30 you were up?
5:30 I was up, and we've been doing a couple of shows today.
Now,
What have you
Well,
done?
you know what it is, and this is a publication here.
It is I have heard you. I finally saw it here at your show. I've been reading all
This
these
is a
little-
collection of people with their clothes off in this magazine. It's a Time Life book.
I
it's
keep
the-
reading about the fact that they have a book out with nude pictures of Betty White, which broke me up. My folks don't have nude pictures of me as a little kid because they didn't think it was that cute. And
Now, let me ask you right off. Is that you?
no, but couldn't it be? This is me. The terrible one is me.
No, that's not
But
terrible.
that's not nude. That's got a wig and all the ruffles. But
You're on. This is a series
All right,
of
the
playing cards.
visual
You're the
there,
nine
so-
of hearts. Or somebody who looks an awful lot like
Rue
you.
McClanahan swears they used her body and pasted my head, but that's not
Let me,
my head. We all looked
Let me
alike
put my
back in
finger
those
there,
days.
and we can see what.
She does look like me, though, except I think
Now, what's the deal on the earmuffs? Oh, you didn't do this, though, did you?
I don't know.
Must have been awfully chilly in the studio that
If
day.
I had done it, the earmuffs would not have been there. They would have been
He's
here.
covering up a topless model. It looks like Betty White.
Not you, huh?
Visual there. Sorry about that.
Is B. Arthur in here?
No, it's Rue McClanahan.
Oh, B. Arthur nude. Yuck.
Let's see who else we have. This is a pretty seedy deal, this thing here.
One of the
isn't it?
fellows on our set went around the various newsstands looking for it.
Me
And he
nude,
said,
yuck.
we have this magazine, and they said, no, but we got Celebrity Skin. It's just as good.
Celebrity Skin?
What is this? All these nude pictures. I don't
that.
undress
Look
in
at
front of my
this.
dogs. Oh,
You know who
well,
that is?
well, I'd know her anywhere. No, I don't.
It's John Chancellor.
Oh. For the old folks out there like me.
So you're leaving right now?
I'm leaving right now, but thank you for the generous plug.
Oh,
and all
thanks for
that
being here.
stuff.
Come back anytime, and congratulations, and good luck again on the show. I hope it's on a long, long time.
And say goodbye to Stephanie for me, will you?
Stephanie? Oh, Stephanie.
Yes,
No,
right.
she's long
She's
gone.
gone.
Yeah,
I
she's
see.
long
All
gone.
right.
Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Right.
Betty. Take care.
She kisses him on the cheek. So see, it had just started for 4 weeks, and it was a rating smash on Saturday night for NBC. The Golden Girls was. What a big loss. She had a nice long life, but I wanted her to make it to 100, you know? Hey, Kim Ponder, I see you out there in Facebook land. Nice to see you. And I'm going to play just a couple quick bloopers of Betty White, then we'll move on. That's about my last person of remembrance, the great Betty White. For for 2021. That's the last one. Finally made it through the list. But here are some bloopers from Hot in Cleveland, which again is on Paramount Plus and the Roku channel for free, Pluto TV. I'm sorry, on Pluto TV. And let's listen to some bloopers. And I think these are audio friendly. If I can get it to you.
I signed up when my bender was over. In fact, that's my screen name. Bender over. I signed up when my bender was over. I signed up when my bender was over.
From your line.
For mine? Oh. I signed up when my... I signed up when my... God, no, please forgive me, please.
So I'm guessing this is why we're throwing the party?
I don't know. Oh, I'll be breathtaking. Watch this. We're doing it the old-fashioned way, where the man is on... No. I left my girdle at Pierre's.
Limu? We gotta help people customize and save.
I left my girdle at Phil at what's his name?
Oh, no. I have a feeling we have another bender over.
I left my girdle at Pierre's one.
I better cut that. I think it's a little more visual, but
Just get me out of here before they come after me. Help.
We're not alone. We have each other.
And Joe finally did get married to Victoria. No.
I think her name is Joy.
okay. Well, you should check this out. It's really, really funny. It's 9 minutes long, and it's on YouTube, titled Betty White Bloopers of All Time, Hot in Cleveland. That's the title. Kind of a weird title for a YouTube video. Betty White Bloopers of All Time / Hot in Cleveland. And let's see what channel. Oh, that's on the TV Land official channel with 223,000 subscribers. So I'd recommend that. So good night, Miss Betty White. Loved ya. Now, finally, it's time to celebrate the living. And we're going to actually start with someone who is deceased. And let me get my cue. And yeah, here we go. It's time for... We do this every week on the Nostalgic Podblast. Every single week. Time for our birthdays. Playing catch up, so I'm going back in time to 2021 to December 28th, 2021. And I have to say happy heavenly birthday to Stan the Man Lee. Oh, what a legend. Stan Lee was born Stanley Martin Lieber, spelled Lieber, on Thursday, December 28th, 1922 in New York, New York. Stan Lee was, of course, a comic book writer, editor, publisher, and producer. He rose to the ranks of a family-run business called Timely Publications, which would later become Marvel Comics in the early 1960s. Stan Lee was the primary creative leader for 2 decades, leading its expansion from a small division of a publishing house to a multimedia corporation that dominated the comics and film industries. In collaboration with others at Marvel, particularly co-writers and artists Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko, he created characters that were immortalized on film, cartoons, and most importantly, in print. And these characters were superheroes. Previously, monster books were published, and that was a fad that came and went. So they switched over starting in August 1961 with a November 61 cover date, The Fantastic Four, which was a huge hit. Originally on stands in August 61. A lot of documentaries accidentally say it's November 61 when it was out. No, it was always 3 months ahead for distribution purposes. Magazines and comic books, 3 months ahead. That's actually the expiration date when you should pull it from the shelf, November 61. So that makes sense. August 61, what's going on in August? It's the dog days of summer. Kids are getting bored. The summer vacations are over. It's winding down. That would explain why at that time of year, Fantastic Four 1 sold so well. And shown the light of Marvel Comics to shift from monster books and war books to superhero books. So in collaboration with Jack Kirby, Steve Ditko, and others, Stan Lee created Spider-Man, the X-Men, Iron Man, Thor, the Incredible Hulk, Ant-Man, the Wasp, Fantastic Four, the Black Panther, Daredevil, who's a blind attorney, Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, and the Black Widow. These and other characters' introductions in the 1960s are pop culture gold, and they pioneered a more naturalistic approach in superhero comics. They used real cities like New York instead of Gotham City. The competition, DC Comics, which is now owned by Warner Brothers, they had Metropolis and Superman, but Marvel was more real, and most of the subscribers and buyers of the comics were college students and soldiers in Vietnam. In the 1970s, Stan Lee challenged the restrictions of the Comics Code Authority, indirectly leading to changes in its policies. And what that was, a Comics Code Authority was like a censor where a comic book had to pass rigorous standards set by the Comics Code Authority. And there were 3 issues of the Amazing Spider-Man in the late 1960s, issues 97, 96, 97, and 98, which were not approved by the Comics Code Authority because Stan Lee wrote a story about drug abuse and drug overdoses as a cautionary tale to readers, to young readers in college and fighting wars. And so the Comics Code Authority did not approve those, so it didn't have the little seal of approval on the cover of those 3 books, which are in my collection, thankfully. I should have had them for the camera. Forgive me for that. If you're listening on fistfulofradio.com, it doesn't matter. I do have a clip of Stan Lee. Now, it's 11 minutes long. It's something beautiful that Stan Lee wrote, and he performed it at a convention in 1972, and it's titled God Woke. It's beautiful. Trust me. Don't let the length scare you. Even though I've gone over 4 hours, if you're watching on demand, pause this and restart it or whatever you need to do. I promised I would not go 6 hours like I did last time. That's an obnoxious length of time and very burdensome to put on an audience or podience in this case, even if they're starting and stopping. Realistically, no one's going to listen more than half an hour, and I know that. But nevertheless, I tried to pack each Podblast with information that you may be aware of and may not be aware of. I just want this to be very informative and hopefully entertaining. It's the clips, not me. I tried to pull some interesting audio content for you each and every time. But there's 3 versions of God Woke out there in internet land on YouTube and the like, and some has music in the background. I chose to play this without the music because I feel it's a distraction from Stan Lee's powerful words here. And I'm going to pull the clip here for your edification. Stan Lee died at the age of 95 on Monday, November 12th, 2018, unfortunately. And the cause of death listed on the birth certificate was cardiac arrest with respiratory failure and congestive heart failure as underlying causes. It's also indicated that he suffered from pneumonia. His body was cremated and his ashes were given to his daughter. So let's listen to God Woke. This is just beautiful writing, and it's in Stan Lee's own words. Happy belated birthday to Stan Lee. Here we go. Here's God Woke. Come on.
God woke. He stretched and yawned and looked around, haunted by a thought unfound. A vagrant thought that would not die. He rose and scanned the endless sky. He probed the is. He traced the was. He sought the yet to be. And then he found the planet Earth. The half-remembered planet Earth, steeped in tears and tragedy. And all at once he knew. He saw the world that he had wrought to suit his master plan. And then he saw the changes brought by the heedless hand of man. Man, frail and small, yet lord of all, striving, thriving, hustling, bustling, sowing, growing, ever learning, never knowing, less than righteous, less than just, and in the end, condemned to dust. He heard the man sounds everywhere, the shots, the clangs, the roars, the bangs, the clatter, clamor, guns and hammer, and then he found, to his despair, the haunting, hollow sound of prayer. A billion bodies ever bending, a billion voices never ending. Give me, get me, grant me, let me, love me, free me, hear me, see me. While he pondered, watched and waited, endlessly they supplicated, chanting, ranting, moaning, groaning, sighing, crying, cheating, lying. But towards what goal, what grand direction this pious tide of genuflection? To please their Lord? To please their God? He raised his head and laughed hard. Hear man, the enigma, calling for aid, ever demanding, ever afraid. Hear man, the enigma, bewailing his fate, yet plagued by inaction till ever too late. Paradoxical man, so fearful of death, yet squandering life with each passing breath, wasting his hours, wasting his days, accomplishing nothing, while he prays and he prays. Hypocritical man, pompous and preening, mouthing his rote just from the throat, words without feeling, sound without meaning. Such arrogance, such gross conceit, to think oneself somehow elite, to demand each prayer be heard with care, while painfully, vainfully, all unaware, one's omnipotent, infinite, absolute Lord is bored. God frowned. How dare they believe that the way and the light can be constantly badgered from morning till night? By what senseless standard, by what senseless rule do they treat their Creator as if he's their tool, while proclaiming his glory? Do they think him a fool? Who but a fool with a cosmos to savor would be bound just to earth, granting boon, granting favor? Who but a fool with a cosmos unfolding would linger with man, ever praising and scolding? Who but a fool with a cosmos to stray in would conceive him an anthill and, like a prisoner, stay in? Who but a fool would create women and men and tend them, mend them, cry for them, die for them, over and over and over again? God sighed. I gave them minds, as I recall. It was all so long ago. I gave them minds that they might use to choose, to think, to know. For the mortal weak must needs be wise, if they would prove their worth. Then I gave them paradise, the fertile, verdant earth. At first, I found the plan was sound and somewhat entertaining. But once begun, the deed now done, my interest started waning. The seed thus sown, the twig now grown, I left them there, alone. Alone, among the oceans and the stars, and the endless, fathomless all. Alone, bathed by light and clothed by dark, midst the vague and the vast and the small, alone, as I have ever been, as I shall ever be. Why do they not accept it? How else can they be free? Why do they not accept it? Why do they search for me? When their own little lives are so barren and brief, when all of their pleasures are tarnished by grief, in the space of a heartbeat, their present is past. They cling to each moment, but no moment can last. When the end comes so quickly, and they soon are forgot, why do they search for that which is not? Like unto children lost in the night, they created a God to guide them. Like unto children huddled in fright, they must have their God beside them. But what sort of children, from cradle to grave, would grant him obeisance, yet make him their slave? They have conjured a heaven, and there he must stay, ever responsive, be it night, be it day. He must love and forgive them, and comply when they pray, ever attentive, never to stray. And, like unto children, in their childish zeal, they worship their dream, thinking fantasy real. God pondered. He, the be-all, the end-all, the will and the way, the power, the glory, the night and the day, the word and the law, the fount and the plan, Lord God Almighty, was baffled by man. He was puzzled by the paradox, by the irony therein. If only he could show them. But where would he begin? How to make them understand? How to make them see? How to make them recognize their own insanity? They live for gain and strive in vain to circumvent their death. But all their gold and wealth untold won't buy an extra breath. They bestow acclaim and they shower fame on those who rise to power. But those who care, who love and share, are forgot within the hour. They're prone to fight, to use their might for whatever flag they cherish. But those who cry, "To arms!" don't die. Their young are sent to perish. Yes, all unsung, they send their young, who fall and die, and then they cry, but why? A different house of worship, a different color skin, a piece of land that's coveted, and the drums of war begin. Only death can triumph. There's no place left to hide, and still the madmen ply their trade, claiming God is on their side. Of all who live, who crawl and creep, who take and give, who wake and sleep, who run, who stand, who dot the land from shore to shore, man, only man, none but man, wages war. Only man, eternally killing. Only man, infernally willing to concede himself grace to bury his race. Only man, earnestly praying to his God as he's slaying, and piously saying as the corpses increase, he does what he must, for his motives are just. The mayhem, the carnage, the slaughter won't cease. But no need to worry. God's in his corner. He's killing for peace. Man. His greed, his hate, his crime, his war, the Lord our God could bear no more. He looked his last, at man so small, so lately risen, so soon to fall. He looked his last and had to know whose fault this anguish, this mortal woe. Had man failed Maker, or Maker man? Who was the planner, and who's the plan? He looked his last, then turned aside. He had found the answer. That's why God cried.
And obviously I did play the clip with the music. That wasn't the one that had the most glaring music. I thought there was no music in that at all, but what great writing by Stan Lee. And I wish I were Jewish, you know. He's Jewish, just a brilliant guy. All my heroes are Jewish, it seems. The chosen people. Man. Another birthday, December 28th, 1954. He's alive. He's going to retire soon from acting. Denzel Washington was born December 28th, 1954 in Mount Vernon, New York. Hey, Jason, I see your comment. Yes, I put on display for the camera. If you're listening at fistfulofradio.com, you didn't see this, but I held up for the camera those comic books, Amazing Spider-Man issues 96, 97, and 98 that did not have the seal. And he says, you're right, I don't see the seal. So Denzel Washington, getting on with this, I do have, this is a brief clip, of course, with David Letterman from 2013. This is from July 29th, 2013. Denzel Washington. And I loved everything he's ever been in. I loved The Equalizer and Equalizer 2. I loved Flight, where he played an addicted airline pilot. Just a hell of an actor. It's sad he's retiring like Gene Hackman did. Let's listen to a little bit of this interview from 2013. Not too long before Dave retired. One of the best actors of all time, Denzel Washington.
You look good. You look really good.
I have no hair.
You have no hair, but you have a nice head.
Thank you.
But now, how do you do that? Is that something you do, or you have a guy do that for you?
I just was thinking of an awful joke, like the number 11 thing on your top 10 list.
Come on.
You have a nice...
Yeah, okay.
Anyway.
But this is for a film.
This is for a film, yes.
Yeah. How many films do you make a year?
One, or
You make one
sometimes
a year?
none. I didn't make any last year. I don't remember. No.
Do you, now, when you take a year off, is that good? Is that restorative, or does it get edgy?
It's not good for me. I need to stay busy. Yeah. A man needs to get up in the morning, go to work, have something to do.
Now, and when you are taking a year off or between films, what do you do to kind of keep the edge off?
I get fat. I eat Haagen-Dazs.
Yeah. You like ice cream?
I love Haagen-Dazs.
How can you not like it?
Yeah.
Now, you say fat, like give me a number. Where are you fat? What is that number? Let me guess your weight right now.
Okay.
I guess you're 170.
Oh, shoot. Bless you, my friend. No, I'm like 190.
190?
Yeah, something like that. But I can go, I actually at one point, I got to 247 pounds.
Yeah! Yeah!
No, I was
wow, buddy.
Yeah, 247. I was clapping for 247.
Yeah.
I was directing a movie and I was editing the film, so I was very nervous about it. And I'm in the dark in the editing room for 5 or 6 months and just eating.
You're like a bear.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And I just would like wear stretch pants, big pants, what do you call them, sweatpants, whatever.
So how do you get rid of that weight? It's impossible.
There's no easy way. You just work out, but I'm trying. I'm not going back there. I am not going back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, 250 is not. No. But you look, whatever your weight is now, you look fantastic.
190. I'm good.
Yeah.
185 is the number I want.
185. Yeah. And so when you're at home and you're eating, what do you do for fun? Do you go? Hey, how about this? You go driving around?
But see, that's the problem. You should go walk around.
Go walking around.
But driving.
You work out. I bet you.
No, I work. I box.
What do you do? Oh, you box.
Yeah, I've been boxing.
God, one of these guys.
What?
Because see, I don't box, and if anybody should know how to box, it should be me.
Well, it's not too late.
Not too late.
We had a guy in our gym. God rest his soul. He's gone now. No, that's not funny. I didn't mean that as a joke. No, that's terrible. Yeah, that was it.
It's all just trying to have fun.
He was 87. 87 years old, and he'd come in, he'd stretch and do his little jump rope and hit the speed bag, and so he's my hero.
Now, when you say box, you do all of those things, and then you also get in the ring with another guy?
I don't get hit in the head. No, I don't do that.
Now how do you...
We spar, but from the shoulders down.
Right.
I remember I was with Michael Spinks, the ex, I don't know if you know, light heavyweight and heavyweight champ. And I was preparing for a film, The Hurricane, and we were actually sparring. Yeah, two people saw it. And we were actually, not me and Spinks, but me and another guy were actually sparring. And I started getting a little slower, like headaches, or like you'd say something and I'd be like, huh? You know, and I said to Michael, you know, it's starting, I'm getting a headache. He said, oh, you'll get used to that.
You know,
and that's when I stopped.
That's
because
right.
I said, I don't want to get used to it.
No, you don't want to. No, you don't want that to become your way of life.
No.
I'm no neurologist, but I think almost every time in boxing you get hit, it is a concussion every time. So that could be dozens and dozens per fight.
Thousands.
That's right.
And really, where a lot of the damage is done, obviously, in the fights, but it's in the sparring, preparing for that. You might do hundreds of rounds.
And you wear headgear?
Yeah, brain box, yeah.
Yeah. And so the idea is from belt to chin, that's where we're shooting.
In theory.
Yeah.
Unless I'm losing.
Have you... And how many rounds? No. How many rounds
Let me take a picture of that for you.
How many rounds are we talking about?
We might do 6, we might do 8. Well, we come in, we stretch, do calisthenics, and we'll shadow box around, maybe 2 rounds, and then we might spar 6 or 8 rounds.
So these are 3-minute rounds?
Yes, they are.
That's a lot of time holding your arms up, isn't it? It's a lot. It's excellent.
Well, the biggest key, one of the biggest keys to boxing is relaxing.
Yeah.
Because like a street fight will usually last 30, 45 seconds, and the reason is people are so tense.
That's right.
And you use up all your air.
Right. So in a professional fight, the idea is not to fight with anger, because that uses up your adrenaline and will shorten your ability in the ring. Am I right about that?
I think that I mean, yes.
You got to think with your head.
You got to be smart.
Yeah.
You got to be relaxed. You got to be smart. Yes.
Yeah. And have you ever been knocked out?
Not boxing. I'm not going to sit there and lie. I think
All right.
not boxing.
Well, we'll find out what knocked him out. We'll be back with Denzel Washington, everybody.
Hey, Kim Ponder. She says, I see a comment from her right now. Happy you're out there. You and Jason Wood. And I was an extra in a scene of Remember the Titans at Sprayberry High School, but didn't make the final cut. Still, I got to see Denzel up close. It was a thrill. From Kim Ponder.
Now, the last time you were here, not that long ago, less than a year ago, it was like a day after Hurricane Sandy.
It was just coming in.
Oh, maybe it was just coming
nobody
in.
was here, remember?
That's right.
It was just us.
The Monday, that's right.
No, for real. There was nobody. I don't know if anybody ever saw that show.
The audience.
I was here.
The 3 of us.
I saw.
Was
That's
the band
it.
here? The
band was here.
The band was
but
here.
It was a very intimate vibe.
Do you have a picture of that of us?
Do we have
not
a photo
being
of that?
here?
Yeah.
No, it was
very unusual. We did that for a couple of nights because people couldn't get in, couldn't get out of the
Right,
thing.
right.
So, well, thank you very much for doing that.
It's my pleasure.
I appreciate that. Now, how did you get knocked out?
No, I don't even want to give anyone. People will be coming up to me now, trying
to knock you out.
I've never. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it.
Now this, I've said this before, and forgive me for repeating myself, but I see a lot of movies, and a lot of movies are not very good. Now, on the other hand, I look forward to seeing your movies because your movies are really good.
Thank you.
Now, is it? Now the question is it because they're good because you're in them, or do you know something other men and women don't know about selecting projects?
I know something other. No, yeah. You know, it's hard. You know, it's making a good movie is not easy. You may have a good script, you may have all the good elements, and sometimes it still doesn't turn out.
Well,
this one turned out well.
Making any kind of movie is not
difficult.
easy. Yeah,
Yes, it is.
but I want to tell you, the airplane movie, Flight. Oh my God!
Shot in Atlanta, Covington, Georgia, in the Atlanta area.
A friend of mine says he likes going to movies because he likes to see the behavior, and that was never more apparent than in that movie.
Right.
Your behavior was riveting as the
Drunken,
the pilot. Oh my God! And it makes I know women want you, and I just want to be with you. You know?
What do you mean, Dave?
Well, I don't have famous friends, and I'm looking for a famous friend.
Oh, well,
I would like to
be my famous friend.
No, I want to be.
I'm the.
Oh, look, there's Letterman. Oh my God, he's with Denzel. That's what I want.
Well, I think we should just one day just walk the streets and see what happens, and just be there. Right? I think we should just go outside, walk around. You know, I'll say to the people, hey, do you know who that is with me? Do you know who that is?
So you think just one day?
Just.
That's great. I have to cut that short just in the interest of time. Our friend Al Hardy worked on a movie that Denzel Washington starred in that was shot here in Georgia, and he ran the dailies. And he had lunch with Denzel Washington. He's told me a story that Denzel said, hey, Al, come on over here to my table. I don't know why I'm doing that stupid voice. That's not at all how he sounds. He said, come here, Al, come to my table. And Al did, and he had lunch with him. So he said he was just a very down-to-earth star and a wonderful actor. So happy belated birthday, 67 years old, Denzel Washington. Happy 89th belated birthday to Nichelle Nichols, who was born Grace Dell Nichols on Wednesday, December 28th, 1932 in Robbins, Illinois. Nichelle Nichols is best known for portraying Nyota Uhura. And Uhura comes from the Swahili word uhuru, meaning freedom. In fact, she tells a story about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. persuading her not to quit Star Trek after its first season, which was the 1966 to 1967 season on NBC TV. She was disenchanted because the writers were only giving her a few lines, token lines, like, hailing frequencies open, sir, to Captain Kirk on the bridge. She was the communications executive officer on the bridge of the USS Enterprise, the fictional ship. And then in season 2, they gave her a lot to do. There was a great episode called Mirror, Mirror, which is like the 10th one filmed that season. 4th one aired that season. They would air out of order. And it was an alternate universe, an evil universe. And she got to wear like a really short, tight outfit. And by the way, I met her in 96. I've told the story before. I'll be brief. I met her in 1996. She was promoting her book, and she was at a book signing at Oxford Books in Buckhead, near trendy Midtown Atlanta, Georgia area. There was a bookstore called Oxford Books on Far Road, and she was there, and I had to wait almost an hour to get her autograph. And I brought a poster book published in February 1977 with a May 77 cover date. It's 3 months ahead. It was released May 77. It was a giant 23 by 35 poster with her in her Mirror, Mirror alternate universe scantily clad uniform. And she signed it for me under duress, and she was right. At the time, I didn't understand. I was in my 20s, early 20s, and she's like, sir, this is a book signing. And I said, yeah, you won't sign this? And she goes, are you going to buy the book? And I said, yeah. And like a jerk, I didn't buy it. I should have bought it. But let me find the title of her book in case she gets a royalty. She's still alive, thank goodness. One of 4 original Star Trek cast members still alive, along with William Shatner, Walter Koenig, who played Pavel Chekhov, and the actor who played Hikaru Sulu, the outspoken George Takei on social media. So what is her book? Nichelle Nichols' book. I think it's called Beyond Uhura. Beyond Uhura, yeah, by Nichelle Nichols, published in 1996. So happy birthday to you. And I love that. And I put it on the Facebook page. If you want to see the signed poster, it's on the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group. In the group, I posted it, I scanned it, and actually I took a picture of my iPhone. Anyway, whatever. Now, moving on, I don't have many clips here, I don't think. December 29th, again, we're already in January 2022, but I'm playing catch-up because I took a couple weeks off for the holidays. Back on December 29th, Jon Voight turned 83. He was the star of Midnight Cowboy. Quick story, everybody knows about his Academy Award-nominated performance as Joe Buck, a would-be gigolo in Midnight Cowboy, released in 1969 with an X rating. But that role, and Al Hardy doesn't believe me, it's true. It's well known that role was written for Lee Majors, of all people, who at the time was starring in the TV show The Big Valley. So during the Big Valley series, Majors did do other films. He starred in the 1968 Charlton Heston film Will Penny, for which he received an introducing credit, introducing Lee Majors. I love that credit. You don't see that much anymore, like the movie we talked about earlier with Yaphet Kotto, when we talked about his passing in 2021, Live and Let Die, the first Roger Moore movie, that introduced Jane Seymour, that special credit introducing. I remember King Kong, 1976. So many people hate that film, introducing Jessica Lange, right? As the lustful, the woman that Kong lusted after. So sick. Anyway, let's get on with Jon Voight, and I got to move along. The show's almost over, almost out of material here for you that I put together. Trying to get this in under 3 hours, and I failed. It's over 4.5 hours now. But okay, so he got the introducing credit in Will Penny, and he also landed, Lee Majors did, the lead role in The Ballad of Andy Crocker in 1969, which was a made-for-TV film, which was first broadcast by ABC TV, now owned by Disney. The film was one of the first films to deal with the subject matter of Vietnam veterans coming home. That same year, Lee Majors was offered the chance to star in Midnight Cowboy, but The Big Valley was renewed for another season, and he was forced to decline the role, which later went to birthday man Jon Voight. When The Big Valley was canceled in 1969, Lee Majors signed a long-term contract with Universal Studios, which produced The $6 Million Man, starting in a TV movie in 1973. I think it was filmed in late 72. Wow. Now moving on to December 30th, or moving back to December 30th, happy birthday to Jeff Lynne, the ELO Electric Light Orchestra lead singer and founding member. Also the Traveling Wilburys. I love that band. With Roy Orbison, and you know the band. Just happy belated birthday. We'll get you next year in depth on your 75th birthday, boss. December 31st, Val Kilmer, the troubled Val Kilmer. If you've seen the biography on him, he's having a lot of issues. It's really sad, medical issues. Val Kilmer turns 62, and of course he played in the Doors movie, Top Secret in 1985, and of course he was Batman in Batman Forever. I could go on and on, but I really loved, speaking of Roger Moore, The Saint, the movie version from 1997, I believe, and loved that movie, The Saint, very underrated. Val Kilmer was a star in that, and of course, as I said, he played Jim Morrison in the Doors movie. That was a strange movie. Sir Anthony Hopkins turned 84 on December 31st, 2021. Donna Summer was 63 when she died on May 17th, 2012 in Naples, Florida. She was born in Boston, Massachusetts. What awesome music, you know. Donna Summer, my sister were growing up. She's a younger sister. She loved Donna Summer when she was a little girl. Man, all those songs. Bad Girls, which is sadly a song about prostitutes. Hey, mister, you got a dime? Can you spare a dime? I can't sing for crap. My voice is shot. Happy birthday in heaven to Donna Summer. John Denver is dead. Unfortunately, he died back on October 12th, 1997 at the age of 53. He was born in Roswell, New Mexico, and he sadly died in a plane accident. And he didn't flip the fuel switch. He could have lived. Odds are he would have survived. The prop plane ran out of fuel and crashed. And I don't want to say this anecdote I've heard on talk radio. Maybe I will. I mean, no disrespect to the dead, because I think John Denver was a great, great talent. I love his music, Rocky Mountain High. I love Oh God. The movie, he played the husband to Terry Garr's character, but the rumor is they never recovered his head. So sad. January 1st, 2022 was the birthday of Paul Revere. Now, not Mark Lindsay, the lead singer of Paul Revere and the Raiders, but the Paul Revere. The historical figure, born January 1st, 1735 in North End, Boston. He's best known for his midnight ride to alert the militia in April 1775 of the approach of the British forces before the battles of Lexington and Concord, as dramatized in Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's 1861 poem titled Paul Revere's Ride. The British are coming! The British are coming! The British are coming!
The British are coming.
He's probably more masculine than I am. The British are coming. Happy birthday in heaven to Paul Revere. On January 2nd, 2022, I have a birthday in heaven to Isaac Asimov. He was born in 1920 in Russia. He's a writer and professor of biochemistry at Boston University. He passed away on April 6th, 1992, at the age of 72. And during his lifetime, Isaac Asimov was considered one of the big three science fiction writers, along with Robert A. Heinlein and Arthur C. Clarke. Hey, what about Ray Bradbury? Anyway, The Time Machine. A prolific writer, and God, there's so many more, like Theodore Sturgeon. There were a lot of good sci-fi writers out there. But Isaac Asimov was a prolific writer. He wrote or edited more than 500 books. He also wrote an estimated 90,000 letters and postcards. But he's best known for his hard science fiction. Isaac Asimov also wrote mysteries and fantasy, as well as much non-fiction. So happy heavenly birthday, Isaac. Oh, how about this one? Show me the money! Cuba Gooding Jr. turned 54 on January 2nd. He was born in 1968 in the Bronx, New York, back on January 2nd. We'll talk about her later as we wind the Podblast down. Tia Carrere is 55. She was born in Honolulu, Hawaii. Now, on January 3rd, 2022, Mel Gibson turned 66. Mad Max himself. That was the first role I'd ever seen him in, is Mad Max. He was born Mel Gerard Gibson on January 3rd, 1956. Get this, he was born in Peekskill, New York. I always thought he was born in Australia, didn't you? No, he was born in New York. He's an American-born citizen. So Mel Gibson can honestly be said as an American actor, film director, producer, and screenwriter. He's best known for his action hero roles, particularly his breakout role as Max in the first 3 action films in the Mad Max series, and as Martin Riggs in the buddy cop film series Lethal Weapon, directed by Richard Donner, who we talked about, who passed away in 2021 on July 5th, 2021. I think it was July 7th, 2021. July 2021. But, yeah, Gibson was born in New York, but he moved with his parents to Sydney, Australia when he was 12 years old. Wow, so it's amazing he developed an accent. You know, usually you're pretty cemented in your speech patterns by 12. That's interesting. But Mel Gibson studied acting at the National Institute of Dramatic Art, where he starred opposite Judy Davis in a production of Romeo and Juliet. During the 1980s, Mel Gibson founded Icon Entertainment, a production company which independent film director Adam Egoyan has called Egoyan. I'm probably mangling that too. Adam Atomegyoyan. Egoyan. Lego my ego. No. Which film director Adam Lego My Ego has called an alternative to the studio system. In 1995, Mel Gibson produced, directed, and starred in Braveheart, a historical epic, for which he won the Golden Globe for Best Director, the Academy Award for Best Director, and the Academy Award for Best Picture for Braveheart. Mel Gibson later directed and produced The Passion of the Christ, a biblical drama that was both financially successful and highly controversial. Mel Gibson received further critical notice for his directorial work in the action-adventure film Apocalypto in 2006, which is set during the early 16th century. After several legal issues and controversial statements leaked to the public, Mel Gibson's public image plummeted, significantly affecting his careers in acting and directing. And I liked Conspiracy Theory, also directed by Richard Donner. That was a cool movie from 1997. Mel Gibson's career began seeing a resurgence, though, with his performance in Edge of Darkness in 2010 and Jodie Foster's movie The Beaver, how appropriate, in 2011. That's inappropriate of me to say. His directorial comeback after an absence of 10 years in Hacksaw Ridge in 2016 won 2 Academy Awards and was nominated for another 4, including Best Picture and Best Director for Mel Gibson, his second nomination in the category. I will play a clip as we wind down the show of Mel Gibson with who else? David Letterman. I think this is from the CBS years, The Late Show with David Letterman. Let me play that clip. And I apologize for the long show. I'm going to try to keep this to 3 hours and maybe, as I said earlier in the show, cut to twice a week, or go to twice a week, Sunday and Thursday, so I can keep the lengths down in these podblasts out of respect for your time. All right, so here is Mel Gibson having fun with David Letterman.
Hey, folks, Mel Gibson is here. Christine Lottie from Chicago Hope and Joni Mitchell. Mel was nice enough. By the way, thank you very much for being on the program again. You've been with us many, many times, and you're always a lovely guest, and I really, really appreciate that. It's very nice. What I found over the course of years of doing a show like this, or doing this show, a lot of the big stars of the day come on once and never come back.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Because I upset them. I annoy them somehow. You sir, have been nice enough to come back over and over again, and I really appreciate it. That's very nice of you.
I forgave you for the rash and everything.
Oh, there was a rash?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I'm sorry to hear about that.
No,
Put a little salve on that. A little rash.
A little salve, like, yeah.
And not only were you nice enough to come back tonight, but you prepared for us your very own top 10 list. You want to do it now?
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
This is my first time. So
What is the category?
It'll be easy. I mean, the category is, oh, hell. The top 10 lines you'll never hear Mel Gibson say in a movie.
Top 10 lines you'll never hear Mel Gibson say in a film. Okay. Do we have the stuff? Do we want the things flying around? Here we go. Don't be frightened by the special effects.
Okay. All right.
Here we go.
Number 10. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting a nasty case of kill rash.
Yeah.
9. Sure, I'll apprehend those drug kingpins right after I finish this yummy peach cobbler. Number 8. Hey, Vern. Number 7.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'd pay money to see that.
Yeah. Number 7, the ransom is $2 million. Screw it, just keep the kid. Number 6, I can't shoot him, damn you. I have carpal tunnel syndrome. 5, pleasure to meet you, President Dole. He takes a hazing. 4, good day, mate. My name is Crocodile Dundee. No, you can't do that.
Well, that wouldn't be so damn bad either. There's nothing wrong with that.
3, do you think these new slacks make my ass look huge?
You said that in a film. I know you said that in a film.
Only between takes. 2, you might look like a man, but you kiss like a woman. And, the number 1 line you'll never hear me say in a movie, that Letterman fella sure is one good-looking son of a bitch.
Very, very nice.
Thank you.
Pretty damn funny, too.
Well, I've watched your style with that, and it's just, I kind of tried to fit into the same rhythm, you know.
Well, you did much better. You had much better luck with yours than I had with mine.
I thought yours was okay.
And I think that's true in life generally. Now, Mel, give us a story about the kind of stuff you did when you were a struggling young actor, kind of jobs you might have found yourself doing, something unpleasant, something that we would find difficult to believe about you today.
It was always unpleasant, and geez, I was a rabbit one time. I had to dress up like a 6-foot rabbit outside a hamburger joint for kids, you know. And they come in and
For the new bunny burger, or
Yeah, something like that. I can't remember the name of this place, but I had this rabbit suit on, and it was like summer in Australia, so I felt like one of those guys in an old World War II movie in the sweatbox, you know, sort of in there, sort of dying. You're not allowed to talk or say anything. The kids come up, and they're all like, really glad to see you, the big rabbit, you know. It makes them eat more, I don't know.
It makes them hungry when they see the big
something,
rabbit, sure.
Yeah, it was funny. But then you get these other kind of characters, too. They were about my age, you know. They'd come in and be showing off for their girlfriends. They'd be like 15, 16 years old. They start pulling on your ears, you know, picking on your tail, kicking you, you know, things like that. And you're not allowed. I got fired because I got one of the, I said, hey, kid, come here. I broke the code of silence. You know? And he got right up close to me like he's been pulling on my ears and picking at my tail. I mean, so I gave him a rabbit killer right in the mouth like that. And I had to get out of the rabbit suit fast because he was bringing his brothers and his father.
But still in all, it was show business.
Yep.
It was show business.
Hell.
Let's talk about the film again. It opens on Friday, and we mentioned that Ron Howard is the director. And it's got a great cast. You and tell the folks who else is in the film.
Oh, Renee Russo. Beautiful.
Oh, man, is she lovely. Isn't she wonderful?
She's great.
Nice actress.
What? And she's a nice actress, too.
Yeah. She plays your wife in the film.
Yeah.
And you're like a big, powerful, wealthy
a tycoon.
Owner of an airline. That's right.
There you go.
And there is a kidnapping. And so maybe you better tell the folks.
Oh, there's a kidnapping, and you know, the wealthy guy, kids get snatched, and he goes about rectifying the problem in a rather unorthodox
Takes it
manner.
into his own hands.
Kind of, yeah.
All right, we have a clip from the film Ransom. Do you know what we're looking at?
I have no idea.
He has no idea. Maybe it's the whole thing. Let's just watch the entire movie right here on commercial TV. Roll it. Mel Gibson and Ray.
Great movie.
Very exciting. Nice piece of work.
Made in China?
Gary Sinise is in the film?
Gary Sinise, Delroy Lindo.
And who plays your son in the film?
Broly Nolte, Nick's son.
Nick Nolte's son?
Yeah, he's a dead ringer for him. He's good.
So he's an actor now, or is he just a kid? Is he do me a favor, put the kid in?
Well, he's a good little actor. I mean, you know, the good thing about him was, you know, how kid actors can, you know, you just want to, but
now, what was that again, Mel? Exactly what is it with kid actors?
Kid actors, it's a
You know. Remember the bunny suit?
Yeah, the bunny suit.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll end up back in that bunny suit if I don't be careful. He's like a normal kid.
Yeah.
You know? And it comes across, and he did a great job.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be a huge hit. This must be the best time for an actor right now, because you're sitting there and you know you've got a huge hit on your hands, and all you got to do is wait for this thing to open.
Well, as Bill Goldman would tell you, no one knows for sure, really.
Yeah, but true. But this one smells like hit.
No, it's well made.
No, I didn't. It smells like a hit, believe me.
All right.
I don't know what's the matter with me.
It either smells like hit or miss.
No, it smells like a hit.
All right. Mel Gibson. Now, Kim Ponder, if you're still out there on the red eye, God, it's late. It's early in the morning. Cover your ears. Victoria Principal is 72. She was born, appropriately enough, in Fukuoka, Japan, in 1950. I'm sure it's Fuka. I should have looked this up. There's a way I can study pronunciation ahead of time. I just ran out of time at my show prep. But I say Fukuoka, Japan. Victoria Principal was born in Japan in 1950. In 1989, she created a self-named line of skincare products called The Principal Secret. She married a plastic surgeon. I don't like what she did to her face. I just don't like plastic surgery, but I love her work. She was one of my fantasy women growing up. And she, I've told this story before, was with Andy Gibb for a while, and he made a terrible choice. Allegedly, she said to Andy Gibb, you give up the cocaine or you give up me. And he chose the cocaine, and sadly, he was dead in 1987 of a drug overdose. And he lost her years ago. And they actually did beautiful duets. I don't have time to play it now, but they sang on telethons and like Solid Gold. Anyway, they did beautiful duets together. She can sing. But I've always loved Victoria Principal growing up on Dallas and stuff. Let's see. She also became a best-selling author, writing 3 books about beauty, skincare, fitness, well-being, and health. One book was titled The Body Principle in 1983. Another book, The Beauty Principle in 1984. And then The Diet Principle, you guessed it, in 1987. In the 2000s, she wrote a 4th book, Living Principle in 2001. And she's also a 2-time Golden Globe Award nominee. And Al Hardy likes to point out she was introduced, really, not with the introduction credit, in a movie with Paul Newman, directed by John Huston. A Western film. It's actually really, really good. Oh my God, I almost knocked my mic out. I'm going to play a clip of Victoria Principal as we wind down the show from 1973 with the great Johnny Carson. And she came back in 1982, and Johnny did not remember. She'd been on twice. She was on in 74 promoting Earthquake, a disaster movie directed by Irwin Allen. And when she was on in 82, and Jerry Seinfeld was in that episode, by the way, he had no memory that she had been on previously. And that's understandable because Johnny Carson interviewed thousands and thousands of people. But let's listen to Victoria Principal when she was unknown on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. This is good. October 5th, 1973. Dallas started in, I want to say, March of 78. So this is long before Dallas being October 5th, 73. The movie that she was in with Paul Newman was called The Life and Times of Judge Roy Bean, released in 1972. Anyway. Oh, you son of a bitch. Sorry. Hey, man, I'm live. You're fucking up my show. Bye. Excuse my language, folks. I've told this person not to call this line ever. To call my alternate line. Sorry. God, I came off as mean. I'm not a mean person. Sorry, buddy. You know who you are. That really... Boy, if I got a temper, I got a control. I've told this person many times, only call this line. I don't know why it hasn't sunk in. That's why I got a little irritated there. All right. I pulled this clip because she talks about doing exercises to tighten a certain part of her body. I'm sorry, Kim Ponder and other ladies out there. It's pretty sexy, but I'll just cut the clip. I don't know where it is in the clip. I thought it was sexy. I'm sorry, I sound like a real creep. She says it, though. I'm sorry, ladies. Oh, man. I got to cut the clip. In the interest of time, funny clip with the great Johnny Carson, Victoria Principal. And she was in Playboy, fully nude at that time. Anyway, God, I'm sorry, Kim. She's probably signed off by now. It's really, really late. Now, moving on, we're almost done with the birthdays, believe it or not. Believe it or not, George Martin, the legendary Beatles producer. Happy birthday in heaven. He was 90 years old when he passed away on March 8th, 2016, but his birthday is on January the 3rd. He was born in 1926. And also on January 4th, we have another historical birthday. No clip. I don't think we have any more clips left in this segment. We're about done with the birthdays. On January 4th, it's the birthday in heaven to Isaac Newton, the astrophysicist. I believe he discovered the theory of gravity, and he was an English mathematician, physicist, astronomer, theologian, and author. He was born on Christmas Day, 1642. This is wrong. He was born on January 4th, 1643. Okay, all right. I'm going to just stop right there. There's a discrepancy, and I don't want to give out any fake news or misinformation. Now, moving on. Michael Stipe of REM, Athens, Georgia, was born in 1960 in Decatur, Georgia. What a great band. Talked about REM earlier. I think with James Tim Walker earlier in this very program. All right, another birthday on January 4th. Diane Cannon, Miss Los Angeles, California. Not to sound like Al, but I didn't care for her. I don't know why. I just didn't like her personality. I mean, she's an attractive lady, but she probably wouldn't care for me either, so it's mutual. She's 85 years old as of January 4th, 2022. Her birth name is Samil Diane Friesen, spelled Friesen, in Tacoma, Washington, back in 1937. Now let's end on a hot, heavenly note. Singer Vanity was 57 years old when she passed away on February 15th, 2016. But she was born January 4th, 1959, as Denise Katrina Matthews, known professionally as Vanity. And she was a Canadian singer, songwriter, model, and actress, known for her image as a sex symbol in the 1980s. She later became an evangelist and renounced her career as Vanity in the 1990s. Vanity was the lead singer of the female trio Vanity Six, known for their 1982 hit song Nasty Girl. They disbanded in 1983 when she decided to embark on a solo career. Vanity released 2 solo albums on the Motown Records label titled Wild Animal and Skin on Skin. Vanity had minor hit singles with the singles Pretty Mess, Mechanical Emotion, Under the Influence, and Undress from the 1988 film Action Jackson. Vanity also had a successful career as an actress, starring in the film The Last Dragon, also in 52 Pickup and Action Jackson. After years of drug abuse, which caused health issues, Matthews became a born-again Christian in 1992. She later devoted herself to her church in Fremont, California. And as I said, Matthews died at the age of 57 due to kidney failure on February 15th, 2016. So that's a wrap on birthdays, finally. Item. McDonald's has a severe case of Starbucks envy. I posted this in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, a side-by-side comparison of the way McDonald's used to look when we were kids and the way it looks now. The new and quote-unquote improved McDonald's architecture looks like a prison with absolutely no character, color, or inviting quality at all. Wow, so serious, McDonald's. unbelievable. And it reminds me of a high school I transferred to in the Atlanta, Georgia area. I went to Walton High. Great, great school, award-winning, great food. I had transferred. My folks built their dream house where they're still at in Fulton County, Georgia. I had to transfer to Riverwood High. The only thing in common between Walton and Riverwood is the football team are called the Walton Raiders in both schools. It's the Raiders. But I'm telling you, Riverwood was like a jail. It reminds me having a flashback talking about McDonald's new architecture looking like crap. A lot of people say it's because of the drive-through. Like 67% of McDonald's business is done through the drive-through. So they want to be more efficient. What about the old birthday parties? What about Playland? What about those characters who were all retired? Talked about that at length about McDonald's, good and bad, mostly bad, last time in the Nostalgic Podblast, how they've got done away with Ronald McDonald, except for in the Ronald McDonald House charity. But they've done away with all those McDonald Land characters like Grimace and the Hamburglar. All that is old marketing in their eyes. All they want to do now is just move coffee and burgers through the drive-thru. Kind of sad. Item. Back on Christmas 2021, this movie turned 40. Wait for it. Here it is. This movie turned 40. It's very irreverent.
Yes! I like it.
Uh-oh, Nell Carter's character says. Dorita. He had just snorted a demon potion to fight demons that she had put laid around him, and he snorts it like it's a drug. It's just a very inappropriate scene in today's times. While not a classic, the movie Modern Problems did have some funny moments for sure. Mainly scenes with Dabney Coleman, who played an a-hole Dr. Phil type. He really is like Dr. Phil. He plays an author, a motivational speaker guy, but he's really a phony. I'm not saying Dr. Phil's a phony. I'm saying he looks and kind of sounds like Dr. Phil. That's all I'm saying is a similarity there. But Modern Problems was released over 40 years ago on Christmas Day, 1981. Like I said, Dabney Coleman stole the show. It also had Nell Carter in the cast, as I mentioned, as Dorita. Mary Kay Place, Brian Doyle Murray, Bill Murray's older brother, also starred, and it showed one of the actors, Patty DeBarbanville, or something. It showed her breast in an apparent blooper in this rated PG movie. They left it in. By the way, Disney now owns this movie. It's a 20th Century Fox film, and Disney bought 20th Century Fox. So Disney now owns Modern Problems. We'll probably never see it again, and that probably delight a lot of people. A lot of people hate that movie. It's the movie where Chevy Chase's character is an air traffic controller, and he gets powers after a nuclear shower. He's behind, like, it looks like a gas tanker, and it has glow-in-the-dark green liquid spewing from it, and it gets all over his windshield and all over him, and he gets powers. And this movie was released a few months before Zapped, which was a similar mind over matter teen sex comedy, but Modern Problems really wasn't a teen sex comedy. It was just a comedy. PG, and Zapped was rated R with nudity and stuff. Anyway, happy 40th to Modern Problems, released Christmas Day. Kind of a weird release for Christmas, huh? So we are almost done. Now it's time for the nostalgic treat of the week, and it's always junk food. It's because this is stuff when we were kids, and we didn't have to worry about calories and sugar intake and all that stuff. So I'm going to play a commercial, and if you're in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group, you probably know what I'm going to recommend as the nostalgic treat of the week. Let's listen to a classic commercial that'll spell it out for you.
Hello there, young man.
King Ding Dong. King who? Ding Dong. Don't you see him? No. But the hostess Ding Dong.
To kids, I'm just as real as the good taste of that chocolatey icing and creamy filling.
Try one, Mom. Now do you see him?
I think so, Jimmy.
Hostess Ding Dongs, fruit pies and Twinkies. With Hostess, tasting is believing.
Ding Dongs. One other quick commercial for Ding Dongs. And those were the chocolate round, they look like hockey pucks with cream center filling. Let's see here. Here it is. Let me play this quick commercial. This is very brief. It's from film, so you can hear like the film kind of screw up in this clip, whoever converted it digitally.
Imagine getting into a chocolate-flavored boat and sailing around a fudgy moat to a chocolate-flavored castle.
This must be King Ding Dong's castle. Look at all those ding dongs.
Have one.
Thanks, King Ding Dong.
When you eat a Hostess Ding Dong, there's a whole world of chocolate flavor in each and every bite.
Cream filling, too.
Delicious Hostess Ding Dongs. You'll find a chocolate-flavored world in every bite.
Now, question. Are these called ding dongs or king dongs? King dons, like the name Don, D-O-N, King Don. Is it ding dongs or king dons? The tin foil really made it taste better, and they did away with the tin foil wrapping. And they were larger, and you got a dozen per box, and now you only get 10. You know, corporate greed in action, right? So you have smaller ding dongs. Now, from my research, when I was researching whether it's ding dongs or king dons, here's what I found. This is pretty quick here. Hostess ding dongs have been under a couple different names depending on where you lived in the world. In Canada, they were called king dons. I remember seeing king dons in the Atlanta area. I don't know why. Maybe they were imported or something. But in Canada, they were called king dons. In other parts of America, they were also known as big wheels. The original confection of the ding dong dates back to 1924 or so, even before Hostess Bakery existed. At one time, there were 6 different products, all of the same thing, a hockey puck-shaped confection made of chocolate cake with a cream center covered in chocolate glaze. Hostess came out with their version in 1967. Then in 1987, 20 years later, Hostess briefly merged the product all under one name, Ding Dongs. No pun intended, which lasted about half a year. 2 things happened. The merger that Hostess had done with another company was now unraveling, and it had a conflict with a pre-existing product on the East Coast by Drake's, a competitor called Ring Dings. Regionally, the name was changed back to King Don's, and Canada was back to King Don's. Okay, this is poorly written. Regionally, the name was changed back to King Don's. I don't know what region they're talking about. So in Canada, it was always King Don's. I guess that's why I saw it. Maybe it was temporarily King Don's in America. That's probably what it was in 1987, 88. All right. In 1998, Hostess, now a part of Interstate Bakeries Corporation, bought out Drake's, their competitor, and resumed the product name of Ding Dong. King Don's, however, continued in Canada. I don't think it ever stopped in Canada. On Friday, November 16th, 2012, Hostess went out of business. I remember that was a sad day. We thought Hostess would never return. The Twinkie was dead. Those fried fruit pies were gone forever. But luckily, they were resurrected. So, Friday, November 16th, 2012, Hostess went out of business, taking with them Hostess Twinkies, Hostess Cupcakes, and Ding Dongs. There was much lamenting in all the land, but on Monday, July 15th, 2013, a new company, Apollo Global Management and Metropolis and Company, acquired Hostess and all of its products and resumed production. Yay! Ding Dongs can still be found on store shelves, at least in the Atlanta, Georgia area and its suburbs. Yeah, I found Ding Dongs at Publix and at Kroger grocery stores, among other stores. Time for the nostalgic toy of the week as we wind down the show. I'm not lying to you. We really are winding it down here. We're in the home stretch. Play a clip for you. And I featured this also on the Facebook page. But let's play a clip. These were awesome toy sets. Whether you're a boy or girl and you like speed, you love these toys.
This is Tyco Championship Pro Racing with 4-speed stick shift. Shift to control speed on the high bank turns. You control the speed of your car with the 4-speed stick shift. Shift for passing. Automatic lap counter. Shift for climbing. The race depends on how you shift. And there's the winner's flag. Championship Pro Racing with stick shift controls, lap counter, and electric power pack from Tyco.
Tyco racing sets. That was a 1973 commercial. I have another quick commercial for you. It's just 30 seconds long. This was another version. This was a great night glow race car version by Tyco, released first in 1977 on store shelves. Let's listen to a little bit of this 1977 commercial.
You're about to see something incredible from Tyco.
Silver Streak Curve Huggers now defy gravity as they hang on through Tyco's new double loops. But that's not all. Turn out the lights. See the headlights go on.
They
Watch
glow.
the set glow in the dark for real night racing. And
Loops
light
and
up your
stuff?
youngster's face. Night Glow Double Loop Racing. From Tyco, of course.
Of course. That's our nostalgic toy of the week. Now, shall we play a game? It's time for taglines. Let me play that official clip. I'm always all about the clips here. Oh, I hear my stomach growl. Did Mike pick that up? I got to make a midnight snack before I go to bed after the Podblast. It's almost done, folks. Almost done. It's time for taglines. I name the tagline and you name the movie this time. Oh, I almost got it. I am having real problems with my machine today. This is laughable. Anyway, shall we play a game? I'll just do an impression. Shall we play a game? The computer from War Games. That isn't annoying or anything. Sheesh. Okay. Gonna name the tagline, you name the movie. You ready? Tagline number 1. There's only 7 of them. The tagline is, "We are not alone." Here it is. Wait for it. Nope. It's not Aliens. You're close. We are not alone. 1977, there's a hint. All right, time's a waste, and I'll just get to the chase. It's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. I want to quickly play Siskel and Ebert's review from 1977 of this film. It's very short as we wind
The
down the
director
show.
of Jaws. It's also about the year's hot movie subject, science fiction, a subject made hot by the popularity of Star Wars. Close Encounters is about an encounter between a whole bunch of Midwestern folks and a genuine, unidentified flying object full of beings from another planet. The UFO is first picked up on the scanning equipment at an air traffic control center.
Contact 134.4. 344, what's this? Aries 31 has traffic 2 o'clock, slightly above and descending.
Aries 31.
Yeah, that wasn't a very good clip, Jason. I played of the piano. It's just I'll get dinged if I played the John Williams Close Encounters of the Third Kind music, so sorry about that, bud. Oh, there's some funny comments coming in. I'll read them in just a second. Hang on.
Can you say aircraft type?
Negative, Senator. No distinct outline. To tell you the truth, the target is rather brilliant. It's the brightest any collision lights I think I've ever seen. Alternating white to red. Colors are a little striking. Wait a second.
What a boring clip from the movie. Good Lord.
Okay, Senator. Aries 31, the traffic is turned. He's heading right for
I just want to hear the review. They're both gone, of course, Siskel and Ebert. Long gone.
Get on the order to the 45th recon winner. See what the hell they could be testing up there. The traffic's approaching head on, ultra bright, and really moving. They're right by us right now.
Asking if you want to report a facial.
EWA 517, do you want to report a UFO? Over. EWA 517, do you want to report a UFO? Over.
Well, that pilot may not want to report a UFO, but there are plenty of other people in Close Encounters who are willing to file such reports. In fact, some of the folks are downright eager. They're not afraid of visitors from another planet. One such man is Richard Dreyfuss, a Muncie, Indiana power company repairman who
From
first
Jaws.
meets the UFO on a backwoods road. At first, he's terrified. And Melinda Dillon is most scared by the UFO when it terrorizes her home, but the spaceship's ultra-bright lights only delight her child, played by a charming 4-year-old actor. Unlike his mother, the kid loves the unknown. Another man who welcomes the UFOs and the alien beings is a French scientist played by Francois Truffaut, who at the end of the movie joins with other scientists to greet the visitors from outer space. It's a wonderful scene combining fantasy, adventure, and mystery, all tempered by love of the unknown. But before the end of the picture, I think that the story gets bogged down in a poorly written subplot about the government trying to stop Dreyfus from getting near the visitors from the other planet. But I still like Close Encounters of the Third Kind very much. Its special effects are really wondrous. The UFOs knock me out, and the picture has a awfully nice message. Don't be afraid of the unknown. Seek it out.
And also stick it out if the middle part is a little bit slow, because the last 30 minutes, to me, are among the most marvelous things I've ever seen on the screen.
Slow
and another
like
thing
this
about
show.
that first encounter between man and the creatures from outer space, if you think back over the last 30 years and all the flying saucer movies that we've sat through, we always treated the people in the flying saucers as if they were Russians or Chinese, and we had bombs and guns to greet them, and this time we just greet them with open arms. It shows a very interesting change in attitude.
It's also a change from a lot of recent very popular pictures. You know, Exorcist, the whole point was scaring, sort of abusing the audience. Jaws, scaring, frightening us. This thing is sort of, what's mysterious is unknown, and we love it, rather than running from that shark or running from the devil. So it's a special kind of picture.
You feel good at the end. It doesn't have the horror or the monster or the thing with 16 tentacles or the Spider-Man or something. It's the same as Star Wars, which is a war movie. Going to look at it in a second. There's a lot of shooting in it, but somehow nobody really gets hurt. It's more like a kid's picture.
Oh no! What the guy got his arm cut off in the cantina by Obi-Wan Kenobi?
In the lead here is Dreyfus, who is sort of
Well, the
boyish,
stormtrooper
and
that
is
fell to his doom
enthusiastic.
in the
I
Death
think he's a
Star.
perfectly calculated film. Ow! Jaws, the other Spielberg film.
You know, Gene, a lot of people keep asking me, and I'm sure they've asked you too, if Close Encounters is another
Or
Star Wars. Well, no, it isn't.
Everyone
The
on
only
the Death
thing
Star.
movies have in common are flying
They got
saucers.
killed.
The big
They
success
deserved
of
it,
both
though.
films shows once again how strong science fiction is at the box
Aunt
office
Beru,
right now.
Uncle Owen, they got
And we
burned to
both
death by
highly recommend
stormtroopers.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind, especially because of its wonderful special effects-filled ending.
Obi-Wan himself gunned down in this prime of life. What do you mean no one got hurt in Star Wars? That's why I don't like critics, even them. So we got to get on with the game. It's late, and I'm approaching 6 hours already. I said I wouldn't do it. I failed to cut the show down in length. All right, that's why I'm going to cut to twice a week. All right. Close Encounters of the Third Kind was released Wednesday, November 16th, 1977 by Columbia Pictures. And as a kid, I thought it was the third in the series. That's what threw me, that third kind. I mean, I was like 6 years old. I'm like, Dad, why is it? Where's the other two? I never saw, I don't remember the other two movies. Anyway, Close Encounters of the Third Kind cost $19.4 million to make. But the box office at ticket counters was $306.1 million. Whew. So number 2 on our list out of, I think there's 7. Yeah, 7 taglines. Here's a movie tagline for you. Reality is a thing of the past. Let's see if anyone out there on Facebook could guess. Reality is a thing of the past. This is a movie from the 1990s. Wait a second. Any guesses? I'll just hurry along. It is The Matrix, the first one, which Warner Brothers released on June 11th, 1999. It cost $63 million, and it made $466.6 million. Wow. Tagline 3. Here's the tagline for the movie. When he said, I do, he never said what he did. Again, tagline for the movie, and that's on the posters, movie posters. When he said, I do, he never said what he did. I'll move it along. That was True Lies by James Cameron, released July 15th, 1994. The budget was around $115 million, and it made $378.9 million. And it starred, you don't see her much anymore. I talked about her earlier in the birthdays. Tia Carrere, born in Honolulu, Hawaii. And Bill Paxton, who's gone. Tom Arnold, Jamie Lee Curtis, Arnold Schwarzenegger as the star. It was a good movie. So number 4, movie tagline. Here we go. Here's the next one. Tagline. For 3 men in the Civil War, wasn't hell, it was practice. I read that bad. for 3 men in the Civil War wasn't hell. It was practice. And I got some music to play. Think about that. For 3 men, the Civil War wasn't hell. It was practice. And this is the theme song to my radio station I run, fistfulofradio.com. But there's a little bit of a screw up. That's a hint. Here we go. I took over fistfulofradio.com from a nice man. That's the Fistful of Radio theme that Stefan chose. Who founded Fistful of Radio? Not to be confused with a fistful of dollars. No. That's The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and that's the movie with the tagline, for 3 men, the Civil War wasn't hell. It was practice. Released December 23rd, 1966. It was a spaghetti western with the great Clint Eastwood. Filmed in Italy, it cost $1.2 million, and it made $25.1 million. And this version of the theme is conducted and performed by the Dutch National Symphony Orchestra, the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. It's a great version. The spaghetti western. Kim Ponder got it right. Good, bad, and the ugly. It's easy. Jason, don't feel bad. It's easy to confuse the two. It's a common mistake. All right, I got to move on in the interest of time. I just love that music. I wish I could play more, but it's getting late. It's a great version of the theme. Okay. Next up, and no, there's no clip. Here's the tagline. Number 5 out of 7. Movie tagline. Here it is. This time it's personal. It was released in the 80s. This time it's personal. Doesn't that sound like someone that wants revenge? Well, that's because this is from Jaws, The Revenge, the 4th in the series, which was released July 17th, 1987. Was it a bomb at the box office? Yeah, you'd think so. The movie cost $23 million to make, but it made $51.9 million. And it was still a Universal Pictures release, just like the original Jaws movies. It wasn't canon films like Superman 4, The Quest for Peace was, which was a terrible, low-budget movie. Christopher Reeve and Margot Kidder never should have signed on for that. And Gene Hackman, for goodness sakes, he reprised his role as Lex Luthor in Superman 4, The Quest for Peace. What a terrible movie. And it was butchered in editing. It's just a mess. Let's move on. Number 6 out of 7 movie taglines. Here's the tagline. His whole life was a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. His whole life was a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. Let me see if anyone guessed before I reveal the answer. Oh, good comment from Jason Wood. Robert Shaw, who was in the first Jaws, sacrificed himself. The shark hunter, he died 6 months after Jaws, a major loss. Okay, so no guesses for his whole life was a 1,000,000-to-1 shot. That's Rocky. I'm not going to play a clip because I've played it a lot lately. It was released December 3rd, 1976. It cost $960,000, which is $4.37 million today, and it made $225 million, which in today's money is $1.2 billion with a B. Billion dollars. So without the stupid sound effects there, the reverb. Rocky again released December 3rd, 1976 for $960,000, which is $4.37 million today. It made $225 million, the equivalent of $1.2 billion in box office receipts. Wow. Now the final tagline. And I'm going to wish everyone a happy new year in a second, even though we're long into the new year, 2022. Here's the tagline, the last tagline of our game this week. Tagline: the longer you wait, the harder it gets. It's a comedy. The longer you wait, the harder it gets. Let me see if anyone guessed. That's The 40-Year-Old Virgin. Released October 19th, 2005 by Universal Pictures. Major success for Judd Apatow. It cost $26 million to produce, and it made $177.4 million. I remember the clip with the hair pulling scene with the tape on his chest hair. No, anyway, I love that movie. And Elizabeth Banks, so pretty. She was in that movie. And she'd been fresh off the Spider-Man movies as Betty Brant in the original Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies, wearing that dreadful wig, dark hair. Anyway, that's our game for taglines for the week. Now, we normally would feature a stand-up comedian, but I'm going to try to sign off. Man, I got some complaints from listeners in audience land for being too long. 6 hours last week was ridiculous, and I'm almost at that mark. I'm very disappointed in myself. I thought I could get it to 3 hours, but I just prepared too much stuff, and I didn't want to do a half-assed job remembering those that died in 2021. As well, I didn't want to skim on the birthdays. I did actually do some editing, because I'll get to them next year. You know, I'm not trying to slight anybody. I'm not trying to play favorites. I just did the best I could, but I think also the interview, you know, with James Tim Walker, which was awesome. I want to thank him right now before I forget for being my special guest. He's an Emmy Award animator. He's worked with Disney. He's worked with Hanna Barbera. He's a very talented guy who beat all odds to, so far, knock on wood, thanks to the higher power, he's overcoming Parkinson's disease, which robbed him of his right and his talent to draw with his right hand. And so he had to learn how to draw with his left hand. So thank you for being our special guest. So I'm going to sign off and wish everyone a happy new year. And as I do, I'm going to play a clip and then I'm going to say goodbye right now. Instead of playing our theme song, I'm just going to play this. And this is from a variety show, the Donnie Marie Show. This was the 1976 to 1977 New Year's episode. And you're going to hear Tina Turner, you're going to hear Peter Preston, you're going to hear Rip Taylor. And what they did was they celebrate each decade, starting, I think, the 1910s up until 1977. And it's kind of cool. I like this music. I'm a dork. I love this old stuff. Let's listen. I want to wish everyone a happy new year. This is supposed to be the year 1907. It goes through the decades up until 1977. This is about a 7-minute clip. So I want to wish everyone out there a prosperous, safe, and happy 2022 and beyond. I appreciate each and every one of you. I apologize for being so long-winded. I'm going to work on it. Have a great, great new year. Happy New Year, everybody. Have a great week. This is Chance Bartels signing off.
When you hear them New Year's bells go ding-a-ling, pretty people, won't you all join round and sweetly start to sing? And when the old verse am through, in the chorus y'all join in, there'll be a hot time in the old town. Hot time in the old town tonight, yeah. Have you seen the karaoke? It's not a foxtrot or a polka. It has a little bit of blue rhythm, a blue rhythm. It has a meter that is tricky, a bit of wicked wacky wicky. But when you dance it with the new love, there'll be true love in her eyes.
Jimmy Osmond.
Real quickie, jukebox Saturday night.
Supposed to be 1947.
Help to make things bright. Mixing hot licks with vanilla. Jukebox Saturday night. Money, we really don't need it. We'll make out alright. Let the other guy feed that jukebox Saturday night.
Rip Taylor,
1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock rock.
1957.
5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock rock. 9, 10, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock rock. We're gonna rock around the clock. Bang on, join me, hon. Have some fun when the clock strikes one. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock, rock, rock till the broad daylight. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. We're gonna rock around the clock tonight. Who's Elvis Presley?
Yeah, here it is, Tina Turner. By the way, Elvis had not passed away yet. This was New Year's Eve, 76 into 77. So he passed away, of course, in August of 1977.
Working for the man every night and day. And I never lost 1 minute of sleeping. Worried about the way things might have been. The big wheel keep on turning. Turning. I'll let it keep on burning. Burning, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Rolling, 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 rolling on the river.
Happy New Year.
Donnie, it's been a wonderful party and a wonderful year.
It really has.
It's been a long show.
You know, in a way, I kind of hate to see it end.
I really do too. So folks, what we're gonna have to do right now is wish you a Happy New Year because, well, you see, ABC, they don't allow us to stay up till midnight.
And Mother doesn't allow Donnie to stay up past 10.
What?
Except on special occasions, like the time his teddy bear got sick. Or the night he stayed up to see the Tooth Fairy.
Hey!
Of course, in his case, you know, the Tooth Fairy had to bring a wheelbarrow.
What are you doing?
I've only have 3 hours left to do some terrific put-downs. I mean, stand back. 3 hours. Do you know that that's how long it takes Donnie to tie his shoes?
It takes what?
You're supposed to take him out of the box first.
Oh, man!
There's kind of an innocence about these corny jokes. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
We would like to thank our guests for joining us in this New Year's celebration. I would like to thank Marie Osmond.
I would like to thank Donnie Osmond.
Seriously, we'd like to thank the Osmond brothers, Jimmy Osmond, Rip Taylor,
Billy Preston, Tina Turner, and our own Ice Vanities.
Gotta say, I told you I was going to sign off. I still am. But got to interject. They had a hell of a show in Las Vegas. I'm glad I saw it in 2017, November 2017. It was a great, great Vegas show. one of the most successful shows in Las Vegas history.
But most of all, we'd like to thank you for sharing this year with us. May tomorrow be a perfect day.
May you find love and laughter along the way.
May God keep you.
And get better, Jason. Get well soon, brother.
His tender care till he brings us together again.
Happy New Year, everybody.